Okay. Okay. We're live. I got Godless Girl here, and I'm gonna have a little hangout, having a discussion with her about some of the recent incidents that have been going on. Um, as you know, a lot of you know, I've made a video about this because I do believe her, and we'll get into the reasons why without getting too much specificity, because this is still an ongoing investigation of what's been going on. But I do think it's only fair that Godless has a platform where she can make her case, and she can talk about these things, about what has been going on, and then we'll see what's going on after that. Now, I'm not inviting too many people. If you want to come in, at least let me know, and maybe I will get you the link. But I'm trying to keep it to a minimum, at least for now, because I don't really know who else to invite. So, anyways, I'm gonna turn this over to Godless real quick. Godless, by the way, hi.
Hi. I
So,
just want to thank
go ahead.
Sean here. He was one of the ones, because you had blocked me the day your hangout got sniped,
I
that
did.
was trying to get us in contact with each other.
I did block you, yes, and I have unblocked you obviously since then. Um, I have reason to believe that it wasn't you that sniped my hangout, but we do know that obviously you did the wolf. So I mean, what do you think happened there? Why do you think you did it? I mean, are you remorseful about it? And do you have any idea who sniped mine?
I didn't hear the very last thing you said.
Oh, do you have any idea that may have sniped mine at all?
Oh, I have no idea who it is. I suspect that there's a bunch of trolls that hate me that don't come in at the hangout but are always in Nadia's live chat. I think they were the ones doing it to Nadia. See, it was being done to Nadia before I even found out how to do it that night with Wolf. So it might be one of the ones that was already doing it. But I mean, I have no idea, and I don't want to accuse anybody.
Right,
Um,
that's good. That's a good
yeah,
answer, by the way. I was hoping you would say that too. I don't want you to just throw out names and put people under the bus to try to save your own skin, which is another reason why I really don't think that you did my hangout, and why I do think you're innocent of a lot of this stuff.
I know you had suspected Justin. He did the Matt Slick porn bombing. That that wouldn't be like that would be like something his personality would fit with. But I know Justin, and he wouldn't like waste the time making all these sock accounts and stuff.
Yeah, I mean, well, not really a suspicion of Justin. I just thought it was coincidental that Justin had come back in the community exactly the same time that started going down. Now, it could be completely coincidental. I have no evidence either way, and I certainly am not accusing him of anything. Yeah, but I mean,
But as far as what I was thinking, then I wasn't really thinking. I just did it. I had an audience. I thought it would be funny, and looking back on it, like Christopher Hitchslap put at the beginning of his videos, oh, this could ruin Hangouts for everybody, like if Google doesn't fix it, which is true, and nobody should ever do it. But, like, just being brutally honest, I do feel bad, like, guilty about it, but more than feeling guilty about actually doing it, I regret doing it because of the reactions I'm getting. Like, people fucking hate me. I'm being witch hunted. I'm being blocked. I'm being shunned.
um, okay, I've seen some of your other videos, and this is I'll get a little brutally honest. I mean, obviously you've had some pretty shocking videos. I mean, you shouting at Muslims and other things. We've all seen it before. Um, I know you've changed. I mean, one of them was only about a month ago too, and I know you do a lot of trollish things, and you do a lot of things you may regret later on. Um, how about the accusation that you might just be regretful because this is affecting your ability to get into Hangouts, and not that you actually have remorse about it?
Well, no, I just said, being brutally honest, I honestly do feel guilt, but I regret it more because of the reaction that I'm getting.
But
More of the regret is because of the reaction that I'm getting.
but some of your other one of my I guess my point is that you've had videos to get reactions. I mean, you've been a person in the community that has gone out of her way to get reactions from people. Maybe this was a much this maybe you're saying that this was more of a reaction than you had anticipated or that you would have expected, and it just you don't like this type of reaction.
But, well, like I said, I did it that night. I'm not going and just, like, sniping all these hangouts people think I'm doing because I'm, like, some person that gets pleasure out of doing these things when I don't have an audience. Like I said before, I did it that night. I had an audience, but people don't think it's funny. people didn't think it was funny, you know?
Yeah, good point. And certainly, when it see here one of my, I had a lot of reasoning for this, but one of my reasons was it wouldn't even be conducive for you, regardless of whether you like to troll or whatever. It wouldn't be conducive to you to go out and snipe after the event because you weren't getting the reaction that you actually thought you might get, which would be, people thinking it was funny and whatever. You realize people taking it very seriously, and it was affecting your ability to get in hangouts and how people, perceived you. And even though you probably didn't have a very high standard to begin with, there's certain types of things I don't think anybody wants to be thought of, and especially if you're accused of things you didn't do. Nobody likes that, right?
Right. Like, yeah, definitely. I just want to say about the Muslim videos, like, first of all, I don't deny that I troll a lot and then I'm an abrasive person and sometimes I disrupt hangouts even. That's just who I am. I'm Godless
Oops.
Girl. But um, but I just want you to know, Steve, as far as remember I was like that crazy Islamophobe. I'm not Islamophobic anymore. I've changed my mind. I don't know if you knew that or not. I mean, it's well known in Nadia's Hangout. I'm still anti-Islam, but not like anti-Muslim like I was. And
Yeah, I noticed that. Yes, I have.
never do the stuff that I did in those videos again. And I do feel guilty about what I did to those Muslim people, but honestly, I don't feel guilty enough to take the videos down.
No, that's fine. No, and okay. I mean, no, nobody's telling you what you have to do. Or, nobody wants you to be anybody but you are. This is specifically only relating to the sniping instances, nothing else. And this is, I think a problem that I'm seeing with a lot of other people is they're trying to condemn you for other things rather than look at the evidence and see what you have and have not done. And again, being accused of things you haven't done, I don't take lightly. I don't like that. I wouldn't want to be accused of things I haven't done, regardless of what kind of person I am, right? I think that's how to have a fair judicial system. You don't punish somebody for prior crimes or different crimes. Would you agree?
Yeah, I agree. I know you don't agree with, like, I thought the mat slip porn bombing was kind of funny. I know you have the exact opposite opinion. But,
Yes, we were definitely diametrically opposite on that.
and I was very open that I thought it was funny. But people tried to accuse me then of conspiring with Justin to do it. Like, I didn't know about it before he did it, and that was very upsetting.
Yeah, I mean, I think you knew afterwards. You knew immediately afterwards. I think we all kind of knew. I knew within days that it was him, or I
Right,
suspected.
but people were accusing me and some of the Pal Talk people of conspiring with Justin.
Yeah, no, I think he did it pretty independently. No, and we definitely have, like I said, we definitely have different views on these things. But again, in any kind of community, I guess you're going to. I just want to make sure that people realize that when it came to sniping my hangout and other hangouts, that I like Von Helton's and Ronnie's and Neffy's and even Wayne Filmer got sniped, but it was some weird name, so it wasn't a person trying to be you. But anyways, I mean, I don't think you did any of those. I think the only ones you've sniped were Wolf's. And I think you may have in DC once or twice. I think you did Gus, and I think there might have been another one that you did. I don't know how many times you sniped in DC, but I mean, obviously it was enough to let you back in, or was it enough to let you back in because Nadia and Annabelle and all the DC mods have let you back in there, right? So I mean, they've kind of weighed the evidence and said, okay, she did this, but she probably won't do it again, or she knows, this is going to get her permanently blocked, and so it wouldn't be conducive to her to ever do it again because she's just now trying to get back in the community. Is that a fair assumption or fair assertion or summation? I guess it would be.
Yeah, I agree with everything you said, except I'd say, like, earlier you messaged me, like, don't lie about everything, admit to everything I've done, just be completely honest, and you just accused me of doing it to Gus, and I'm not going to, like, admit to things that I didn't do because it, like, makes me look good, like, as if I'm admitting things and being honest. I didn't do it to Gus.
Okay, I believe you. I was just saying that might have been something that you might have done, but if you tell me you didn't, I will believe you. And do not admit to anything you didn't do, and of course deny anything that you didn't do. Of course, I wasn't there. I didn't watch that. I don't know. I just had heard. But I think a lot of problem is not just you, but like the other day, if I can relate to you what happened, Gman got ejected from my room. By the way, I have blocked Gman on both of the accounts. I'm not going to bother with him. He's trivial. He's not worth my time. All he does is messages me and tries to get me to say weird things and talk about weird things, and it's just kind of surreal, right? And I don't really want to deal with somebody who has a emotional level about a 14-year-old. And so he was in my hangout, and I had to unbroadcast him because he kept interrupting people, and it was getting bad. And I was like, okay, nobody's gonna be able to have a conversation if he keeps interrupting people. And he left. Well, he's in the side chat saying that he was ejected, and that I had ejected him. And I was like,
Jack is looking at the external chat, I think.
right, yeah, exactly. Well, that's the whole point of this. He was accusing me of something I didn't do. And I was like, I did not eject him. If I had ejected him, I would have said, yeah, I just got rid of him. I'm happy to tell people when I eject somebody. I've never denied it or anything. And he swore up and down. He didn't leave, and he said, I know you ejected me. You liar, you liar. And so what did I do, Godless? I screen shared, and I went to the external chat. And guess who was still in the external chat? Yeah. So
Yeah.
it was blatant that he lied, and he was wrong.
I did say that night, right after I did it to Wolf's, I announced, I think it's in Christopher Hitchcock's video, I'm never going to do it to another hangout, but I just might do it to Gus. So who's
You did
ever,
say that, yes. I remember that.
who's ever trying to make it look like it's me probably did it because Snipe Gus.
Uh-oh. Did she lose connection?
I think she lost connection.
It looks like it.
She's on a phone.
That's what it looks like.
Me too. Real quick, Steve, can you hear me?
Yes.
No.
No? Okay, good. Real quick, the thing about Gus is, yeah, I can back her up on that for sure. When it did happen to Gus after that whole debacle thing went down, Gus has known before in the past, and I'm pretty sure he could back me up on this. His internet connection is pretty shoddy. He has that Canadian internet, so.
Yeah, okay. Hang on, I'm trying to get her back in here.
We will accept the Canadian internet excuse. She coming back in or what?
Yeah, one sec.
Plus, I think Gus had left after that whole thing because I think everybody was just pissed off and livid about the whole thing. So.
Oh, that's pretty funny. They're like, "Oh, was Godless Girl sniped?" It's like,
oh.
Definitely one of us. Who is it?
It was me. Just kidding.
It was me.
I'm trying not to let anybody have this. I am just for not just because it's her, just anybody. And so I want her to click the link in the Hangout in the green bar. So let's see if I say here okay, so
Anybody buying it?
hang on.
Buying what?
Never mind. I shouldn't open my mouth.
Am I buying more Pokemon? Yeah.
Fuck yeah, I buy Pokeballs. What is this? Gotta do what you gotta do, man.
Oh, I know this is really off topic. I've been going to the hospital that's really close to my house and dropping incenses near like the children's place.
Yeah, there's like a whole movement on Facebook to get people to pay for lures near hospitals and stuff like that.
Yeah, I spent like $15 on like lures just to drop them in hospital.
We're sending messages in there. Come up on your phone. I can hear it. Like I said, she said she doesn't see the. See, but she does see it. After I added Hannah, it shows her little icon.
Clearly, I sniped her. It's the only logical explanation.
No, she's still in the chat.
No, you can't say that. They don't know this, okay? The live audience doesn't know this. We have to keep the mystery going. It's like Murder on the Orient Express. They have to figure out that everybody did it.
She wants me to just call. I can't call her because it doesn't work that way.
You picked such a good day to do this, too.
Oh, you know what? I got away. I got away. Oh, there she is. There she is. I see her. Okay.
Opa.
Oop. There we go. Yay.
Welcome back, Godless.
Sorry, Steve. I'm on a
She,
fucking
I know. I
tablet.
know. She's like I sniped myself. I'm kidding.
I don't know how to do it. Move
No,
my
no, you're fine.
maneuver my around my tablet.
Yeah, no problem. No, 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 no. Everything's fine. So, where were we at? I was talking about Gman and why again, why he was accusing me of lying. So I don't like being accused of something I didn't do, even though from the Clown Car Posse I expected. However, he started messaging me again, started talking about some weird, extraneous stuff, and I was like, he's like, well, you keep this up, and I'm just going to block you. And I'm like, Gman, I don't give a fuck. I'm just going to block you. So I blocked him on his accounts. I don't care. I have nothing to do with Gman. I think he's a trivial, snot-nosed, 6-year-old kid trying to be a grown man. It just matters not to me, and so. I won't be talking about him much. I won't be talking about his gaffes. I really don't care. He's not as entertaining as True. I find to be True Impersonation to be far more entertaining because at least that's some scientific gaffes, right? So when True Impersonation makes these mistakes, then I will talk about him more. But Gman's not going to be really a conversational piece on my channel because that's all he wants. But anyways, where did we leave off?
Well, don't you have a lack of young Earth creationists you need to debate though?
I do, but he's not a young Earth creationist. But it's funny you mention that, Godless. Let me I know this is kind of a aside, but just why I have for some people watching, I want to throw this out there. There are a lot of people lately that have been coming to me that are not quite thrilled with the way that True Empiricism definitely runs their hangouts. And a lot of them do start coming over to my hangouts to watch it or to listen internally. For example, and this isn't someone who actually stated this, but just as an example, FactFinder is a young Earth creationist, and he goes to their channels often. He's been coming into my hangouts, recently, just to listen and learn something. I had a great discussion with a guy named King Matthew 17 the other day. Some of you guys might know him. Very nice kid. I mean, I was really impressed by him. He is not scientifically literate, no, and he even admits he's not really very well educated, but he wants to learn. And he is this young Earth creationist. He does, not like evolution, but he really had a good spirit about him. And he told Nephi, he's like, I want to be out of this debate stuff. He was like, I just want to focus on the gospel, and I don't want to get into the young Earth discussions that much or evolution. He's like, I don't know anything about it, and I leave it to you guys to debate it out. And I thought that was really cool. But I said, you know what, dude, you're still welcome to come into my hangouts and listen and learn and ask questions. He was getting tired of being called the Clown Car Posse and all this other stuff. And you know what? He's not a member of the Clown Car Posse because he wants to learn. That is the greatest thing that anybody could say to me is that they want to learn something and they want to get both sides. Ask us questions and ask the Clown Car Posse and see what kind of answers you get. So I was impressed by King Matthew 17 in his honesty and his willingness just to go, okay, well, I'll listen to both sides, but I mean, I'm pretty fixed in my position. But he really liked me, and I got along with him just fine. So I wanted to throw that out there. So, anyways, so be nice to him. He's a nice kid.
Okay, I've seen him around.
Mm-hmm.
G-Man is my favorite young Earth creationist, by the way.
He's not a young Earther.
Oh, he's not?
No.
Oh.
He pulls the agnostic position. He's like, well, I don't really know how old the God is, the old Earth is. It's probably really old, but he wants to keep. What's that, Goddess?
I guess I just assumed.
No, what he wants to do is, I think he knows the Earth is old, but he wants to keep the young Earth crowd, right? So he doesn't want to say, oh yeah, young Earth creation is a bunch of crap. I think he wants to keep the young Earther and old Earther, so he can have more views and not many people, not as many people disagreeing with him as they do now, because most of his channels are people that disagree with him. They dislike his videos. They can't stand his hangouts. He's had some good ones with the Hebrew Black Israelites, but other than that, eh.
Okay, so anyway,
back on topic. Go ahead.
I want to say again that I do feel bad about what I did to Wolves Hangout, and I want to say I don't have anybody to blame for myself because I'm being accused. People think that I'm sniping these other hangouts. But, and this isn't really your group of people, Steve. It's more people now, some people I really think they do believe I'm sniping the hangouts. But there's some that, okay, Fiona just joined, so I'm going to say something else first, because I don't want her to hear the tail end of what I was just saying and misinterpret it. First, I want to say to Fiona, I really like respect you for some reason, and out of all the people that day when I think it was when Steve's was sniped, you were like, me and you were talking in the live chat, or you were talking about me in Nadia's live chat, and I was there. I was like really upset that you thought it was me.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but the thing is, having gone back on that, having looked back at what's been going on, and realizing that it looks like somebody is now, because of what happened, right? You know, obviously it was live in Airwolves Hangout, etc. Because of that, somebody has decided, oh, wouldn't it be a great idea if we pretend to be godless?
Right.
She'll get all the flack, and I kind of all the fun, because it's become apparent since then that this is what seems to be going on.
Right, and I'm sure who's ever doing it is sitting there, because I'm in Nadia's live chat a lot, getting attacked recently, and I'm sure who's ever doing it is sitting there watching, laughing their asses off, you know?
Yeah, somebody's definitely, you know, is doing. By the way, Tom's having issues, but unrelated. Yeah, somebody's definitely getting off on this, and this is another reason is I don't want to give that person satisfaction, because they are also impersonating Fiona and me as well. Okay.
If it's the same person.
I don't think. Well, there's more than one person, obviously, because Fiona and I were in a chat together that we weren't in a chat together just recently.
We weren't there, but our icons were.
Yeah, we weren't there, but somebody had taken our icons and our names, I guess, and pretended to be us. So.
Well, don't speak too soon, Steve, because it's possible to open multiple windows, like in different browsers. And
That might be true. Yeah, you're right. That might be true.
That is true, but I still think that there's somebody going about doing this and pretending to be other people, and the other people obviously going to get the blame. Because whoever went in as me could have done it. And you know, I would have got up in the morning, turned on my computer, and found all these people blasting me for something I'd done.
Mm-hmm.
This is one of the
Very
reasons
easily.
I'm glad I always put my camera on.
In addition to that, I totally lost my train of thought. The person that came. Okay, honestly, I don't think Godless even knows about this, but the other day, a person pretending to be Godless was in my live feed, and this person wanted the link to get in, and it was on an account that only had one just subscriber, no subscriber. Actually, I had no subscribers, and it was called Godless Kafir. And I know Godless has many accounts. I would say she probably has 4 or 5 stock accounts. I don't think she has 211 as people have accused her of. I don't think. If honest, would you even know how to make 211 accounts? Just out of curiosity.
No, actually, I have like 6 stock accounts, and the last time I couldn't create any more because I don't have any more email addresses to verify with.
Yeah, and that's about normal. I only have like 2, maybe really 3 if I use my daughter's, but mine's not my stock account. It's my father's account. But most people have 6, you know. So, but anyways, this person was claiming to be you, and they wanted the link, but I wanted to safeguard because they weren't talking like you. Just the you know, the words that they're using in the side chat, it didn't sound like you very much. But anyways, I said, okay, well, why don't Christopher Hitslap, you know, you send her the link and see if, you know, you could talk to her, make sure it's really her. And as soon as we put the link out in the side chat, we first put it in the open link, and of course everybody I think who was viewing my channel, I trust, right? I would think that most of them I could, but no, somebody started sniping in that external hangout, right? Including Christopher. And this person that was saying that they couldn't get in, it wasn't working for them, that their account was disabled. Because I said, why don't you go on your main account, Godless Kafir, your main one, the one that has like 191 subs. And that person said, well, it's been disabled. And we're like, what do you mean it's been disabled? They're like, well, we can't get on it because there's this bar that says it's inactive. And yet we were still able to send her that account text messages, including Christopher Hitzlap that had sent her a invite for a hangout, which you probably woke up and you said, what's this? You know?
Yeah, because I got sniped out of that one.
So that was really odd that somebody was trying to pretend to be you to get into my hangout, which clearly was not you.
Yeah,
I mean,
were you in the live chat trying to get into the hangout with Christopher?
I don't know if she was even in any of that hangout that day in that live feed. Godless, do you know what I'm talking about?
This was another live hangout where we were talking about this, and it was your hangout, and we had all the discussion, and then Christopher went out and he set up another hangout. Now, I think we were talking to Godless in the live chat, I think.
I don't think I've talked to you, other than you, Fiona, that I haven't talked to Steve in any live chats.
I don't think she has. I mean, that's what I'm saying. I don't think it was her talking to me in that live chat. She has no recollection. I gave her a little quiz the other day, and she literally knew nothing about it. It wasn't even about like her lying about it. She was just completely unaware what the hell I was talking about.
It wouldn't make any sense to go under her name to like overtly. I mean, she would use, if it was really Godless doing that, why would she use her own account or like portray wear herself as a suit? But
what I'm saying is, I thought we were talking to her in the live chat, but the link had been put. You see, the link had been put out in public, and somebody came in and sniped it.
Mm-hmm. And then,
and we had Godless in the live chat saying that she joined. She couldn't. She was joined and gone, and had been sniped.
I didn't join your hangout at all since before. Since I did that to Wolf.
Did you ever try to get in a hangout with Christopher Hitzlap?
Not since before the sniping of Wolf.
No, like a couple. So the person.
Somebody else then.
Yeah, this person trying to get it. The person that I had sent Christopher Hitzlap to get them in a hangout was not Godless. I'm convinced it's not Godless. Whoever that was saying they were having a problem, and once they realized they couldn't get in, they said, "Oh well, you know what? I'm just going to try this later. I'm going to go eat now." And I thought and that wasn't you, right? You didn't say anything about going to eat. What's that, Godless? Yeah, I was kind of weird because I was like, okay, we're trying to solve this, and we really want to give Godless a platform, and all of a sudden food's more important? It was really strange.
Yeah, I mean, I went into the hangout because of the claims that whoever the person was making, I can't get in, so I wondered if it was the hangout glitch. So that's why I dropped out of Steve's and went into Sean's to see if I could get in. And I got in, and Sean was there, but he wasn't saying anything. I don't know who was in the external. I can't remember. Was it Concussed? They were going by the name Concussed.
Well, that's
and then Sean was.
Yeah,
and then Sean was sniped out, and then I was sniped out.
Yeah.
And it said Concussed had done it.
Yeah, it's Concussed Albatross.
Somebody, when an account snipes a hangout, you can tell who did it?
Yeah, there's a name that comes up.
Yeah, and the external chat will tell you.
Oh.
Yeah, so somebody was using your name.
The external chat tells you who did. So-and-so has removed so-and-so.
Well, Steve, I was sniped twice, I think it was yesterday or the day before, by this guy named Ratsmeek. You ever seen him?
I do know of him. He was in D.C. today.
He's like a white supremacist guy, is he, or is that someone else?
Well, by the way, the external chat where it said that Concussed had removed, right? After about 5 minutes, it said unknown has removed.
Yeah.
Which suggests that the account that was used was then deleted.
Yeah, I was going to mention, brilliant point, but thank you, Fiona. That has happened as well. That I've seen that it does become unknown.
And grab it quick.
And I should point out that Concussed Albatross, who was a decent guy, there was a hangout with like I said, that Fiona and I were in there supposedly. Concussed Albatross was in there too, and I'm wondering if that was a fraud as well. So.
I don't really know that guy, Rats, but I saw him in Nadia's live chat today, and he said that it wasn't him.
No,
Yeah.
I physically looked at the external chat myself, and he was in there. I was physically talking to him, and then he said he was gonna get me back. So I mean, and then it said Rat Smeek remove Tom R from the call in the external chat, and it's still there. So, like it is. It's
I don't know. I don't know him very well. I know isn't he? Does he go under the name starts with a B? Is that the same guy?
No, his name's just Rat Smeek.
Okay, because there's a couple races that have been going in there lately. There's that guy, 18-year-old kid, that I don't remember his name. Starts with a B. Binky, Blinko, something like that. Ring a bell?
No.
Hmm.
No.
He was in there today. But anyways, back on topic. So anyways, I've already made my decision. Like I said, I want to get Rolf's perspective on it though, because I want to know how he feels. But here's the thing, even when Josiah sniped my hangout, if people didn't block him for their hangout, I wouldn't take it as a lack of solidarity, right? Because people are saying, we need to be solidarity for Wolf, and she sniped his hangout, and we need to, show him, this, that we're standing behind him. And I understand that concept, but I would have never asked anybody to be, have this solidarity for Josiah if they didn't think that it was worthy of being permanently blocked. Now the difference being was with Josiah, not only did he block me and proceeded to preach, he just had no remorse for it whatsoever. He even days later he was like, "Oh, Steve, this isn't going to affect me. This is going to affect you, you fool." I'm like, okay, yeah. So there's no contrition there whatsoever. He is permanently blocked. He's not coming back. So I mean,
So
there's a difference there. What's that?
Who's that? Sorry.
Oh, Josiah.
Oh, Josiah. Yeah.
Little preacher man.
Sean said he'll be back,
Younger
by the way.
creationist.
Yeah.
New kid.
Yeah. So I mean, I want to make a distinction here that there's a difference in what I'm seeing. And if Wolf decides not to let her back into his hangouts, I mean, I understand that. Maybe he's not very forgiving. I don't know. I asked him to join us. He hasn't joined us yet. I mean, I said he'd be ready about an hour ago. I kind of wanted to get his viewpoint on it, but until I do, I don't know how he stands on it.
I saw him in Nadia's live chat today, and he said he forgives me, but he's not unblocking me, which is fine.
Okay, that's better than nothing, right? I mean, you don't really go to his hangouts anyways, but I mean, it's maybe in due time. I mean, maybe in due time. And I gotta admit, even if it was Godless that sniped my hangout and she was apologetic about it, I might have been forgiving as well. I don't know. But I'm certainly not going to blame her for something she didn't do. That's just not right.
The real issue is that Godless, you already had plenty of pre-existing haters who are looking for any reason to block you or make a call to arms against you. So, I mean, as soon as there's any kind of excuse or suspicion, they're all the first ones to say, "Oh, it was her." I mean, like, I didn't believe it as soon as I heard it, but that's just because I probably know you better. And I mean, I don't have anything against you, but there's a lot of people that do.
Right, I think there's a lot of people that don't even care if I did it or not. They just want to, like, attack me about it because they need drama and stuff.
Yeah. Thing is, though, I mean, to be honest, I'm going to be perfectly frank here. What you did to Wolf's Hangout gave them an open goal.
Right, you could argue I have nobody to blame but myself.
No, I mean, it's not only that.
No, I wouldn't go that far. But all I'm saying is that it did give them an in, so to speak. I'm not saying, oh, you nobody's blame me. I'm not going to say that. Please don't think that. But what I'm saying is that because of that, that's then giving them the in to impersonate you and have people believe that it's you. Because it would be a case of, oh, she's got form. So I'm not saying only got yourself to blame. I'm just pointing out that it's made their trick more believable.
Mhm.
If you see what I mean.
It's made their what unbelievable?
It's made this trick that they're pulling sort of more believable. That people think, oh, it's just Godless again.
Right, they're less likely to give it the benefit of the doubt
Yeah,
and
but
actually,
that's not me
proper
saying.
investigation.
That's not me saying you've only got yourself to blame. I'm not saying that.
It's like the saying, never let a good crisis go to waste. But
There you
instead
go.
of that,
Yeah,
it's just
it's
drama.
a bit like
Perfect.
that, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
I do like that one.
Anybody who knows the details of the situation that knows I'm openly denying it and continually getting accused of sniping all these hangouts, how can they reasonably believe that it's really me? Why would I be doing it with my
Well,
name?
see, here's the thing. The way it works is that it seems to work in this community is if you're accused of something, if you deny it, that proves it was you. If you say nothing, that proves it was you.
Flawless.
And if you say it was you, that proves it was you. Once the accusation is out there, anything you do just confirms what they've already decided.
Yeah, there's a meta thing to this as well for that exact what you're saying. People have been criticizing me for giving Godless the benefit of the doubt and doing my own little investigation on it and coming to the conclusions I have and allowing her back into my hangouts and not blocking her. But the reason being, with this whole the meta thing that whenever you accuse of something, you're automatically guilty, and there's no way you can ever get out of that. I want that to stop. And if I don't stop it with somebody that is a perfect text case of somebody who probably didn't do something wrong and is going to blame for it, then how am I going to feel good about myself when somebody gets accused of something that we definitely know didn't do it and they're still being accused of it? Because that's what the clown car policy does. And so I think we all need to be a little bit more forgiving in this. That's just my perspective on it. You don't have to. I'm not asking anybody to unblock her, and I can't. But I mean, as far as being judgmental on judge her for what you think she did or didn't do, not for her past behavior. That's just what I got to say on it.
I think that's only fair. But I have to say though that, and I don't want, please don't take this the wrong way. But what I'm saying is you're going to have to be on your best behavior.
Agreed.
What does that mean? I'm supposed to change, not be myself now because I'm
No,
afraid.
no, I'm not
If you
saying
want
that
to
at all.
stay, if you want to stay in this community and you want to kind of get everybody to let you back in and not block you again, there's going to be some work involved. You can't just be like, oh, well, I didn't do it. Steve's on my side. Fuck it. Let me keep trolling other hangouts. Now everybody's got a hyper vigilant eye on you. So if you do anything that's even remotely with even the air of suspicion, it's going to be harder for people to take you and believe what you're saying.
I agree. And they're not saying don't be you. They're saying that don't be so much of a troll or appear to be a troll. If you have a position, stand by it, fight it, argue it.
Yes. Definitely.
Yes. Yeah. Does that make sense, Godless?
Yeah, I agree. And temporarily stop trolling.
I can't expect miracles, Godless.
Godless, you should try and use one account as long as you can, and let it be known the exact number of subscribers on that account, and it'll be easy to spot any kind of fake.
Yeah, and also, I mean, when you go into Hangout, get on the mic straight away so that people know it's you.
Yeah. And if you're in the live feed,
even if it is just to say hello, it's me, really me.
I'm in the live hangout. I'm gonna have a little code word that I'll have with her. If you want to be in my live feed, that only she will know, and all she's got to do. It'll change. So I mean, it's like one time pass. But I mean, I'm gonna give her like one right now. So if you ever want to get in my live feed and say that it is you, I'm giving you the code word you use right now. Okay.
Okay. Well, I can't see this.
But the other thing I would suggest to everybody is that while this is ongoing, don't add anybody to your circles.
Don't.
Because when you get a notification that somebody has added you, you just see the name up there and you might think, oh, that's right, I saw him in a hangout. Yeah, he was good. And you then add them back to your circle without checking.
Hang on,
you need
guys.
to be careful.
Why don't add?
I need to interject, well, guys. This is important. Godless, when you dropped out just a few minutes ago, right, and you lost connection, were you talking to me in an instant message?
No, yeah, right after I dropped, yeah.
Okay, and were you on your other account when you did it?
No, I'm on this. I don't think so. I'm on my tablet, Steve, so I'm not sure, but I think it was this one.
Okay, did you ask me to call you, or actually?
Yeah.
Okay, that account that's one of your stock accounts, right? Because it comes up as
Oh, maybe that's why I couldn't find the fucking Hangout, because I was logged in another.
yeah. Okay, I just want to
Oh,
make sure that's one of yours. You were logged into a different account.
oh,
Yeah.
okay. Yeah, see,
Yeah,
I have.
I know this account, and I know this is one of your stock accounts. But since it was kind of weird because I was like, did she know that she was on a different account? Because your stock account has 22 followers, and that's how I know it's your actual stock account and not somebody pretending to be you. The person that pretended to be you didn't have any followers.
Yeah.
By the way, so okay.
What am I on right? What account am I on right now? Hang on.
You are on your main account.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so I will send it to your main account actually. I just want to make sure that was you, and that makes sense. Okay, so that actually works out.
Okay.
Okay, so
That way we can all be sure then.
yeah.
But just watch about adding someone you think, oh, I recognise that name. They've added me, so I'll add them back. You
Yeah.
need
So
to check the
what's
account.
wrong with adding people?
Sorry?
What's wrong with adding people, even if I don't know them?
No, what I'm saying is you get the notification that somebody has added you, and you click to see who it is.
Mm-hmm.
And you think, I recognise that name. And if you don't check the account, you might be adding somebody who's pretending to be them.
Oh.
Right. That was my concern because I said I didn't want to give the link out just in case that wasn't your actual account because but now that I know it is, it wouldn't matter. But I gave you your main account. Don't give it out on the air. But I gave you your password to use if you're ever in my live feed. Just say that particular word, and I know it's definitely you, and I'll invite you in. Or I'll just invite you on the main account.
Google was gonna fix the problem, so we don't have to worry about.
We hope. We hope. We don't know that for a fact. They said they're investigating, but.
No, I'm just saying hopefully.
Yeah.
Because it's really irritating not being able to being able to put the links in their descriptions.
Does anybody else want to add to the conversation, either internal or external, about what they think? I mean, like I said, a lot of people give me flack on this. I mean, there's only people that just like this video. It is what it is. I've done my research on it. I am, pretty well convinced of my conclusion. If it is what it is, right? I mean, I'm not going to condemn her for something that I don't think she did, and I'm going to err on the side of caution that I think she's made a good case, and I think that the evidence is exonerating her, and I'm not going to convict her of something she didn't do.
Yeah. The only thing I would say is that as long as you're upfront about basically being sorry for doing it to Wolves Hangout.
Yeah, well, I just have to say real quick, somebody is in the live chat right now that looks like me.
That's not you? Oh boy, do I like humbug, Steve?
No.
Okay.
What is that even humbug?
So is that somebody pretending to be you?
Yeah.
Yep. It's a person with no subscribers,
Yep.
has 2 subscriptions through Fiona Robertson
And me.
and Steve McRae,
Yep.
and absolutely nothing else on the page. No views, no subscribers, nothing.
Yeah.
Oh, so that could be the one that was at the Hangout.
Yeah.
My friend.
We've Steve as well.
Yeah, we've just met our impersonator. Whoever that is in the live feed right now.
Hey guys,
But I mean,
just letting you know
as
that
long
Godless
as-
is not the real one.
Yeah,
Right.
as long as you're perfectly open about saying that you're sorry that you sniped Wolves Hangout.
Yeah.
No, but she's not sorry she sniped Wolf's Hangout. She's sorry that the backlash happened. Let's be real here.
No, that's not what I said. And somebody in the live chat said I said it too.
That's what Tony said. Yeah.
No, but you said it too yourself. You said you regretted the reaction that you got when you did it because you thought it was funny and that you thought other people would think it was funny as well. You did say that.
I'll repeat exactly what I said at the beginning of this hangout. I said, yeah, I do feel a little guilty about doing it to Wolves merely because of the effect it had on him, especially, and I said especially when I watched the beginning of Christopher Hitchlab's video and he typed out, "Oh look, Godless, this could ruin Hangouts for all of us." That made me feel guilty. But then I said, but if I'm going to be brutally honest, the main reason I regret it isn't because of the guilt I feel, it's because of the reaction I'm getting.
Hannah, I wish you hadn't had banned that person. I was hoping we'd get more information that we could actually.
I'm following through the back channel for the profile.
Okay.
Don't worry about that.
Right.
It's just I would rather
Right.
not people confuse that Godless Girl with
that's
one
fine.
of the chat.
That's fine.
You see,
I guess.
I mean, it's saying that you're not actually, you don't regret that you did it. That's a problem.
That's what I was saying.
Well, no, I said I do regret that I did it, and I do feel guilty, but I'm just being honest, okay? You give me credit for
and I kind of understand what Goddess is saying. I think she's saying that, yes, she does regret doing it, but you got to remember, I mean, okay, and Godless, I'm not trying to put you down on this, but let's be realistic here. Godless is godless, okay? I can actually see her being honest, thinking that, yes, the backlash is what is more critical to her than the morality aspect of actually doing what she did. That's consistent with her nature, that she's been in this community. So we could disagree with her, and we could talk about the morality issue of it. But she is being consistent, and she is being honest. This is the Godless that I would expect for her to answer that way. Do you guys make sense to you guys?
Yeah, but I think what I'm saying is that it's a way of acknowledging that this has opened the floodgates.
Mm.
And it's just caused problems for everybody. This isn't just a backlash against Godless. This is a fact that everybody's now suffering the repercussions of it. No longer can we even dare put out, I wouldn't even put out a link to my circles. I'm inviting each one individually now.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't get a chance to talk to the variety of people that I used to talk to, because I'm now choosing those that I invite rather than those who are interested coming in. It's had massive repercussions on Hangouts. And I think even if they close this loophole, the repercussions are going to rumble on. Because if we have accidentally added any of these fake accounts to our circles, we're still going to be getting weird things happening.
Mm-hmm.
And also with this impersonation business now, because anybody can just impersonate someone. Okay, if they close the bug, they can't snipe them out. But I don't like this idea of impersonation, because it's one thing when you can identify somebody either by the image or the voice, but in the comment section, like we've just seen happening now, I think it's caused all this impersonation to explode. So not just the sniping, it's caused a massive trolling of this community, and it's shut down a lot of the discussion that we had.
Yeah, but okay, but let's put it in perspective. If it wasn't Godless, it would have been somebody else, and it was Desire first that kind of brought it to its attention, which actually, if you look at the positive aspect of it, if it had not Desire brought it to our attention, there could have been a lot more ramifications. It could have been a lot worse. Now, I know that's a pretty awkward way to look at it, and I'm not diminishing by what he did at all, and he is permanently for a band. But the bright side of it was that it is brought to our attention before one of these other people that are doing these kind of malicious things made it 10 times worse, because obviously somebody was just in the hangout impersonating to be her. So we do know that somebody definitely has been impersonating Godless Girl and been sniping hangouts under that name. We just have about verification of that, like I've been saying earlier. People are like, well, we don't know if it's her or not. Well, we do know. I believe very strongly it wasn't her, and then obviously somebody's in the live feed pretending to be her. That's not her. So I mean, I think my opinion, my objectively way I've looked at this and the evidence I've gotten is substantiated. But I think maybe you're right, Fiona, that maybe Godless doesn't fully understand or want to know the ramifications. Maybe it's something in time. I don't know, but I do think Tony is being a little harsh, but I understand Tony Hooper saying that she's more willing to. She just wants to save her own ass. Again, not inconsistent with Godless Girl's nature, but she's not lying, and that's the difference. She is telling the truth.
That's fine. I kind of agree with Tony on this, and I agree with you as well. I get it. Okay, let's not crucify her for something she didn't do, but it still doesn't change her general demeanor, which is still going to be negative to most viewers. So now, if Godless doesn't play her cards right, this is still going to end up being detrimental to her and end up getting her banned in the community anyway for one reason or another. She's on thin ice.
But better than being underwater, right?
Yeah, that's all we just did. We just saved her from drowning, but it's up to her whether to keep treading on this thin ice or not.
I can't do anything more. Nor can anybody else. I mean, this is her lifeline. She can take it or not.
Yeah.
You know.
For some reason, I was honest and I said, yeah, I feel guilty, but I more regret it out of the reaction I'm getting. And I say that, but people hear, oh, I don't feel guilty at all.
No, I don't think that.
I'm not hearing that.
No,
I'm not hearing
don't
that.
feel guilty at all. We're just saying, okay, the reasoning behind that isn't necessarily the best.
No, Hannah, you did say that.
Yeah, you kind of did, Hannah.
I'm not. Did I say that I denied saying that? I'm saying I'm also contending that the reasoning behind what she said wasn't necessarily the best. I have an opinion of her.
I see that.
Not going to change.
Yeah, I see what Hannah's saying. I do. I really honestly do. But at the same time, I'm pointing out that this is consistent with the Godless Girl that we know. I mean, so that's a whole different argument later on, right?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, so we can discuss that at another time about the that kind of stuff. But I mean, the fact remains is that Godless is being more honest here than she probably has been in a very long time, and that had this not happened, I don't think she would have ever been this honest. So I take that in consideration.
Godless is a troll, but she has been honest about a lot of things before. Like she's to the point where to a fault sometimes she's been brutally honest. But she does troll, and that follows her around. And this is a prime example of that. So Godless, you gotta, I love you, Godless, but you gotta clean up on that.
Yeah, I think really what we're saying is that you're a convenient fall guy for whoever it is that's doing this.
Yeah, and I would like to get to the bottom of that. Again, I can't now because they're banned from my hangout, or they're banned from the live feed. I understand why you banned them, Hannah, but I couldn't glean any. I wanted to get maybe information about their pattern of speech, what they're writing, words they were using, but I can't get any information.
I've seen this particular Godless Girl plenty of times, so I can probably spot her a lot easier now that I know that she's doing this particular instance. Because if you saw, I don't know, yeah, you can't see it, but essentially any question that was directed, she would answer in how do I say it, like childish 12-year-old manner. So think of Gman's type of writing, except occasionally she puts something. Yeah. But it's not necessarily.
You're using the term writing loosely, aren't you?
Awesome Avenger says, whoever Godless Girl is, I'm betting she likes you talking about her. I don't know, Godless Girl, do you like us talking about you? Because I don't think you're probably enjoying this too much.
Godless Girl, what did you write? What the fuck did you say, you fucking little bitch?
Wait, that's not me.
No, it's not her.
Oh god,
it's a brand new one. Don't bump him. Don't bump him, Hannah.
No, I'm not. They created another channel. Yeah, they created another channel. This is pretty funny. See? Let's go. I'm curious. Can we invite them into the hangout? Well, no, we shouldn't. It's probably gonna snipe, but. Exclusion language has never been used before on this earth. Mark my fucking words. Well, at least you've graduated from 12-year-old to 16. Now you just have to fucking graduate.
I like this. Yeah.
Person can spell.
Yeah, they're literate. I know. I'll have you know, I graduated the top of my Navy SEALs and involved in numerous secret raids in Al Qaeda and over 300 confirmed kills. I'm trained in guerrilla warfare and the top sniper in the U.S. Armed Forces. Oh my God, this is Arcane Logos.
I believe him.
Yep, that's it. The fake Godless Kefir is loving this shit.
You get away with saying that shit to me over the internet, 420.
I mean, it's like pretty definitive vindication here.
There are some strange people in this community. I should know
well,
one of them.
If you really want to get it Inception-like, maybe the Godless that's in here is the fake one, and maybe they went through voice lessons.
Oh no, I already checked it out, Steve. It just so happens that Godless has just so happens to be subscribed to you and Fiona only.
We know. Yeah, it's not odd.
Now
Except
that's odd, isn't it? That is really odd.
yeah.
No, I mean he knows that we're gonna check out the channel, so he wants you to know what he's looking, who's he targeting.
No. The Fiona and I were actually there's somebody impersonated us, and they used our icons, and they probably went to our channel to get the icons and just subbed.
Yep, but it's letting you know.
I knew something was wrong. I knew something was wrong with that profile the second I saw it talking about 420 and blazing up. I'm like, Godless don't smoke weed. This ain't Godless.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if
Godless, who's the kiddo? Not the real Godless. Sorry. Who's the kiddo this person is referring to? I'm interested now.
So you see, I would have known that about Godless. I didn't know if she smoked pot or not. Psycho, you know it better. But I know. You're not a pothead, Godless?
Oh, I've done a lot of hard drugs, but I'm sober now. But marijuana's too mild for me because of the hard drugs I've done. But I have 4 months sober.
Oh, congrats.
Smiley face. Okay.
Yeah. Psycho smokes copious amounts of pot. There's no question about that.
Yeah. Well, I defer to the experts, and I defer to you on that.
I'm guilty as charged.
But I
strongly condone the legalization of all marijuana everywhere.
I'm pro legalization of it too, but I don't smoke it. I really can't stand the stuff. But anyways, that's just me. But so obviously, the person that's in my side chat, obviously would be the same person that's been going around sniping people. So this is your actual criminal that's been breaking the Great Debate Community guidelines that we all kind of unofficially know that you don't do certain things, and vandalization of a hangout is definitely one of them. Along with blocking people internally, that's something to get you booted, but at least you come back, right? That's so funny.
Godless, can you scream Shamos, please, as confirmation?
That is.
I haven't heard from Shamos in a long time. Anybody heard from him since his little quote-unquote trip he's supposed to be taking?
He was in my neck of the woods, but
he comes around every not my channel, but he goes around DC or.
He was in New York supposedly.
Yeah, I know, but he's been missing. Yeah, he's been missing for like a week or so. He said he was about to sail up here, towards the northeast, and nobody's. Well, I don't know. Nobody's heard from him since then.
Little background.
About a week or so.
He went on Debate Coliseum and screamed at Deidre, Holy Spackle, for like a half hour, and he claimed that he was going on this wild and amazing sailing trip by himself, mind you, which is very dangerous.
That's true.
Yeah.
And then he said it was going to take a 10 trip, but here's something you need to understand about Shamos. The dude can sail, like he's really good. Like he used to boast about it a lot, but like he really can. So I have all faith in him. Plus he has all the safety equipment that he would ever need on his ship. So
I don't doubt that. Yeah, I don't doubt that. I know he goes sailing for quite some time, extended period of time. And by the way, Tony, I'm not gonna. I can't convince you, Tony Hooper. I understand where you're coming from. I think we have to agree to disagree on it, Tony. That he's just not going to forgive you, obviously. Godless.
Godless, just a heads up. There's at least 3 that I've got open right now. The fake Godless Girl accounts. One from before, and the one that I blocked, and the one that's live right now. That's talking in this.
Well, at least that's the person that has 211 accounts.
It's the same. It's usually the same MO. Either they're subscribed to both Steve and Fiona, or.
So there's a couple different accounts that are subscribed to both of us.
There's one that's subscribed. There's 2 that's subscribed to both of you. There's one that doesn't have any content whatsoever, like nothing, no subscriptions.
Yeah.
So clearly, when I banned the first time, he just really quickly made a different account.
See, there's no pattern here. There's no words I can glean who this person is. It's pretty generic.
Yeah.
I mean, except for the whole sniping.
Computer, just nothing better to do.
I think I'd rather err on the side of charity.
Me too.
He knows Mark Thomas very well, or at least his style of argumentation.
Charity's not extended to Mark Thomas. No.
No. I'm referring to the Godless in the side chat, on the live chat. Sorry, he has a disapproved mental state.
Oh, good grief.
What I think the real pressing question in the room is who asked Fiona out on a date?
I know, doesn't she
Hey,
look
I was
amazing?
drunk and lonely and didn't realize she was married. What do you want?
What have I missed?
It was
I have no idea what you're talking
Look at
about.
your dress, look at your hair, girl. You got it going
It was
on.
me, Jungle Jargon. I'm in the chat. Will you go with me? Fiona, you're very attractive.
Yeah.
I love you, Fiona. I love you. We go to the Amazon together and we can go
I've
hunt
only got one
pythons.
word to say to you. One word to say to that lot. Carrots.
They're plants. I copied that down. I
Quick,
noted that.
somebody write that down.
I wrote that down.
Fiona, let me plant my seed in your garden.
Well,
great revelation.
Here's the problem with that. Here's the problem with that Jungle Jargon. You know, just in case you didn't know, dead things don't breed. So brain dead things, I'm assuming, don't breed either.
I'm
kidding.
I have to agree with that.
So this Godless that's in the live feed. Maybe they want to tell us why they've been impersonating her in sniping hangouts. Maybe we can kind of.
That'd be nice if they were actually.
Since we know that it's not the real Godless.
Yeah.
Sorry, go ahead.
If they would like to actually have the balls to own up, or at least explain.
No, they're not going
because it would be nice.
It would be nice, but they're not going to.
Yeah, they have no cojones. They're ballless.
I suspect that it might be somebody that we don't really know that well because they don't come and hang out, and they're always one of those losers.
If you notice, I just started comparing the channels side by side. Your icon is actually slightly different in each one. The sizing is different and the resolution is different.
Yep.
So that's they just
that might be a way of getting around this to put
something
a
else
sneaky watermark in your own icon.
But
you guys hear?
Yes.
I suspect that it's not somebody we really know well, and it's just one of those losers hangouts, but is just always hanging out in the live chat.
First of all, I want to reiterate what Fiona said. I erred on the side of caution before I even validated that this Godless Kafir in the live chat is obviously not her. So I was correct about that, obviously. Because I didn't come to this decision lightly. But anyways, he says, I'm a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do if I caught one. I just do things.
That's from what's it called, The Dark Knight.
Is it? Yeah, that sounds familiar.
Yeah, that's what Joker says. He's like a dog.
Introduce a little anarchy, upset the established order, and everything becomes chaos. I'm an agent of chaos.
It just legitimately doesn't know what the fuck it's saying. It's fine.
Yeah, so. Anyways.
An engine of chaos. He's full wee cars all crashing into each other. Sorry, was that a bit too Glaswegian for you all?
Yeah, I don't know what the hell that was.
Probably someone who's more closely related to your circle, like Steve and Fiona, instead of like the
Joker
or the other kind of world,
Listen, the only circle that they're part of, if you ask me, is a circle jerk.
Is it sad that I know what their quote was the moment I read it?
Well, same with the introducing of anarchy. That was the Joker too.
Yeah, I'm just quoting Joker still. Come on, be original.
Yeah. Anyways, so yeah, he's just quoting
nonsense.
I've actually thought up a reasonable punishment for Godless Girl for this one.
Any times are up.
Are you ready for this? You have to go into a hangout with true empiricism, and you have to remain polite all the way through.
Oh, that's brutal. I wouldn't wish that on my worst enemy.
That is brutal, isn't it?
Well, I get along with them, not through empiricism, but creationism. Like, I get along with Arcane and Gman because when they're in a hangout, I don't know why anybody's trying to have a serious conversation with them. So I just align with them, and I just start defending younger creationism.
Well, I get it. I can get along with true empiricism and Gman just fine, so I understand.
Steve, did you get that link that I sent you?
No, sir.
The look of disdain that you have.
Where's the link at?
Somebody said, by the way, that was mean of me.
I sent it in Hangouts, and I think you're G+.
It was mean of me to suggest you had to do that.
basically, I had a conversation with Veckel in which
I saw that. Yeah.
I got him. I got him to say that porn bombing Matt Slick is not as bad as enslaving him for the rest of his life, him being his slave. Like that hypothetical scenario, he thinks that porn bombing is worse.
What?
You know what? I think I know who this Godless Kafir person is, and I'm gonna put it. I'm gonna put it actually in the internal.
Really? Oh,
Yeah.
how do you know?
Because they had a tell.
Oh, Fiona, I sent you the timestamp.
I had my suspicions too, Steve.
Okay, but this is. I'm gonna post you guys something in the internal chat. This is,
Oh,
okay, that's fine. Just hang on, guys. I'm gonna post Fiona. I want you to look at this. Don't say any names, but read the last two letters of this and tell me if that doesn't sound like this person. That's something that was written in a Google post.
Yeah, but that was written here too, so I mean.
Right. I know that, but I mean, so who writes that out?
You know.
That person that I mentioned is the only person that actually writes that actual phrase out.
Yeah,
Right.
but everybody knows that.
Exactly. So it's
Yeah, but that's still.
So therefore, they could be doing that to make you think it.
Oh, you think somebody's that clever?
yeah, that I
Yeah.
would in my position if I were
Not clever. I wouldn't say clever. Devious.
devious, absolutely devious.
Yeah, devious, sly, sleek it, underhanded.
That might
Yep.
be true because this person I'm thinking of, he's not smart enough to do any of this.
Yeah, that's what I thought as well.
And he kind of
Not smart enough.
knows when the end of a joke
Oh,
is coming.
What did Mark Taylor just say? Mark, why do you elaborate? Oh, the smiley face. Yeah, that's actually what I was thinking. That Mark Thomas is the. See, people caught on too. Yeah, he's the only person. He's the only person that writes out the word smiley face.
Yeah.
Mark Thomas.
He trolled my live chat tonight.
Of course he did. Of course he. I saw that. I was just like, give me Spanner. I'll just ban him already. God.
I couldn't. The spanner wasn't working. I had to phone Cliff Jumper at home and say, "Get your arse into the live chat. You're the only one with a spanner."
So they're actually impersonating Mark Thomas too. This is weird.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't think he would care that much, even if he did brought it to his attention. Huh.
Yeah, this is the Godless that just posted. That's the real Godless.
Yeah, but it's just like Gman wouldn't do that to me. Oh no.
Yeah.
That's
And
the
by the
real
way,
Godless.
don't think that Gman wouldn't do anything to you. Because it's his purpose. He will.
Gman loves me.
Yeah.
Yeah, I know, Tony. It's just something I pointed out that I caught it. Because Mark Thomas is a troll, but Mark Thomas wouldn't be smart enough to pull this off. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
I can say that person responsible for
That's pretty good, actually.
definitively perpetrating said crime or whatever.
Have you been pausing? Have you been practicing her vocalized pausing and her strange intonations?
Me,
Yeah.
but I didn't
Does it really require practice at this point?
being in my own hangout.
Yes,
Go ahead.
but yes.
Her cadence
what
is
you
very
don't,
odd.
what you don't do, and what you do.
That's a rational theist, obviously.
Yep.
Yeah, I mean you don't do because the premises.
Chris has his court over. I let's get a quick adjournment on this, and we can talk about anything we want. My personal ruling, although I'm not the judge of this, but my personal thing for the court is that Godless Girl has not been sniping hangouts. She has been impersonated. She has contrition. She is remorseful for sniping Wolf. She understands the ramifications of her actions, and she understands that Wolf probably won't unblock her for a very long time. But Wolf forgave her, so if Wolf has forgiven her, the least we can do is follow suit and show a little bit of charity here. I'm just calling out to people to be a little bit of charity on her. and see what happens. And again, this is her lifeline. Take it or leave it. So
Yeah.
that's my ruling. If you guys want to agree with that or disagree with it or just abstain, say it now. Forever hold your peace.
Abstain.
I'm holding.
Well, I think
I am
Steve could be.
holding my very own piece right at this minute. No,
think Steve should
I
be,
Hang on, Tom. Go ahead, Fiona.
I said I've got a firm grip on my piece at the moment. I think I'm agreeing with Steve here, cautiously, because I like to be charitable, but I've been burned before.
Mm-hmm. What about you, Tom?
Well, I was just going to say that, I would applaud Steve's approach because, in this community, skepticism and rational thought is pretty much, I think, what we're after. And Steve didn't jump to any conclusions. He actually made it a point to hear out Godless. And I think the fact that the real perpetrator in the chat has made themselves, put themselves out in the open because they knew the chick is up. I think that's the kind of thing that we need more of here. So I think Steve did the right thing, absolutely. And to all the other people that said for sure that it was Godless, it would appear that you were wrong.
Thank you, Tom. And by the way, and Tony makes a good point. I will give Tony Hooper this. He says, I will continue to block her until the exploit is fixed. I don't think that's a bad precaution for some people, but of course, not for everybody. I think we should be able to trust her more. But if people at least want to wait till the exploit is fixed, I don't think Godless is going to have an issue with that. Would you, Godless?
No, I understand. Well, I mean, I don't want people to block me, but I understand if they do.
Yeah. Okay. And so there might be some people that'll wait till the exploit fixed. But at least you know what I'm thinking. He did say until the exploit is fixed, which means I think people even like Tony are willing to maybe welcome you back in the community. Once obviously they know that this exploit's done. But anyways, Psycho, what say you? Psycho fell asleep on me. He's toking.
He's away from keyboard.
No. I'm going to say this. This is a joke, but Psycho's going to get it because I was listening to the DZ. He's out. He's out. What it was he's out taking a. Oh no shit. He's smoking the bong. I don't know how to say it. Fuck.
You darn kids be smoking on the reefer.
No. Hitting the pipe. No.
Well,
He's hitting the pipe.
Yeah, it's interesting you say that because Darwin's deity said that.
I know. That's why I said it.
Yeah.
Oh, don't even mention his name, please.
Somebody.
You're gonna summon him. If you say it 3 times, he's gonna come in here.
By the way, everybody who's listening, quick plug, go subscribe to Darwin's Greatest Hits. There's
love his channel.
Yeah, love it. It's fantastic. Sorry.
Yeah, Darwin's Greatest Hits. But yeah, no, I say he's out hitting the pipe because that's what Darwin said is a stereotype for black people. And I was like, I heard them talking about it on DC Coliseum today. I'm like, what the fuck? I was like, are you serious?
Horrible.
It was fucking ridiculous.
He's terrible.
But anyways, I wanted Psycho to comment on that. That was funny though. Sean, what say you, real quick?
Real quick, I just wanted to say, you're welcome, Godless, for basically helping you, get in touch with Steve, and I already said it once or twice. I generally like you. Yes, you're a troll, and yes, sometimes you frustrate a few people. Gus.
Gus, you're
yep.
a virgin, Gus.
Yeah, pretty much. But and on a serious note, you weren't the only one that kind of took the hit for this. Me and Simon also took a little bit of a hit for this, and if people don't want to trust you or unblock you, I mean, that's just going to have to come with the territory and with time. I mean, time heals all wounds. That's why I kind of been staying away from Google Hangouts unless Steve invites me or Nadia invites me for whatever reason. But I believe you. I don't think you've done it. I've defended you every single time. You can ask Steve. I've defended you almost every single time that something's come up like this. So you're welcome.
Yeah, he has. Thank you, and thank you, Sean.
So I want to say thank you to Steve for going out of your way to try to get me, to clear up my name and everything. And I want to say that, don't let any of my future bad behavior reflect badly on Steve, because he's just defending me on this one incident. He's not trying to defend my character overall. But I mean, I also wanted to say that I'm a troll, but I'm not a bad person. And the last thing I want to say is, you guys probably won't like this, but I gotta give some credit to the fake Godless Girl that like out-trolled me, who's the best troll on G+.
spoken like a true troll. Yeah, no, I mean, whoever did this, I will admit, they really did a good job, except they got caught, and they got caught because people were willing to not just accept things at face value and look into them. Because I guarantee it, if it would have been in like different situation, nobody would even look past this. They would have been like, oh yeah, Godless did this all, fucker, whatever, blah blah blah, and nobody would have investigated this further. I guarantee that would have happened. So they were a good troll, don't get me wrong, but they weren't good enough.
Has anybody noticed that Mark Thomas? Oh, nope, never mind. I was about to say. I was about to say, Godless. Have you ever noticed that that Mark Thomas and the fake Godless Girl are never in the chat at the same time?
They are in the same chat at the same time.
Yeah, now it's too late.
No, but you can switch profiles and still remain on the same page.
Mark's not that smart.
Log in from 2 different computers. I mean, that's easy too.
What Godless?
The fake Godless repeated what I said to them.
Yeah.
Complicate. And thank you, Godless, by the way. I really like what you just said, by the way. I'm not defending Godless for any other actions or any actions that she might do. And I love the fact she pointed that out. That was very astute. I'm not condoning any behavior that she's done, past, present, or future. This is a single, incident thing. But I like to think that we were all very fair on this, and maybe she'll take it to heart, and I do think she's appreciative of it, and that's cool. I like that. So, but I mean, 3 weeks from now she'll probably be bitching about maybe something else, and that's fine. It is what it is, right?
I think Mark and the fakes, Godless Girl, might be having a little smiley face fight.
I think we made a love match, a love connection.
Yeah, they're getting along so well.
Yeah.
I'm a fucking unicorn.
Fucking. Who says fucking?
Fucking unicorn.
Oh my goodness! It's what's his name? Stizard. No, it's not Stizard. Fucking you! I'm fucking you.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's pretty weird watching Mark Thomas and the fake Godless actually have a conversation. It's really strange.
I have to keep mousing over the other Godless to make sure that it's.
Well, let's see. What do I look for here? Oh, the 0. Okay, so I'm just gonna look at the 0 subscribers. So.
Because they just made this account like freaking 5 minutes ago. It's fucking suck.
I mean, God, it's got to be at least a little bit flattered that somebody's gone out of their way this much to try to fuck you over, right?
Do we fuck now?
What's that?
She said, "Do we fuck now?"
Do we fuck now?
This person and Mark Thomas getting along a little too much. Do we fuck now?
Yeah, I'm flattered. I'm not always a troll. Sometimes I have serious debates, and sometimes people get upset at me because I defeat them.
No, I know you do. And I've seen them. And I think
the Isaiah one?
I didn't see that one, but I know this. Every time you come into my room, you really do want to have you do ask legit questions, and you've never trolled Fiona. I've never seen that, and I don't think you would. When you ask Fiona a question, I think you really do want an answer, or to understand something.
Right.
I get involved in any conversation that is honest.
The problem is that Fiona's answers are too hard to understand.
I'm sorry.
Fiona. I sometimes, I've done that before where I know what Fiona's trying to say, and I try to break it down even easier, and hopefully I get it right, because, I mean, a lot of the subjects we do talk about do go over a lot of people's heads, no question about it.
Who asked you out, Fiona?
Do you have a stalker, Fiona? A flatterer? I mean, you have suitor,
it's
even though
almost
you're
like
married?
she has a husband or something. It's so strange.
Is this because I get my hair done?
Yeah, and you've got like a necklace and a nice dress on. Look at you, girl. You flat.
Nice dress. It's a t-shirt that's too small.
I got my hair did.
No, it's a t-shirt that's too small for me. The necklace I made myself.
Oh God, that's even better.
Yeah, that's.
I made the beads and the pendant out of clay. The whole thing is handmade.
Oh my God!
And,
do you want to?
I did my hair because my roots were down to here.
Do you guys want to know something? This is the fake Mark Thomas too.
What?
This Mark Thomas is fake.
Oh yeah, I saw that. Hey Steve, do you want me
It's
to?
not even. Oh god, you're right. Oh god damn it.
I know.
See, this is what I tell you. They're just logged onto a different computer and he's literally talking to themselves.
No, I don't think so. I think it could be. It literally could be, or it could
Zero
be.
subscribers. Although having
It could be
said
two.
that,
There could be more people. There could be more than one person involved. You know, like the Pal Talk Power Ranger type thing. You know.
Oh.
The Rangers.
Let's see if they type something down at the same time, I'll be more impressed. Not necessarily that they don't have two computers logged in, but you know, more credibility towards that theory.
Hey Steve, do you want to invite Druss?
Druce, yeah.
Yeah, I got him.
Yeah, I got him.
I'm kidding.
Okay, never mind.
No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding.
Yeah, don't give the link out. I don't want anybody to have the link. Now there is ways of finding out the link, but I'm not going to tell people how to do it. But
Yeah, there is. I found
What
that out.
about me? Invite me too.
Oh my god. When you were you were impersonating Nadia, you forgot.
You said when you're in prison. I was like, wait a minute, what? When you're in prison.
Tom, you forgot the most important part of Nadia's speech.
Go ahead.
Yep, exactly.
Oh, I got it. It just got talked over.
Oh, okay.
Prison
Didn't
bitch.
I
Not
thought
prison
you
bitch.
told me a while ago that she was having a
Not
show
prison
or
bitch.
like some hangout once a week that was to ask laypersons questions about science. Didn't she say something like that?
For being a prison bitch? What?
Sorry, can you guys hear me okay?
Yes.
Yeah.
Well, Fiona's away from the computer now. I thought she told me like a month ago that she was going to start a hangout once a week with Hogtie where they ask laypersons
Science
questions about
bitches.
science.
It's called Science Bitches. She just had an episode like yesterday or the day before or something like that.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, the Zika virus. Which I only caught a part of. Did you have one on ERVs yet? Did I miss it?
What?
Did she have one on ERVs yet? Did I miss that one?
I haven't watched every single one. I might have missed it too.
I'm trying to get Druce in here. For some reason, it's not coming up.
Prison
DR
bitch.
It's
Not
DRUSS, right?
DRUSS.
That's why I asked you. I had my finger on the trigger.
The legend.
How are you going to get him in here?
The legend.
Oh, you just if you go to the external chat, you can add them through there too.
Yeah, go ahead and do it.
All right.
But how do you know if it's the real one? Dun dun dun.
Because it'd be the only one in the circles.
Oh my god, look, the fake
Try to
Godless
create
posted
drama,
like
damn it! Don't kill the mood.
fake Godless posted like a page comment on your G Plus page, Steve, about this hangout.
You gotta admit, committed. Absolutely committed.
You keep referring to fake Godless. Don't you mean the one that's in the room? I mean, come on. We can't believe her all the time. Seriously. I'm just kidding.
This person has like impeccable like spelling and grammar.
Oh
And
god, I'm
information.
tempted to say that jungle jargon is not the real jungle jargon, but then I look at it and it's like, no, wait, no, it is.
That's definitely him.
That's definitely him.
Would you even know if it's a fake jungle jargon or a real one?
Oh no, there's definitely ways that he types out things that you can definitely tell it's him. Unless somebody like copy pastes things he said in the past, I guess.
Is my feed stuck on Fiona's?
I'm looking at her right now. I think it is.
Yes, it is.
Oh, okay.
It's not.
I don't know why I have her white boxed.
I mean, it's not a bad looking couch.
By the way, for you guys who don't know, I love Windows 10. Oh my God, this is like the best operating system for Windows I've seen to date. So just throwing that out
You're the
there.
first person I've heard say that.
It's
You
really
garbage,
good.
Steve. You garbage.
I like it. I like it a lot, actually.
You garbage. Try operating on Windows 7, bro. Then come back to me.
Yeah, seriously.
I like Windows 7, but I'm finding Windows 10 to be better. Why? Okay, what Windows version? Who said that? What Windows version do you like? And you say Vista, I'm going to kick you out.
No, Vista is garbage as well.
funny
Vista.
thing, I was just about to say Vista.
So which Windows do you think is the best version of Windows? And I like
Linux is the best version of Windows.
Which one?
I'm just kidding. Linux is the best version of Windows.
Yeah, well, I like 3.11, but that wasn't a real Windows version. It was just
it wasn't.
An overlay.
Honestly, there were some Windows 8 versions that were out there that were really good and had a very decent like operating system with its firmware, for instance. But like whenever Windows updates started going like haywire back, I think it was like 2010, 2011, I want to say roughly. Those like it was like updating like every 2 weeks because they were trying to patch up System32 files like every other week basically because people kept messing up. Yeah, it was just ridiculous for a long time. That's why everybody kind of had like a bad taste in their mouth over Windows 8 for a long time.
It was basically down to what they call root viruses, which is viruses that operate at a kernel level.
There was this weird virus that had came out. I'm glad you mentioned that. That actually had specifically attacked System32 files, which was it was called Trusted Installer. I'm pretty sure maybe somebody may have heard of it.
Trusted Installer was not so trustworthy.
No, it wasn't. It was a virus specifically designed to attach itself to System32 files to where you couldn't edit them, nor could they be acted upon. So basically, when your Windows is starting up and it's trying to start up a program file that Trusted Installer hasn't attached itself to, basically your Windows won't even show up, and if it runs long enough, it'll attach itself to all System32 files, and you can never turn your computer back on. So
wow.
Yeah, I actually had that virus.
Christopher wrote it. He said that he thinks 8 is the worst, lower than ME even. ME was horrible.
Was pretty bad. Yeah.
And how was Windows 8 worse than ME?
No, I disagree with that.
Yeah, Christopher said I think I like Windows 7. Don't get me wrong. I think Windows 7 was the best, but I mean, so far with Windows 10, I think I'm liking it better. I do like it. So
the only thing.
Is he talking to General Jargon? What the fuck is he saying?
I know, right? He's just like preaching, I guess. But my biggest complaint with Windows 10 was that basically it was like, hey, we're going to create this new interface. We've got to move towards the future. Let's think. What's the biggest, hottest thing out there right now? Tablets.
Android, yeah.
Let's make tablets, but computers.
Well, I can see what they did. I mean, they're trying to make it a cross-platform, so there's a similarity between all the tablet form and Android and other things that are very similar. So I mean, I got the gist of that because this is going to be the last one that they wanted to do, I guess.
Yeah, I'm gonna give them credit for user functionality. Like they made an A+ in that field, no question about it.
I'm actually going to put. I'm trying Linux Mint out right now.
Mm-hmm.
I'm just using it as a virtual machine,
mm-hmm.
but I think I'm going to put it as a dual boot at some point.
Yeah. It's probably best.
Careful if you've got a new machine and you've got what's called a GPT partition as opposed to a FAT partition or an NTFS partition, because
seriously, could you bring this down to a technical level of keyboard, mouse?
Essentially, what he's saying is that you have two operating systems on one hard drive or a standard disk drive, basically, is what he's saying.
I'm going to be using Easy.
I've got that. I've got Windows 7 that works sometimes and Windows 7 that doesn't work sometimes. That's my two operating systems.
What's really strange about that is that Windows 8 has had more updates than Windows 7. Can y'all believe that? That's crazy, right?
I'm going to be using Easy. You guys use Easy BCD?
Mm-mm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right.
Did you see that comment somebody left? What would you call a working Windows 10? Windows 7?
Yeah, that was funny.
I like that one.
Quote unquote.
I have to say it as a technical person, because it's what I do for a living. It's a pretty okay operating system.
I've had no problems with it yet. Minor. I mean, for example, I don't know why my Blender 2.77 doesn't work with the OpenGL 2.1 when I know it supports it, but my Blender 2.76 does. Weird.
See, what's good about having Linux as like a backup OS is that most of these sourced games that you were talking about a couple days ago, Steve, remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, they come out on Linux first before they come out on Windows.
Mm.
Oh yeah, I believe that. I mean, Linux is the ultimate as far as stability.
Like Ultima 7, I think they're working on right now. Like a group out of California is working on sourcing Ultima 7, I think, for Linux. Plus, there's a couple of Steam games that they work on constantly.
I just like having multiple operating systems. I like the Linux Mint. It's not bad. I couldn't get Ubuntu Studio working for some strange reason. I got it working once, and then I couldn't ever get to do it. I don't know what I did to make it work. So because Studio had a lot of mixing stuff and had a lot of video editing that I wanted to play around with.
Did you start it from the application file?
I started it as the ISO from a VM.
Huh. That's weird.
The problem is after I started it, I got it to work, and then I was going to install it as a file in the virtual machine, and it only allocates 8 gigabyte, and you need 8.1 or something to install it. So I didn't figure out.
You can use.
I know you can dynamically change it.
Yeah.
What's that? Yeah, you can dynamically
change the size of the disks.
Right, but I didn't know at the time, and so I exited to delete it to start over with giving it a higher drive space initially, and I just was never get back in. It keeps giving an error message saying SMS bus not initialized. Please reinstall or upgrade BIOS. And I know what the error message is, and the workaround for it worked the first time, but not ever again.
Can I just make one point very, very quickly, because I think this is quite important. I think Fiona now feels a little bit like I feel when she starts talking about genetics.
Isn't it great? Isn't it great? She can sit there and go, "What the fuck are you guys talking about?" Yeah.
You bastard.
Yeah. This is called revenge, Fiona. Revenge.
Revenge.
Yeah, it's a dish best. Wait, Fiona. Revenge is a dish best served in Linux.
And Linux.
I heard something talk about the BIOS, and the only thing I know about BIOS is you can flash it.
Basic input-output instruction.
Yeah, you can flash your BIOS apparently. I would be scared of getting arrested.
You can flash anything.
So many people got that wrong and got a criminal record.
Especially in that shirt, you can flash as much as you want.
Yeah.
Well, I tried to flash BIOS once, but then got in trouble for it. So.
Do you know I've only ever had? It was once my laptop bricked very badly, and once my desktop bricked. And what bricked the desktop was a Microsoft update. Yeah, it was. I don't know if anybody will remember it. That it had to configure 3 parts, and it always got stalled on part 3, and you couldn't even switch your computer off. You had to pull the plug out of the wall socket, and then plug it back in, which then gave you the option to boot into safe mode. Right? That was a nightmare. It took me days. And the other one was, it was the AVG antivirus. There was something wrong with the update.
AVG is really good, but
it just meant that the laptop just kept chuntering on all the time until it got so hot you burned yourself on it. And you can't uninstall it, which means you can't put in the next version of AVG on top.
I literally just got this.
And all AVG said, and it was brilliant, was, well, if you upgrade to our premium edition, we'll give you some phone help.
Yeah, thanks, bitch.
Exactly. And so I can't... my laptop has now got a broken version of AVG on it that tells me that bits of it are missing every time I fire it up. And I can't remove the warning. And I can't put the new one on because it won't install over the improperly uninstalled broken one. And the only way to get my laptop sort of working again, I think I took the battery out of it.
The battery out of it? And what, did you just hard...
it was the same as doing the reboot via pulling the socket out of the wall.
Oh, okay. I thought you meant you just kept the charger, you kept it plugged into the charger, plugged into the wall, and then just
because of the battery in it. The only way was to unplug it from the mains and then take the battery out, so that the whole system would go into a big, massive crash, and then you could reboot into safe mode that way. This is a brilliant solution, this one. When in doubt, just yank the plug out of the wall, and then you're guaranteed to be able to reboot into safe mode.
I've actually just put the best piece of information you'll ever get when you make, when you're doing a computer, because it just means you don't lose your personal files.
I probably managed to overwrite the operating system in the process.
Excellent, excellent, excellent.
Real quick, Hannah, I think we talked about this before, but Dross, have you seen the new Samsung SSD drives that they just came out with? And how amazing they are?
Yeah.
I know quite a lot of Samsung products. I'm not aware of a specific drive.
I think it was, last time I checked, it was 25 or 30 something gig SSD.
Wow.
Oh, are you talking about an SSD or you're talking about
SSD drive? Yeah.
Yeah. No, that doesn't really surprise me. I mean, just the memory chips, and they've actually got the controller on the drives now.
Right.
But 20 years ago, that would have been like Star Trek technology to have a 25 gig, SSD drive. I mean, come on. I mean, back in my day, I mean, if you had 4 megs of RAM, you were like styling. We had 20 megabyte Winchester drives, and they were the size of a suitcase. And things were huge.
Yeah, bro. I'm using my 4 gigs of RAM to go install AOL and get online.
This is how unpolitically correct they were in those days. You had Winchester drives, and then you had smaller drives that were like video cassettes, and they were called a Rappaho. And you always have a Rappaho that was subservient to a Winchester drive.
I don't remember that. I get the Indian gun reference, but I don't remember there actually being drives that like call a Rappaho.
Yeah,
really?
Yeah.
Nobody thought that was a bad idea.
That was about 1984, 85, somewhere in there.
Yeah.
Oh, for goodness sake.
No, I did not know that, but that's...
When I was much younger and much prettier.
Do you know I still have my my Sinclair ZX81 somewhere?
Oh, I have one of those.
A 4 terabyte SSD, CRISPR says. Holy cow, 4 terabyte?
Yep. It's mostly non-production SSD drives. The newer ones that are released for like civilian use, basically, is what it's called. Or like usually, I think the highest one that I've seen that actually in a system that's actually working is like a 50 to like 100.
Well, what would you do with 4 terabytes? I mean, how much information do you think you could possibly use in a home computer?
A lot.
3 terabytes, like fucking nothing.
Yeah, me too.
You do not.
Yeah,
what do you use it for?
I swear to God, don't make me. I'll show you. Like,
I bet you will. I'd rather have Hannah show me. Thank you.
Oh, okay. My bad.
Entirely full.
Of what? I mean, like video files or games?
Stuff.
Stuff.
She's being very cautious on that one.
Totally not like 40 gigs of porn. Nope.
Yeah, she's not.
Who the hell is going to be entertained by 20 gigs of porn? It takes like one video.
Hey, Afghanistan is a lonely place. Afghanistan is a lonely place. Okay.
She's X-copied all of Pornhub.
Do you spit on your hand, or can you afford the lotion?
That depends on how dry it is, I guess.
This thing, I took a turn for the worse. Good thing I don't have as many viewers. I was just going to say, good thing I don't have any viewers anymore. They all left after we adjourned.
I thought you didn't have any viewers because you're a liar. I thought that's what it was.
Well, no, I'm not. See, you got to get it straight. I'm not just a liar. I am the bigged liar.
Biggest liar.
Yeah, you are a liar.
Why are you taking away my status, dude?
Sorry.
I've worked hard for this.
You did.
I had my first run-in with Neffy, which was quite interesting.
Oh, you poor thing.
And you're still sober.
Yeah. No, I was really annoyed. I didn't stay very cool, which was stupid.
Don't feel bad. My first encounter with Arcane, I think I went through half a pack of cigarettes in like 3 hours.
I can believe that.
Yeah. That's when I was still smoking. Jesus Christ.
I got annoyed last time. And Neffy had a hangout. I think it was Thursday or Wednesday. He cut the live feed right as I was coming in.
Yep.
Yeah.
That was the thing on with him, where he basically booted me as Druss, so I went in with my other profile.
Yeah, I remember. I was getting really annoyed. I was just he didn't even answer any of my questions, even off air. He was just like, I gotta go.
Yeah, well, he didn't want to talk about sedimentary layers that aren't flat, does he?
That's the one thing I don't like. Antonio, it's offline. It's off air, sorry. And Antonio is just getting on my case. Like, what do you mean? He doesn't have to have a PhD to know this. I'm like, did I ask him for a PhD? I asked him. Yeah, ask them where are you educated? You know, what did you online? Where are your? Can you show me some resources, like something? He's just like, oh, he doesn't have to show you anything, man. It's like, Antonio, chill the fuck, like, calm down.
How dare you even ask that?
Yeah, like how dare I ask somebody to figure out if he even knows anything about the subject at all? How absolutely outrageous of me.
He knows a fair amount about photography. I'll give him that.
No, he does, and that's why I actually want to join his hangouts when he's not going off the deep end, because I'd like to learn a lot from him. I just can't get there.
Yeah, ignore what I meant to put a link in there. Copy the last thing I typed. Fiona, look at this when I send you in here, but it's just for you. It's just. Sorry.
That's possibly the most surreal sentence I've seen in a while.
Yeah, look, I cut and paste, but it copied and pasted the last thing I had on my my clipboard. So.
Well, what? Who then?
Just look at the link I get. Don't say anything about it. Just look at the link and hang on.
Just stare. That's all you have to do.
Oh, by the way, if you put /MSG space username, you can send a private message.
No, it's not. I'm not hiding it from you guys.
Mm-hmm.
What?
Yeah, isn't that kind of just creepy?
No, what?
It's a super fan. Think of it this way: a super fan.
Okay.
Very super fan.
Into you guys, just far into you.
Ah.
We're like the most two popular people in the community at the moment, it would seem.
No. You're the only people in the community. Nobody else matters.
And no one
at least
else
to this
matters.
person. At least you're the most popular people to this person.
Yeah, well, I'm flattered, but I think that they can have true empiricism can have this person. So
the chill factor needs to be initiated here.
Why is nothing working?
At our age, I've asked the same question. Yeah.
Why is nothing fucking damn it.
I've got it much worse.
Talking of age, how many people were astounded to discover that Matt Bell's younger than me?
Oh, I've always known that.
Many
but
people were astounded.
Yeah, he's 2 years older than me, and I'm like, holy shit. I don't think like 2 decades.
I still don't believe that. I have to see birth certificate.
Birth certificate in hand. Now.
Seriously.
He got it from the same place Obama did, I believe.
Probably. Wouldn't surprise me.
I think I was upset the other day because we were having a hangout late night, and I didn't want to get anything too deep, but we had to be on, God is good is God, whatever. We were talking about prior hangout, and we carried it over, and Matt's like, well, I'm a divine command theorist, so I have something to add to this. Can I get a link? And I'm like, oh, no, I'm not.
Divine command theorist.
No, I am just not.
No.
Oh, boy. Real quick, did anybody else watch the RNC last night? The last RNC in Ohio?
Nah,
I watched it. I watched a little bit of it.
Should I have?
What?
I watched the other main event, which I think was the MMA.
What was the yeah, I'm not going to get into politics, but what you can talk about in a second. But what Fiona? What was it that actually was the final straw that made you boot Fiona? Be boot. True. Sorry.
No. Fiona booting Fiona. It makes sense. We're good.
Yeah, it has to get on. The final
I didn't watch
straw.
it, so. Go ahead.
Well, I suppose it was an accumulation of a lot of screaming over me. But then we got to now you're just being dishonest, and I thought, oh, and I just thought no, and he wouldn't be quiet when I was trying to ask him a question, and he just shouted and bawled and screamed and hollered, and I had a vision in my head of him lying on the floor kicking his heels like a 2-year-old, and I thought, oh, stuff this. So life's too short.
Is he just in Gman and a few other ones? Are they just literally incapable of having a dialogue? I've noticed that every time they get right into their defensive and offensive modes. It's just they'll sit there and throw out all these things that's like, no, that's not what I'm talking. Like Gman the other day, I don't know what the hell he was talking about in a hangout. It's like, no, we're not even. I'm not even referring to any of this, and I don't know why you're talking about this. And even Sean, that guy, Sean, he was a nice guy, but he didn't have his listening ears on for quite a lot of it. I just can't see True ever going into a hangout and, okay, let's talk about this. Okay, yeah, this, okay, and that, and that. He doesn't want to hear anything. As soon as you say, hey, look, your argument's flawed, let's analyze why it's flawed, he doesn't want to hear anything else after that.
Okay.
Another reason why I left last night.
But to be fair, I mean, most of the stuff I've seen on Gman, I mean, it kind of, I mean, the only analogy I can think of, it's a bit like driving down a country road in the United Kingdom. The person that has right of way is the person that drives fastest and loudest.
That's kind of what they do. I mean, whoever can talk over somebody else, that's how you win a debate and a discussion.
Yeah.
I think it's just there's certain, I don't even know how to put it. There's certain ways of approaching particular individuals that are uncommon in society, and I feel Gman and TE are very uncommon people, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
It's
We
not
grant
like
you
you
that.
can just. It's not like I could just talk to you or anybody else in this hangout, and you know, the style of, you know, the discussion will be fairly open, honest, and charitable, and you know, not trying to say that they would be, but when you approach these kind of individuals, it takes a lot of time and patience that I feel is lost rather quickly, and with good reason, obviously. But to get to the meat of the argument takes more time than a hangout would allow. If you can spend 12 hours with
sometimes.
somebody, yeah, well, if you can spend 12 hours with somebody just piece by piece chiseling away at the discussion, you would probably have more success, but I seriously doubt that anybody would want to do that.
Yeah, and I get that, but I mean, okay, if Fiona and True are having a one-on-one, which again, I hadn't watched that part. I got there late.
Yeah, same here, I
And
didn't watch it.
yeah, so I mean, that would be a perfect time for True to be civil, right? That'd be a perfect time to say, okay, look, I have Fiona here. Let's discuss this at a rational, level. We don't need to raise our voices, whatever. And from what I understood, from what Fiona said afterwards, that she kept telling him to basically calm down and slow his roll or put the brakes on, whatever the hell she said. But he just wouldn't let her have a flowing dialogue. Was that the case?
Yeah, and he was shouting with his gain turned up to 11.
Yeah, see, I don't understand why he would do that. It makes no sense to me.
It was impossible. Now, I didn't turn his volume down. I didn't mute him. But even when he was saying something and I said, right, just as an agreement, he lost his shit. Don't interrupt me, blah, blah. What?
Yeah. See, this is what I'm saying. Do we talk to these people anymore? I've already blocked Gman on both my accounts. He's not welcome in my hangouts anymore. I have nothing to do with him. I have no interest to talk to Neffy. I have no interest to talk to True. I will mock them incessantly, but do I really have any reason to actually ever talk to them? I don't think I do anymore.
Yeah. Hannah, did you see my interaction with Ronnie earlier on?
No, I didn't. I came in too late. You guys were already having the after party.
Well, I'll tell you this. Go watch that interaction and then tell me again how I can sit for 12 hours with that.
No. Listen, I'm not. I don't expect you to, nor that you should. Nor that you should.
You know,
this is not something that.
I approached the whole thing as I wasn't dissing an idea, and I was saying, look, this particular argument, there's a bit of a problem with it. So let's see if we can sort the argument out so that it doesn't contain this problem in the beginning. And that was it. In other words, trying to help him with the argument. That was my approach. Let's sort this out. And he just shouted and ranted and raved, and even when I repeated his own words back at him, he shouted, "Straw man."
But
I don't think he knows what straw man is. Sorry, go ahead, Bruce.
I think that this. I mean, I've travelled an awful lot. Barring Southeast Asia and Australasia, I've kind of been pretty much everywhere. And there are certain places you go and you see this kind of fanaticism, this zeal, I have to say, it scares the willies out of me. And it's the kind of thing that you see with certain views that are expressed in sort of, you know, the other side of the, I suppose, the argument.
Mm-hmm.
Is this total zeal. It's not about dialogue. It's about war. You know, we're going to shout you down. We're going to convince the world that our worldview is correct and, you know, unalienable and unalterable, and, you know,
Right.
Right.
and the rest of it.
Right, and I agree with that. They do. It is treated as, you know, this type of I when the only way to win a war sometimes is to not go to war in the first place.
Yeah.
That's at
choose
least in a
battles.
discussion like this. That's where it has to be the foundation. I'm not interested in having an argument with you. I'm not interested in pitting my, you know, ideas or my beliefs against yours and then trying to see whoever's is most logical or whatever. Because then that's where immediately there's no point. You're
Yeah.
not going to get anywhere. Nobody's going to agree on anything.
But Hannah, when it's a matter, okay, when it's not something like a religious debatable issue, when it's something related to science or something like that, when you have literally dozens of people telling you that you're wrong, any rational human being, anybody, regardless of what you believe, would stop and pause and go, "Let me see what they're trying to say." Okay, if I have a deductive argument or something like that, and I have a bunch of experts in logic and critical thinking, ever going, "Hey, Steve, you know your logic is flawed because you have a mistake here, or whatever."
Right.
I'm going to take pause. If somebody says,
Mhm.
"Yeah, DNA doesn't degrade in water," I'm going to take pause. These people do not do that. They do not think to themselves, "Oh, you know what? All these people in the community are wrong, but I'm right because I'm the expert." When they're not, when they have no education whatsoever. So
Right.
that to me is a sign of a person who's not going into a conversation with the intent of having an honest, open dialogue. They're just not.
And
Well,
and
I think
there's another thing as well, which is about intellectual honesty. I have heard everybody in this room, I think, apart from Godless, who I haven't really had anything to do with, sorry, as yet, say, "I don't know."
Well,
Yeah, I
that's
said
just
a
it.
lot.
We're looking at this from our life experience and saying, yeah, this is just the normal thing to do. This is after experiencing everything, you know, meeting different types of people. You know, this is the civil way to approach this. I'm finding it more and more that a lot of these people that we're talking to don't have these experiences. They don't talk to people in normal conversations. They don't have these type of civil, hey, listen, I'm not interested in, you know, this nonsense type of thing. Some people haven't even left their hometown, let alone the state, or gone out to travel and experience different cultures and all that. So from that point of view, I take the stance of, okay, I have to reach them kind of like what Matt Bell does, but I don't take the same approach. I have to reach them from where they are at. They don't have the same life experiences that I do. They don't have the same state of mind that I do. They're approaching this expecting, you know, a dogfight. I have to disarm it, and then we can talk about everything else. But the disarming part takes a long time. It just does.
Yeah, but this logical, okay, this fallacy of division, most people with a little bit of knowledge of fallacies or critical thinking, has ever taken a course in critical thinking or contemporary rhetoric, would be able to point out to him why exactly it's a fallacy of division. And many of them have in his particular argument. He doesn't stop and pause to say, okay, here's the people that have actually know a little bit about the topic. Let them explain it to me why it's a bad argument. He's so defensive, he doesn't want to listen.
Right, because he's in war mode. It's
He's
a
in war mode.
dogfight.
I agree with you. Right.
Right.
But that's what I'm saying. How do you have a discussion with these people when that's the only mode that they know? You cannot. They will not ever learn. True Pearson, and do you know what? Wait, Hannah, do you know what True Pearson said in the live chat? I don't know if you were watching. He said,
when?
Oh, during that Fiona's hangout. He said something like, "Oh well, this will be in a video about this later," kind of thing.
Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
And I said, well, Hogtie Champ already addressed this. That we already know you're going to make a video and you're going to fuck this all up. You're going to take your takeaway from this is zilch.
Sorry, I just read the chat. I get it. I do, and it's not that I disagree with you. It's just my point of view is I'm actually more curious as to how they get to these type of mindsets.
Yeah.
And I want to know why. Because if I knew why, if I understood better where they're coming from, where they're at, how they got there, even if they don't even have to agree with me as far as, a religious point of view or whatever. I firmly do believe that there would be at least a shift in their mindset, which is more than I can ask for. So if it takes time to do that, maybe it's something I'd be willing to do. Maybe it's something that, as a service to somebody who has that kind of life experience, who wants to help somebody else who clearly doesn't, maybe that's something I'm willing to put into. But again, you guys don't, it's not something I would want people to do on a regular basis. It's, in essence, you kind of get jaded after a while, after years of experiencing the same BS over and over and over again. It gets tiring, it gets repetitive, it gets stupid.
And that's why I look for the people that I can actually carry on a conversation with. For example, I mentioned earlier King Matthew 17. People like Tommy and the rest of them will be like, oh, well, Steve just tries to pick out the weakest of the herd and people that aren't scientifically minded. And that's complete misrepresentation. Although, King isn't very scientifically minded, I told him very specifically, I search out honest people. I don't care if you...
He is honest.
Yeah, and he is honest. Yeah,
He really is.
I was really impressed by him. I was so impressed by him, and I completely have taken him out of the Clan Corrupt policy. He is not a member of that. He really, disagree with him all you want. Yeah, I do because he's a young creationist, but he's a nice guy, and he really, if he was presented factual information and he could evaluate it properly, I think he would accept it. I do.
Well, that's what I did last. That's what I did last night with him. I showed him Jericho, which is a really good example because it's a biblical city. So that grabbed his interest, and he was actually really fascinated by what I was telling him about Jericho and the age and how we can tell that age and etc. etc. Then I showed him Hayok, which is in Anatolia in Turkey, which is another very ancient town. And I told him what that town was, why it was there, why it became so successful. And he was going, wow, can I have links to this? I gave him links to it. And then I showed him some stuff about the Japanese, specifically the Gman, which again is another very ancient culture that we've got a huge archaeological record for. And I said, just look at these, evaluate the information. I'm not saying that your view of the world is wrong. I'm just saying that from what I see in this time period here that you want to put it, it didn't happen. Which is the flood.
I told him the same thing. We had talked a little about, and again, geology is my weakest area of science. Everybody knows I know very, very little about geology. A tertiary understanding, I would say, literally freshman college at best, high school even.
I'm probably high school myself, if I'm honest.
Yeah, it's not an area that I do much study in it.
I wasn't even educated in high school about that, so I'm even lower than you guys.
Yeah, I could cursory. But anyways, I try to understand. I explain to him the chalk formations of Dover, white chalk Dover, and there's like 350 feet or meters, I don't remember, feet of coccoliths. And so I was trying to explain to him what a coccolith was and a coccolith is for, and I was explaining to him what they were because he had never heard of them. I showed him pictures, and I said, this is all that one material. This isn't a bunch of Rick and seashells. This is all these platings of these coccoliths. And he says, you don't think a flood could have done that? And I was like, well, absolutely not. But if you can show me, if you can think in your head how a turbulent flood would lay down something like this, then I'd be willing to listen. And he's like, well, I can't. And I'm like, well, okay. Try to come up with a way. But if you do think of one, I will evaluate your model because there is no model out there that allows for that, right? You have the only way that these things form are slow moving, shallow water, and of course with a flood you can have fast moving, turbulent water, completely contrary to how we know these things do form.
If I could address Hannah's point about approaching this and trying to find out where people are coming from, that's how I started in 2000.
Oh,
yeah. And after a while, I realised that quite often you couldn't even get where they were coming from because they won't answer your questions. It seems that they think that giving a straight answer to a straight question is somehow a sign of weakness. So they would rather just answer a question with what they think is a gotcha question. And you spend so long trying to find out where they're coming from. It's like trying to knit fog. Or push
That's
jelly or
unavoidable.
pill with your nose. It just, you get to recognise the tells when you're not going to get any decent back and forth conversation. You start to pick up on these tells. And I give people the benefit of the doubt. Even when I see these tells, I still try and give them the benefit of the doubt. And I've been disappointed every time. And I think after a while, you realise that there's no point in getting into an arse-kicking competition with a centipede. and you say, right, I'm not going to try and have this great big long drawn out conversation. We're going to just get straight into the nuts and bolts. Because if with every single person that you have a conversation with, you're going to spend hours and hours and hours just trying to find out what their point is, never to succeed. Or days and days and days. There was one guy, I spent 2 years trying to find out where he was coming from.
Oh, yeah.
And I never did find out.
I
So
think you
you
make a good
get
point
to
on
the
that.
stage, you say enough is enough.
It's not only you just don't even know where they're coming from, but for example, you guys had asked for True, and this was later on, but you had asked him to put his argument in a structured form, right? And say, okay, let me see your abductive argument with your premises and then your conclusion. That's something that I don't think he's even able to do, because if you can't even get to that point where you can formulate the argument in a structured way, it's really hard to know what they're really arguing sometimes, you know?
Exactly. And that is why I said to him, so, are you saying that? And I gave him my understanding of what he said. And rather than saying, well, no, all he did was go, straw man.
Yeah, they don't get that. I've done that before. It's like, okay, I'm not trying to straw man you. I'm just trying to clarify what you are saying so I don't straw man you.
Yeah, but that's all you ever get. But when it gets to the stage where when you repeat their own words back to them and they shout straw man, then you realise that no matter what you say, they are going to call it a straw man just because it's you saying it.
Yes.
And that's when there is no point in spending hours and hours and hours attempting to get to the bottom of something.
Like I said, you might as well try to teach them differential equations. It's going to be the same result.
Well, it's like trying to teach differential equations to a gerbil.
Yep. And by the way, I want to point out...
and I've got some educated gerbils, you know, well, I used to
that's
have.
pretty smart.
Yeah.
I want to put a shout out to...
I'm gonna head out. Thanks for having us.
Godless, you're welcome. I hope things get better for you. Obviously now, you're still able to go to DC, so you'll have your hangouts, and you're welcome in mine. And I hope people take this to heart and watch the video that I made and what you said in here and realize that I think we should be a little more forgiving. And I appreciate you coming in here and being honest and all that. I really do. Okay.
Okay. Thanks. Bye, Fiona.
You take care of yourself now.
I want to put a shout out real quick to Spheroid Earth Society. I've never talked to this gentleman, but he's commented before, and he says, I've been listening to this whole hangout off and on since the beginning, and you guys have made my Friday night a lot better. He said, you commented on a video I commented on yesterday, and that's how I came across your account, and here we are now, really enjoying the commentary and discussion, very intellectual and refreshing. Thank you, Spheroid. Those are kind words, and that's what I want people to take away from my channel. You never hear these things talked about that way as far as True's channel or Neffy's. Nobody's in their right mind is ever going to say, oh, yeah, this was a really great discussion in Neffy's room, or I learned so much from Nephilim Free. It just doesn't happen unless you obviously are somebody that doesn't have an education to begin with. So But thank you. Those are kind words. See, but I like hearing those things, Fiona. I like knowing that I have intelligent people in here that will come into my room and we'll be able to talk about things and explain things and critique things. Like even your hangout, a bit of a critique on it. I like that, and it's just it makes me feel good that there are people out there that listen and that want be entertained and want to learn something rather than what we run across, because the true empiricists in the world they don't want to learn anything. They're never going to learn anything. They're stuck on stupid forever.
Yeah. Well, as somebody said, they're all broadcasting, no receive.
Yeah, they were permanent broadcasts, especially Neffy.
Oh, good grief. Did anybody see his interaction with Matthew Bell? And Matthew Bell said to him, look, do you want to have a discussion about this? And Neffy said, I didn't come here to have a discussion with you. I came here to teach you.
I heard that. Yes, I did.
And that was priceless, because that told you everything you needed to know.
Yeah, he's an arrogant, narcissistic fuck that doesn't know as much as he thinks he does.
But yeah, basically.
See, but I love. Okay, see, I love what the like what's going on in the live feed. Casey, that's not at all what I didn't say or anything implied. So yeah, I'm not even going to address what you just said, Casey. That's completely asinine, completely retarded, and yeah, that's not even remotely what I said or what I was going for. And I realize there's certain people that just can't understand a nuanced discussion or basically what people are going to say, and will get what they're trying to actually say rather than try to make it into something completely different. So there's nothing you can do about it. Hey, Tony.
I don't know. I guess I'm still at that stage where I give a little bit too much benefit of the doubt, perhaps.
Maybe, Hannah. I'm sorry, Tony. What?
Am I making a background noise? Last time we talked, I was making a humming noise.
No, I don't think so. Not a humming noise. You got a little light background, but it's nothing bad.
No, okay, good.
Yeah.
Good. I'm sorry if I come across like I'm being a bit mean to Godless, but and the only reason I've entered is because Godless left, because I couldn't enter while she was in here. Because obviously I've got her blocked.
Mm-hmm.
But it's a case of trust with me. She did it, and she appeared to do it with joy in her heart. And she said herself, there wasn't so much the hangout situation with Wolf that she regretted. It was the backlash that came from her doing it. And she said that a number of times.
Yeah, and I get what she means by that, though. Okay, if you look at it through Godless Girl's eyes, right? Look what happened. She got this information, and Godless is a troll, and she said, you know what? I want to try this out. Whose Hangouts available? And the only one available at the time was Wolf's, and she went in there and she wanted to see if it worked, and she's like, oh my God, it really does work. Boom, 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 snipe, snipe, snipe. And then I think the people in the background were kind of like, oh well, we don't condone this, but this is really funny, and so they were encouraging her. I think there was like 6 or 7 people in the background all saying, oh, she shouldn't be doing this. Oh, watch her do this, and she fell into that groupthink, right? That it was okay to do this, and people were getting a kick out of it, and there's something funny. She wasn't thinking at all the ramifications at the time, and I think a lot of us have been there. In some ways, similar things.
Well, I've got to admit, I've been in a similar situation where, oh yeah, I wonder if this works.
Mm-hmm.
But in that circumstance, if I actually replicate that circumstance into this hangout sniping that's going on, I would have kicked one person. Oh yeah, it works, and that's it. I would not have wrecked an entire hangout.
I know, and I agree with you. I mean, nobody's condoning what she did. Nobody.
Mm-hmm.
But
I mean,
again,
I'm not even entering onto the impersonator line. I'm just dealing with the one event.
Right. What she did was horrible.
Yeah,
I don't know.
We all suspected that it was her that did your hangout.
Uh-huh.
The one that I went, oops, Godless Girl has popped her head in and she's popped out again. We're about to get sniped.
Mm-hmm.
Now, yes, I pointed the finger directly at Godless Girl because the icon that was being used was Godless Girl's icon. But but on tracking that account, yeah, it was a fake. But I tracked her from the other one, and it was her. So that's the reason why she's blocked. She's not blocked from your event. She's blocked from Wolf's.
Right.
So
I
yeah,
understand that. I do understand that, Tony. But I think, in a way, what we're saying is, look, we're giving you a second chance here. Make the most of it.
Yeah.
she'll get her second chance when the exploit's fixed.
No,
I can
and I get
understand
that.
that.
Right. I couldn't agree with you more on that. There might be a lot of people that don't want to trust her until the exploit's fixed, and I get that. I'm just saying that I'm not concerned about her. I don't think she's not going to snipe my hangouts. I'm not worried about her coming in. She can come and go freely, and I know Nadia's not worried about it either. So therefore, if the two people that run the most hangouts are not concerned about it, I don't think anybody else needs to be. But that's completely up to them. I have not asked anybody to unblock her. You haven't noticed? I have not said, hey, why don't you unblock her? I've not asked for that. That's completely up to the people. And I certainly understand if people want to wait till the exploit is fixed and then give her a second chance. I get that, Tony. Yes, I agree.
I mean, the other thing, I agree with you. On the other hand, taking all of that into account, blocking and perma-blocking Josiah, because he did it with a set intent in mind. And
yeah, he knew. He did it on purpose, explicitly.
And it's not, yeah. But it's not only that, though, Tony. What he did that was different was, apart from doing it so that he could then preach the gospel, after he'd done it, when we pointed out that, it was going to be a mass block, he laughed and said, it won't affect me because I don't go into atheist hangouts. Lol. Because the penny hadn't dropped with Josiah that if one person in a hangout is you blocked, you can't get in. So it doesn't matter who the host is. But he thought this was great and there would be no consequences. And he still was thinking there'd be no consequences and laughing at everybody. And then the next day he's in on another account. He's made, oh, please let me in. But he was still repeating this nonsense. Doesn't affect me. I don't go in atheist hangouts.
Yeah. No. That's why I agree. It's not solely because he sniped and did it for a genuine purpose. It's because he's non-repentive of what he has done. He has no regrets. He sees it as being his work for God.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. If Jesus actually was listening to this, he would be rolling in his grave.
Yeah, I agree. And this looks really bad for Josiah, by the way. It really did. But I got to point out to Casey, you are obnoxious little shit.
Oh, sorry, by the way, I said Isaiah, I think. But I meant
you said Josiah.
Josiah, yeah.
Okay. Casey, you're being an obnoxious little twit because, first of all, Wolf has forgiven her and said he forgave her. And how dare you say that I'm not being sympathetic to Wolf when Wolf has forgiven her himself? And he's, she sniped my hangout too, supposedly, which we found out she didn't. So I was right that it was somebody else when a lot of people accused her falsely. So please don't be some arrogant fuck to sit in my side chat like a little bitch and that will be saying this shit because I blocked you from my videos for a reason because you do this shit. Because people had pointed something out to you, many things out to you, and you're a little whiny little fuck. And I'm about to block you from my main feed for the same exact reasons. Okay, I have no tolerance for these trolls anymore. And Casey, you are a fucking troll. You are more of a troll than Godless Girl. And all you do is try to come in and start instigating shit. And I'm literally having it up to here with it. So if you want to have an honest dialogue, then fine. But don't be fucking sitting there trying to stir the pot by saying that I have no sympathy for Wolf's hangout when Wolf forgave her. Okay? I'm just tired of these fucking people that have some kind of arrogance to sit there and troll, but won't come into a hangout and talk about it. Because I've invited this person numerous times into my hangouts to try to talk to, and they just absolutely refuse. And so this guy used to go on my videos and just scroll a bunch of shit on that whole atheism thing, people pointing out to him that he wasn't understanding the context, and instead of actually trying to understand the context and go to our hangout, he spammed my videos all over the fucking place. So yeah, I'm going to be blocking these people from now on. I have no reason to keep them around. They add nothing to our conversation.
That is actually the most worked up I think I've ever seen you get.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it's righteous indignation.
Yeah. I'm actually half asleep, and then that just woke me up.
Yeah. And by the way, Mr. Group, Mr. Group asks a good question. See, this is a good question. I love Mr. Group. He may not agree with me on everything, but he's very, very fair. He says, would you forgive Josiah, or is it beyond redemption? I don't think anybody's beyond redemption, but he has a long way to go. It won't be any time in the near this year. I can tell you that right here now. Maybe when he hits 18. We all, like I said, we all do things in the impetuous youth. But if he turned 18 and he was like, hey, Steve, I really want you to know when I was a kid, I really fucked up, and I really mean it. I'm sorry. Yeah, I would forgive him, sure. Yeah.
And I'd forgive him too if he actually, just apologised for what he did, then I'd forgive him. But at this moment in time, he seems very stuck in his mode, and that is that he's doing it for God, yes. And no bad things are going to happen to him.
Ooh, Mark asked a difficult question. He says, Steve, will you forgive me? Wow. Wow. That's wow. Mark, the reason I banned Mark is because he was in an external feed where we were trying to carry on a conversation. I was on my other computer, where it was much more difficult to read these instant messages. And there's a lot of people talking, and he was just spamming nonsense. And so we were asking him, Mark, please stop spamming, because we're trying to have a thread here. And he wouldn't do it. I said, please leave. And I said, okay, if you don't leave, I'm just going to block you from my videos forever. Make your decision. And he made a decision. And so, I mean, it's hard to forgive somebody who made a decision and is sticking by their decision, right? He thinks he made the right decision he was more important to him to spam and fuck with us than just leave and leave us be. You were there, Fiona. So I don't know if I could forgive somebody for that, because he made a decision. He's not asking, for forgiveness. He's just, that's not the same thing,
Yeah.
You do realize.
Yeah, because earlier on in my hangout, Mark Thomas was absolutely spamming the live chat constantly.
Yeah.
And he was asked to stop again and again and again. My spanner wasn't working. And I wasn't able to give a spanner to anybody else. The whole system just was not working. And so there was only one chat mode that would be able to do anything about it. And they weren't around. And we put up with over an hour of this. I kept asking him to go away, to leave. He wasn't welcome. And all I got coming back was, that's not very kind, Fiona. Yes. And I'm thinking, kindness has got nothing to do with it. When you're spamming this live chat, and eventually, and you see me in the hangout, I go on my mobile phone. I phoned Cliff Jumper at home, because he's the one with the spanner, and said, Cliff, get your arse into the live chat and boot him, because he wouldn't stop it. He was asked nicely, he was asked politely, and it's nothing about free speech. He's free to say what he wants. He's not free to spam the live chat to make it unusable for anybody else. With the number of comments he puts in, and then the smiley face is an extra comment underneath. And nobody can follow. This live chat is going so fast with a bunch of bloody nonsense. And you ask him time and time again to stop it. And all he does is turn his passive-aggressive attitude onto you and say, it's not very nice, Fiona. We're having a chat about a logical fallacy, and he is rambling on about fishy friends. Seriously? I'm sorry, when somebody gets to that stage, and as Steve says, they make a decision, you ask them nicely, you tell them they're being disruptive, so they know they're being disruptive, and they choose to continue doing it.
Well,
then I'm sorry,
here's the thing.
you just say, Waste of space, waste of time, waste of skin.
Yeah, here's the thing, Mark Thomas, you're spreading the word, and you know what? You go spread it other places, but I'm now blocking you from the external chat as well. You ask for forgiveness, and then you turn around and you start trolling again.
I think, is that not the fault?
So.
Yeah, that's the 0 subscriber one.
Oh, it is, huh?
Uh-huh.
Yeah.
But that's...
Well, he's blocked anyway, so it doesn't really matter.
Yeah, but
this
that's one of the reasons that tonight I went as far as actually to phone Cliffjumper at home. I shouldn't have to do that in the live feed of my Hangout.
Did you verify there was the right Mark? I mean, it was the actual Mark Thomas in your thing? I'm pretty sure it was.
It was 0 subscribers.
No. Really?
I have no idea who it was in my live chat. But they were going anyway.
Yeah, I mean, I left your Hangout because I just couldn't put up with the mark interference in the side chat.
Yeah, I guess somebody needs a usually I at least have one person as a spanner in my live feed, but I mean I just don't have any mods right now. Weird. And I have a lot of people that have mods. So Mr. Group, you're gonna get a spanner. Will you moderate for me in the live feed? It's always helpful to have somebody that have a spanner in the live feed for that very reason. Avenger, you haven't been blocked. Watch Mr. Group go to town now. And you're gone, and you're gone, and you're gone. Who do I got calling me here?
It's just... I get annoyed when you try and have a serious hangout and some idiot just spams the live chat. And everybody wants live chat on Hangouts.
Well, I mean...
But if they don't stop, they're going to end up switching the live chat back off again. I'm seriously tempted to the next time I'm starting a Hangout to switch the live chat off. Because you see, the live chat is seen as a sort of throwaway item, okay? Once the Hangout is uploaded to YouTube, that live chat's lost. So they can do whatever they want in there, and there's no record of it.
You can make a record of it. There is a way to record it.
Yeah, well, you can make a record of it, but who the hell could be arsed?
I know. But I mean,
right?
it's true.
But,
it's true.
Now, here's the point, Steve. If you switch off live chat, that automatically enables comments under the Hangout during the live Hangout. And they stay. They remain. And you have a record of the behaviour without you having to go to the trouble of trying to copy and paste and all the rest of it. And so people think a bit more about what they're putting in the comment than they do about what they're putting into the live chat. Now, this doesn't apply to everybody. But there are certain people. And if you did that, and you get to the end of your Hangout, and your video has got nearly 1,000 comments under it, more than 50% of them coming from bloody Mark Thomas and his smiley face, then it becomes really obvious that he is a spammer.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
And you're able to take that evidence and go straight to YouTube and say, get this guy off. But with his disposable live chat, he gets away with it.
Well, I'm sorry to say this, but even if you only had comments up, I still would have put the comment up about you not being able to get your leg over without assistance.
Oh, that's fine. You're allowed to do that. I use a mounting block.
Let's see if I get Zero Gods in here.
And you would have enjoyed the day that things went wrong. When I climbed up my mounting block, put my foot in the stirrup, heaved myself up, and fell off the other side.
Oh, no.
I did. The horse moved, and I was wearing my high-vis jacket. Everybody saw me.
Actually,
I don't think I even touched the horse on the way over.
I shouldn't laugh because I've done exactly the same thing, and it bloody hurt when I landed the other side of the horse.
Yeah, I'll
Now
answer
you
a
know,
pile
now
of
you know
logs.
why I am not a horsey person, because they're a lot higher up off the ground and it hurts when you fall off.
Oh, yes.
See, and I like the live feed though. I like the interaction, but again, I can't always mod it, so that's
Yeah.
why you.
But the problem is when somebody comes in and makes a live feed unusable, the live chat.
Well, that's
When
why
they make it
spanners should take care of it.
Yeah, sometimes.
Exactly. But my spanner wouldn't work tonight.
Yeah, I know.
And I couldn't spanner anybody else.
Sometimes you actually get an interesting offshoot conversation happening in the live feed from what has been said in the.
Oh yeah.
But yes, when you have someone like Mark in there, it's highly unlikely that a structured conversation will actually start in the live feed.
Yeah. And that and under those conditions, you end up having to say, am I going to bin the live chat altogether and have the comment section? I mean, we used to get by fine with comments, and then suddenly you could no longer get any comments. And I found out that if I began the Hangout through YouTube instead of through Google Hangouts, then I could get the live chat up.
Yep.
So we could get back to at least getting some live feedback. But people like Mark have spoiled that by just spamming. And, I mean, he doesn't host Hangouts, so he doesn't know what it's like. I mean, it's nothing short of vandalism.
Yeah, it's you know, for anybody who hasn't hosted a Hangout, there's it's not difficult, but there's little things that go into it as far as, you know, I have to monitor the live feed, so I need the live chat and the video. I have my Google Plus open as well. I have the video. I mean, I have the internal open, and then I might have sometimes when I'm on this computer I can, but I couldn't on my other one. I have another tab open to do any kind of, you know, research or whatever. I mean, there's a lot of things going on at once. Plus, people sending you messages. How many instant messages do you get all the time? So, you know, I read my email. I get people sending me email. So it's not something you just can sit back and kind of let flow and really have a productive hangout for very long. I do it occasionally, but you really do got to be interactive.
Yeah.
I have to admit,
and it's hard to keep track.
I'm a very lazy Hangout moderator when it comes to actually having one. When I can get people interested, I basically just let it flow. Yes, I do monitor the live feed, but normally just got it open and I check it every now and again just in case someone says something of interest. But generally, a conversation's happening in the live feed all on its own.
Sometimes there's some interesting conversations going on there, but you know, the only times really mod, I notice we can have an 8-hour hangout and no modding would ever be needed, and yet you have one person comes in and all of a sudden the whole dynamic changes, and all of a sudden you have to have mods on. It's just ridiculous.
Yeah.
Just one person can do it. I mean, you have Gman in a hangout, you need mod control. It's just the way it is.
I've been
that's a
in
shame.
A hangout. I mean, okay, yes, there was only 3 of us in that hangout. But then Gman entered, and he was acting like a child. So I called him a boy, and I was meaning as a male child. And he took that as racist and immediately blocked me, which meant now the hangout was wrecked because he can't hear me speak, and I can't hear him speak. So that means the conversation just flows over each other, totally disrupting it. And this is Gman's typical technique of going into a hangout. He would find something or someone, something to call racist or something he can take offense at, and then he'd block that person, and it'll continue all the way through like that. And it's maddening, absolutely maddening. And what he wants basically is you to kick him out the hangout so that he can then open his own hangout and say, oh, Steve booted me from his hangout. He just can't handle the truth, blah, 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 blah.
Oh, we know that. Gman does that especially.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that is the Gman routine nowadays.
Yeah.
Or
And I'm expecting the same from TE after tonight's hangout.
yeah, well, T did exactly a Gman routine today with you.
Yeah. I don't take kindly to somebody shouting and screaming at me in my own hangout. You know, at least bring a pretense of manners.
Well, I mean, the fact is, it's a one-on-one. There is no need for raised voices. I mean, here we are. There's 3 people in this room at the moment. Okay, yes, I've probably killed off the other 3 that was in the room, but there were there's 3 of us in this room, and we're actually able to have a conversation without raising voices. And I bet you, even if we actually said something that neither of us or one of us didn't agree with, and we had an opposing voice, still wouldn't raise our voice because what point is there?
Yeah.
There is no point.
Well, what I would point out is that earlier on in the evening, I had posted up the thing about my hangout, and I had, you know, I actually asked 2 people to leave my room when True Impersonation came in. I didn't need to do that. I did. They left. They were polite about it. But I had actually put out a post saying, you know, this was just me talking to True, and then if True agreed, other people could come in. But that I wouldn't be the purpose of the hangout was to formulate the better argument. And I put in that comment that there was going to be no dogpiling, and that if necessary, I would moderate with a hammer.
Yep.
Right? Now,
Yes.
that was not for True's benefit, that I was going to moderate him with a hammer. That was me pointing out to anybody who might come in, you know, after we had the discussion, if True was still there.
Yeah, and that's
that I would moderate all the others.
That was the way I took it. I took it that you weren't going to allow any dogpiling. Now, it's impossible for one person to dogpile a shed load of others. However, that is the reason why I took it the way I took it, which you are going to moderate everyone else, not True.
Exactly.
But the fact is, when I was watching the Hangout, and it was Hogtied, and I can't remember who the other one was. Oh, it was Dave S.
Yeah.
You actually turned around and you said, True's here now, if you could leave, and if you want to come back later, come back later. And Dave and Hogtied straight away agreed, no problems, politeness all round, understood, bingo, off they went. And then the moment T came in, he said, oh, you seem to be breaking up, I'm going to restart. Hold on, if he's only just got in, turned his machine on, there shouldn't be any problems like that. I found that a total, like, let's disrupt before we've actually done anything. I know that might be me being very aggressive towards True, but that's just the way it came across to me. And then immediately he came back, it was like interrupt, 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 interrupt. And then towards the end it got even more bloody passionate with his shouting over gained microphone and everything like that. And to tell you the truth, I'm really surprised you didn't turn him down a tad, because he was really burning over the top of you.
Yeah, well, the reason I didn't turn him down was because I couldn't be accused of turning him down. You see, do you remember that hangout I had with Gman? The one that's entitled Gman, Get Your Lying Arse In Here Now? That one, the one with the megaphone, okay?
Yeah.
Gman claimed that he used the megaphone because I turned his volume down. But in actual fact, I had made a point of it that I couldn't do it. It wasn't working that night. I couldn't turn him down. I tried.
But the thing is, he hasn't got a gain thing on his microphone. His microphone's at his normal level is okay. The only time it actually becomes a problem, and with Gman we know he can shout for fucking hours. Excuse my French, but he can shout for hours, and that's where his volume comes from. It's the volume of his voice.
Yeah.
The issue.
Oh yeah.
But true empiricism's volume, it comes from his microphone because he's talking like this.
Yeah, because he's got a gain on it. He's got a gain on his microphone. He can turn up.
Yeah, I've got my gain's turned right up so that I can keep it a fair distance away from me.
Yeah, but
he turns the gain up, and he holds it. I mean, it's a brilliant microphone he's got.
Yeah.
He doesn't need to hold it against his lips. But I think the point I'm trying to make is that the night in that hangout when G-Man used his megaphone, I wanted to turn his volume down after that, and I couldn't do it. It wasn't working that night in Hangouts. There was a glitch in the control room, and I couldn't turn his volume down. And yet he still claimed his volume had been turned down.
This was Gman, or this was a true empiricism?
This was the Gman one with the megaphone.
Okay,
and in actual fact, I was live on air, and somebody sent me a message, a private message, saying, you need to turn his volume down. And I replied saying, I've tried, I can't, it's not working.
Yeah, well,
so I had a record there.
He accused me of ejecting him, and I had a record that he was still in the hangout. You know, he went to the outside chat. It's like, here's your name. You weren't ejected. If you were ejected, your name wouldn't be in here. That wasn't good enough for him. He's like, no, you still kicked me out. I'm like, oh, you're a fucking idiot. No, and I know he knows better, so he's not even an idiot. He's actually just outright lying, right? I mean, outright. And even AV was, you know, somebody may know AV. She was like, wow, I used to really respect Gman, but he clearly is outright lying right now, and that's just. She's like, I just can't believe it. She's like, God. So I mean, he made himself look really bad in front of people that admire him, and he's not the first time. He had other people that are kids that kind of like looked up to him, and he just shats all over them, right?
Yeah. I wanted to ask something, Steve. Somebody said to me the other night that Gman megaphones your hangout.
And Jackie messaged me a few minutes afterwards. She goes, God, that hurt. And I was like, yes,
when was that?
This was it 3 nights ago, the last hangout I had with him, where he came in and he said he had studied sociology for 8 years.
I missed that one. I don't know how I managed to miss it.
Oh, well, watch Max Hangout has a small little video on it, because he came in. See, G-Man cannot have a conversation. He wants to have an argument, and he wants to pick apart shit and be trivial and be childish. I mean, he plays sophistry. And so he came in and he's like, well, Steve, you don't think I know anything about science? I'm like, yeah, I don't think you know anything about science. And he's like, well, did you know that I have 8 years of social science? And I'm like, well, that's a soft
It's got what?
Social science.
No, how many years?
8 years. And I said, wait, let me finish. And I said, well, first of all, I said, you don't have 8 years of college, right? But I said, well, what do you mean by? First of all, that's not science. I mean, I'm not talking about the soft sciences. I'm talking about the hard sciences. And we inquired about him. He's like, well, no, I only had 1 year of community college, but I just studied people for 8 years. I'm like, so that gives you a qualification to say that you've studied sociology for 8 years. And then Max, who does know about sociology. Oh, first he said social science, and I said, so where'd you study sociology? Where? And he goes like, well, no, I didn't say sociology. I said social science. I'm like, well, what do you think the difference is here exactly?
Yeah.
And so
Tony will understand this. You got an ology? You got an ology? Well, you're a scientist.
Inside joke, right?
Well, Tony will understand that one.
Yeah.
So Max had asked him. He asked him about the three things in sociology: conflict theory. Oh God, what are the other two? Oh, come on, anybody?
I'm sorry, I'm too busy laughing because I recorded the conversation, but I can't remember what was said.
There's three types of theories.
I'm just waiting for you to actually get to the punchline.
I don't know what she's referring to.
Well, no, the punchline was his actual social science is interacting with people on fucking YouTube and Google Plus for 8
Oh yeah,
years.
yeah, exactly, yeah, exactly. You know, yeah, yeah.
Oh God. I just
for goodness sake.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what it was. Is that gave him an expertise on it to qualify him to say that he has an expertise in sociology. And no, sorry, he said, I want to clarify. He said social science because he thinks there's a difference there. And so actually, so like I said, Max had asked him what the three perspectives are for sociology. There, it's conflict theory, functionalism, and social interaction. And he didn't know any of the three, and I'm like, okay, well, how do you claim to have a expertise in sociology if you don't know, what the social perspectives are? And he had no answer except for the fact, well, I've been studying people from YouTube, and like exactly what Tony said. That was his education to qualify him to understand sociology. And I'm like, wow.
You are kidding.
Oh, I couldn't make this shit up. This is true. That's
You are.
Go watch the Hangout. Yes, go watch the Hangout.
It is hilarious. It really is. When he got to that punchline, I mean, I thought, man, that means anyone walking around the streets that actually has a conversation with anybody has basically got disqualification.
Oh, it was a riot because he couldn't. He gets mad when I say things like, well, he doesn't know about science, and then I told him he had no game, and he messages me like yesterday or the day before yesterday, and he's like, out of the blue, he's like, what do you mean I've got no game, Steve? Blah, blah, blah. What is this thing about women? And I'm like, oh, gee, man, grow the fuck up. And I blocked him. I was like, I was not even going to be entertained by this, right? I mean, he really wanted to argue whether he had game or not. I'm like, holy shit.
You have to admit, though, for a person that actually oozes lols, Gman is one of a kind. I mean,
sure, but that doesn't mean I don't have to talk to him anymore. I really have no idea.
No. If you don't,
What's a kind?
What's a kind?
Oh my gosh.
Sorry.
I don't.
Bad Fiona, bad.
True empiricism had me cracking up. When I said that atheism is just a position. It's not. There's no community. We don't read a book or anything like that. And he said I committed a division fallacy.
He just said what?
He said that I created a division fallacy. And he says, oh, you know what a division fallacy is?
Okay, so this is another perfect example of true empiricism, learning something new, and then just throwing it out there like it's like he's known it all along, and doesn't even use it correctly. He does this all the fucking time. I'm gonna create some fucking weird fallacy, and I bet you he'd be like, yeah, you're committing the fallacy of
I've got the very fallacy for you.
What? Prestigious jargon?
Commence, Mr. Coral Towery.
Well, I mean, what these guys generally do is they get together.
Argument for bullshit.
They have one argument from incredulity after another.
Yeah. I mean, he doesn't even understand what a fallacy of division is because Fiona has been trying to explain it to him, and now he's just throwing it out there to you. Oh, do you know what you're committing a fallacy of division? Yeah, argumentium ad sternocotari, argument from bullshit.
Yeah. Somebody once told me it's not a proper logical fallacy if it isn't in Latin, so I translated it into Latin for them. They were not impressed.
Argumentium ad sternocotari. Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're also usually guilty of ad populum fallacies.
Well, he gets that wrong too, dude. Okay, first, he thinks that a scientific consensus is an argumentium ad populum or argumentium ad vericundium, and it's not. It's not at all, right? It's a consensus.
Yeah.
Vericundium. Goddamn, I can't ever say that word right. But it's not. It's not. It has nothing to do with popularity because it's not a popular opinion. It has nothing to do with saying, okay, well, the societal masses thinks this is right, therefore it's right. That's an argument ad populum.
Right. But individual experts that share a broad consensus on a particular subject, it's not a fallacy to quote that work.
No, he doesn't get that though. He thinks scientific consensus is just a type of argumentum ad populum. When everybody's explained to him, no, it's not. He won't grasp it.
Well, or he says it's an argument from authority. Well, if you're talking
that
about
one, that is true.
biology and you
That
read
is
a
true.
PhD in biology on a subject, that person's it's an argument from authority, but it's not a fallacy.
Correct.
It's not even an error.
Nope.
Yeah.
He doesn't get that
But
either.
you see, the thing, what he actually stated was that it wouldn't be an argument from authority. He's called it, a fallacy, but it wouldn't be this argument from authority as long as you're not authority. So if the plumber gets up in the witness stand to talk about the cause of death, that's not a logical fallacy of argument from authority, because he isn't an authority.
That's
So how can it be?
what True told you?
If the pathologist gets up in the witness stand, then that would be an argument from authority.
Oh,
It's an authority.
Oh, I got you. Yeah,
the
you're
arguing.
Right.
Yeah,
Got
that's
another
what
laugh before
the thing is, and he doesn't understand that there is a fallacious argument from authority and a valid argument from authority.
Yeah.
Right.
Well, what he said,
the way he worded it, it meant that you should never accept an argument from anyone who is an expert in the field they're talking about.
Well, he said nobody.
You should always go with a
nobody is an
non-expert.
expert. Oh, sorry, Fiona, I didn't mean to cut you off. He said nobody
you
is.
should always go with a non-expert.
Said nobody is an authority on evolution because nobody observed it. I thought that was hilarious.
Yeah.
So wait, Fiona. So he says you always go with a non-expert.
No, he doesn't. He didn't say it in as many words. This is something that Hogtie was pointing out. You know, you say when you say to them, you are effectively saying, and you draw the conclusion from what they've said,
Sure.
and they say, no, you're putting words in my mouth, and you say, do you agree with P1? Yes. Do you agree with P2? Yes. Well, it follows that, and but I didn't say that. And this was the argument that he was making, that I was making an argument from authority, and this is a logical fallacy because I am an authority, which means that for it not to be false, a fallacy, you would have to be not an authority in the subject but talk about it. So if you think his argument through, that's the bottom line. He doesn't understand the concept of expert witnesses.
And you can still have, you can still make an argument saying, Fiona said this is true, therefore it's true. That's still a argument from authority fallacy. If you're saying something is absolutely true, you're trying to say it is true in the sense just because somebody said it, that would be argument from authority, a fallacy, because obviously just because somebody says it doesn't make it true. However, if you're quoting somebody as a supportive thing to your evidence to support your position, that's certainly not a fallacy. If I said, well, I'm going to support my argument by saying, well, Fiona Richardson, who's a expert, says this, this, and this. Robertson. God damn it, I do that a lot. Robertson. Then that supports my argument, right? That's perfectly fine to do that, and they don't think that it is.
Yeah. Well, they don't really acknowledge the scientific method. To them, a lot of science is argument from inference, right? Oh, but we didn't observe. You guys, it's not science because it wasn't observable.
Yeah, that negates just about every branch of science. Obviously, we have no plate tectonics, we have no fusion in the sun, we have no black holes. We have nothing, that we can't directly observe. We can't. So basically, forensic science is completely gone.
Right. Well, I mean, if you tried to explain to them, have you ever played the game of Clue?
Yeah. Well, these people are idiots. They go by this Hovenite definition, and they actually think it's legit because they're too damn stupid to understand that their bastardization of the scientific method and understanding of science is completely wrong. They have to. They have to deny that, right? They have to deny what we all know as science.
Yeah, and the explanation, I asked them, why do you think evolution is false? They said, well, scientists have to essentially agree with the consensus or they're going to be railroaded out. So they just pretend like they believe. Seriously?
Yeah, I'm afraid.
But then they don't understand about retired scientists.
Right, I mean, it's just the opposite. Scientists make big moves in the highway of science by disproving hypotheses and theories.
In a thread, somebody said to me, they were trying to say that I only accepted evolution because I'm a Catholic. I pointed out that I accepted evolution as an undergraduate, and I was a Protestant at the time. So that knocked that argument into a cocked hat. And
Well,
then they said to me, well, something influenced you into accepting evolution. What was it? I said, yes, something influenced me. It's called education. You might want to try it sometime. I mean, seriously, do they actually think... I mean, they tried to tell me that the universities force-fed me this. No. They seem to know more about how I've come to my views than I do myself. In other words, they make shit up as they go along. They've got their preconceived ideas, and they will make up whatever shit they need to make up to confirm their preconceived ideas. And if it involves making guesses about your motivations without asking you, they won't happily do that. I mean, this person decided it was, well, you just go, it's the Pope says evolution should be accepted, and that's the only reason you accept it. Well, a Protestant isn't going to go along with what the Pope said, are they?
No.
They never bothered to check out the background. They made the assumption and they just ran with it.
Some fundamentalists, not all fundamentalists, consider Catholics to be, they consider the Pope to be the Antichrist.
Yeah.
Well, they can consider him as the Antichrist all they want.
Right. I mean, but, you know, and the question I always have for them is, well, then how can you hold the Bible as a holy book, considering it was the Catholic Church Fathers that put the book together?
Yeah.
Oh, they said, oh, no, the Holy Spirit made sure that it came out uncorrupted.
Oh, for goodness sake.
Yeah, wonderful. Yeah, but in saying that, we're not the the Christians, or the fundies, should I say? I'm not going to say the Christians. The fundies are not the only ones that actually are willing to spout this bullshit. Because going back to the science, I had he said he was an atheist, and he was going on about how the peer review system is corrupt. And I thought, oh, hold on. The peer review system's there for people to put a hypothesis forward, or scientists to put a hypothesis forward, so other scientists can disprove it or prove it, one of the two. How can that be corrupt? They either make themselves look stupid or they earn themselves some bucks. So, you know, it didn't work. So I asked him to prove it. What did he give me as evidence? A website report on Big Pharma being corrupt. It just didn't make any sense whatsoever. We know Big Pharma's in the industry of selling medicines. There's bound to be a few placebos that slip through the chain along the line, making some money.
You want to hear the funniest thing that somebody's ever cited to me, Tony?
Come on.
It was Grim B.
That was Grim, yeah.
Yeah. Oh, you guys! I just got back. So you're talking about Grim. Grim had, this is the funniest thing I've ever happened to me on Google Plus. I think when it comes to citations, he had sent me a paper that he said such and such happened in it, and I'm like, okay. And I'm reading, and I'm kind of skimming through it, and I'm like, dude, this paper has nothing to do with what you're saying about. It has nothing in it about what you're saying. And you know what his response was? Well, of course it's not going to be in there because they don't want you to know about this stuff. I swear to God, I was like, "Are you?"
Oh my gosh!
I cannot make that up. I swear to God, that's a true story.
I know you can't make this crap up sometimes.
You've actually just confirmed that Grim takes a lot of drugs.
Oh my gosh, they don't want you to know it. I know, I just don't understand that. I mean, what I tell them mostly to do, these creationists, I tell them just to go look at a college textbook. And because I mean, and then they say, oh, no, the college textbooks have scientific religion in them. I said, well, you know, the purpose of a scientific textbook is to teach the next generation how to do science and how to keep our progress thriving. If we were lying to our students, essentially, knowledge would become extinct.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Oh no! There's a conspiracy. The scientists,
Yeah.
This is what they don't get. They also forget that there are people who have used that science to actually do work.
Right.
To actually carry out research.
Sure.
Science.
And
It works, bitches.
And there's there's sensational headlines, and I was surprised somebody hasn't noticed this one yet because this came out just recently. Because I do read the news every day, by the way. But they had a headline saying that what we knew about lichens, which is they always thought was a fungus and an algae, you have some kind of symbiotic relationship together. That's how it's written in all the textbooks.
Yeah.
And they're like, oh my God, the textbooks are wrong. They found out that's not what it is. And I'm like, oh really? Okay, great. This is something really amazing that they're wrong on this. What is it? They actually found out it's two fungus and an algae. Okay, yeah, they were wrong, but I mean, is it really like mind altering that you have a headline that's saying that what we know about lichens is completely wrong, kind of thing?
Yeah.
Well, that just
actually, it's quite a big thing. This one, though.
Oh, it's cool.
It's really quite. And this is the thing. This is going to sort of turn on its head what we thought a lichen was.
Mm-hmm.
Nobody's suppressing it.
Right. No, it's really cool. Yeah, but I mean, it's not. But they made people like, oh well, science was wrong. Well, yeah, a little bit, but it's not like it's earth shattering, and it's a good discovery, right? It's interesting.
Yeah. But you would think if it was going to overturn all of this, then they would suppress it. But they're not suppressing it. But according to our anti-science crowd, it should be getting suppressed. But it's not.
That's the thing, though, isn't it? Whenever something in science is disproven, who disproves it? Another scientist.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. And I'm sorry, that's where the peer review system for me actually makes its money.
Yeah.
My head.
Except it doesn't make any money. If you're a peer reviewer, you do it for free.
Yeah, I know, but it's the fact that it's working. That's it. It's doing its job, as far as I understand it. I mean, I won't claim to be expert knowledge on it, but that's the way I understand it. I understand it's there for either to disprove or prove what's been put forward. I can't see how it can be corrupt, because if you say something doesn't work when it works, and some other scientists come along and prove that it does work, you just make yourself look like an idiot, and your grants and everything start to fall away.
Yeah, and the science of genetics would not be possible without a firm understanding of evolution. I mean, and when you tell them, for example, that superbugs are constantly evolving.
Yeah.
I mean, they are.
Yeah, I know. That's why I don't like going into hospitals.
Yeah, it's very dangerous.
Yes, I know it's not a nice thing to actually admit, but yes, the superbugs are rife in there.
Well, I get why they deny evolution. I mean, they deny evolution not for any kind of scientific reason, and they don't kid themselves. I mean, they kid themselves when they say it's just because evolution isn't demonstrable or whatnot, but it's essentially because they believe that if Genesis is disproven, there was no fall, and if there's no fall, there was no reason for the salvation covenant between Jesus and God.
Yeah, that terrifies me. If they disbelieve that, with a lot of the thinking that they actually put forward, especially, I remember a hangout by Bible Thumping Wingnut, Matthew 4:19, and someone else.
Those are the Three Stooges.
Yeah, they were talking about if they didn't have the belief in God that they have, they would be animals. They would be out there killing people and things like that. And I actually listened to that conversation, and I was horrified.
They're Calvinists, and the Calvinists believe that we're retrobates, and that the only way for anyone to be saved is to be part of the elect.
Mm.
And that means that only a certain amount of Jesus only came to save a few.
Yeah, the rest were doomed from the beginning.
Yep, exactly.
Real quick, Tony, there was a there's a study about 5 years ago that they did in Canada when they went through supermarkets and they took 100 pieces of meat and they analyzed them for bacteriologicals, and they found that 25%, 25 of those 100 had some kind of superbug that they detected. So when they tell you to cook the stuff to at least 165 degrees, they mean it.
Yep.
When you get meat from your supermarket, the way they process the poultry and the way they do the actual meat, where they actually will tenderize it, so they'll stick these big old prongs in the meat, and that drives the E. coli down into the center of it. Okay.
Yeah.
So you have to get that center core temperature above 165 minimum. I mean, Fiona would probably tell you what maybe it's not, I would go a little higher, but she's the E. coli expert. But I mean, I'm happy to get it 180, right, or something. You want to kill that stuff, and there are superbugs in that shit if you don't kill it. What do you think that people get this food poisoning from? And yeah, it's no joke.
I'm happy to say I've had many a dinner party where I've cooked all the food, and yet not one person has had food poisoning from anything I've cooked.
That's
so therefore, I'm okay.
Yeah. I'm reading or listening to Nutrition Made Clear. It's one of the great courses, and the nutritionist that went through that's going through this this lecture series, she was talking about the stomach, and it's just a fascinating discussion about all the different sections of the stomach, the pancreas, but anyway, she points out that our stomachs are uniquely capable of there's acids in our stomach that can kill bacteria, and if not, we would be quite dead.
Oh yeah, we definitely have a symbiotic relationship with flora and fauna, or flora, but fauna. Wait, flora, yeah, not fauna. In our stomach. Sorry, I'm getting sidetracked here. Phantom Prophet just said God can make 1/3 equal to infinity. I think most Christians would disagree with you. I think most Christians would say God cannot do things that are have contradiction. So I would that's like saying, could God make 1 = 2? I don't think He could. I don't think God can do things that are inherently a contradiction, because then you want to have God. I mean, if God can do contradictions, then it just makes no sense to me to have a God that can do contradictions.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. And most people that I speak to that are rational say that if they do maintain the thought that God's absolute, they say He could do everything that's logical.
Right, and that's a better position to take.
Yeah.
Yeah,
Fiona, I think that this is some kind of this must be on some kind of a creationist website, because they're all talking about intelligent design, and instead of saying that science, that evolution is science's best inference, they're saying that creationism is the best inference. That there's all these irreducible complexity and all that kind of crap.
This has all come up recently because somebody's been, true empiricism, has been using a certain argument, and we've been trying to sort it out for them for over a year, and it raised its head again because I'd brought it up with him once, and then I was in a hangout earlier this week, and somebody asked me what did I think of the argument that he makes. So I explained. And true empiricism then throws out a challenge. People were saying that intelligent design is a logical fallacy. Please name the fallacy and explain to me why it is. And I'd never said intelligent design was a fallacy. I said his specific argument contained one. So then he said it didn't apply to me, but then he changed his mind the other night in a live chat and said it did. As in, he said he wanted to know about the fallacy that I was saying intelligent design had, which is not what I've ever said. And this is why it's all suddenly blown up again.
Yeah, but you're quite... Sorry.
I mean, in fact, somebody has got a hangout going at the moment. I've put it in the side chat.
Yeah, what is he arguing, by the way, Fiona? Can you
I have no idea. I've not listened. But he makes the point I've been making in his description of the hangout, which says, while the interwebs are arguing about petty things, there is a real question about how the design inference can posit intelligence without positing the whole human. Now that's exactly what I've been trying to point out.
Lou Lewis in the side chat just invalidated his entire God. He said God can make 2 = 654, and I pointed out to him that his God his God is by definition impossible. You know, so I mean, it doesn't matter what. I mean, if you support that God can do impossible contradictions that is illogically possible, and you don't even accept the logical absolutes as being logically absolute, then your God is inherently impossible by definition as a contradiction within itself.
Yeah, I don't think Lou understands the notion of abstractions, and that if you create a set of rules, they become objective, and you can't violate them without essentially leaving the rule system. And so even God can't change the rules beyond a certain degree of freedom.
Yeah, and there's a difference. He doesn't understand there's a difference between impossible and a direct logical contradiction.
Right.
They're
Exactly.
not the same things. Yeah, I don't know what I'm trying to still understand what Brandon's hangout's about. I don't know what side is he arguing.
Yeah, I was asking myself the same thing.
Mm-hmm.
It's this fallacy of division thing, right?
Right, but is he arguing it is or isn't?
Well, that's the thing. He actually states in his description, there is a real question about how the design inference can posit intelligence without positing the whole human. Now, in that great big long thread that went on for I don't know how long, Brandon agreed eventually, when he saw the point I was making, that there was a fallacy of division in the original premise. But he was saying, but that's just trivial, because that's only the minor premise. You should be dealing with the major premise. But my point was, if your argument starts with a logical fallacy, you've got a problem.
Yeah, you can't even get out of the starting gate.
Yep.
Sorry?
You can't even get out of the starting gate with a logical fallacy. You're done.
Yeah, exactly. Now, if you look at the description that Brandon's put in there, he is acknowledging there is a real question about how you get the design inference to posit an intelligence without positing the whole human being. If you're talking about observation.
I mean, it sounds to me like he's actually countering intelligent design.
But he's not, because he's an intelligent design proponent.
Oh, really? Then, I mean...
Yeah, Brandon's an intelligent design proponent.
Okay, so what he's probably saying, I mean, they did not use the division fallacy properly. But I guess they're saying the whole...
He's acknowledging that, as far as I can tell, he's acknowledging that as worded, there is a division fallacy in there. Now, the point of my hangout was, how can we sort this out so that it no longer has that division fallacy?
Oh, okay.
Right? And so from his description, he's saying there is a real question here, which is what I've been pointing out. Right? So me and Brandon are on the same page at that point. So now I've only got one person claiming that there is no division fallacy, as far as I can see.
I'm having difficulty contextualizing what the guy's saying and trying to imagine, what the argument is.
Here's the argument. Okay, this is the argument that's made. We have only ever observed motors and turbines being designed and built by an intelligence, and then infer that the motors and turbines in a cell have an intelligent cause. As in, they've been designed and built by an intelligence.
Okay.
And the problem lies in that first bit. We have only ever observed motors and turbines being designed and built by an intelligence. Because if we're accurate, we've only ever observed this when it's been humans.
Yep.
So to divide off one part of the human and say it comes from that one part, there's the fallacy of division there. You're trying to give the attribute to that one part and that one part alone. But you've made no argument as to why it should be. So it goes back to the example of the blinking jet planes. Jet planes can fly across the Atlantic. Jet planes have seats. Seats can fly across the Atlantic. Fallacy of division.
Okay, got it. So it's
right.
So when it comes to intelligent design,
if you put in the proper description of what we've observed, as in and it was defined for us kindly as that which we have seen. So if we put in that humans into that part of the argument and then carry the argument through to the end, what we get is we have only ever seen motors and turbines being designed and built by humans. Therefore, the motors and turbines in a cell
must be designed by a human.
Right, and that's the problem. Okay. Now, we can reword it. If you reword it, and instead of using the term human, if you said, we have only ever observed motors and turbines coming from an intelligent being with the ability to interact with the physical environment, then the motors and turbines in a cell must have come from an intelligent being with the ability to interact with the physical environment. Right? Now, that would then make the argument not have the logical fallacy in it. You've got rid of the logical fallacy there. I mean, in my opinion, it's still so much blinking marsh gas. But at least it hasn't got a logical fallacy right at the beginning.
Right. It's still a bad argument, but it's not. You're not out of the gate.
Yeah, but at least we've got the logical fallacy out of it then. And so we could put that part aside and then start discussing the meat of the argument, rather than being stuck on the very first part, which is actually a false statement.
Thank you. Wolf just joined us, so I'm going to get to him in 1 second, if you don't mind. A true person is not going to understand why this is a fallacy of division. I mean, everybody's trying to explain it to him. It's not that complicated, but he either is willfully not understanding it or lacks the ability to, just like all the other concepts we put in front of him. I don't know how he could look at I mean, you could explain it to him in detail why this is exactly a fallacy of division. It's not that hard. But anyways, I got Wolf in here real quick, if I may. Wolf, my buddy, my friend. I've been trying to get hold of you. You were like dead for the last 5 days.
Yeah, I got an apprenticeship I'm working on. It's something for work to advance my career, so that requires at least 5 days of my time. So I got my hangout time kind of cut in half. That's why I take more of the material I put out seriously, and that's why a certain someone is permanently banned from actually seeing or even being a part of it anymore.
Well, I mean, do you want to discuss a little bit? I mean, you said you got caught up, so you kind of watched the beginning of our hangout, and you kind of know what's going on. I mean, I'm definitely not asking of anything of you whatsoever, my friend. I wanted you to know that I have solidarity with you, but I have my reasons why I'm not going to block her, and why I think that she deserves a second chance. But if you don't, that's completely up to you, obviously.
I have kept my eye on the community. You say you have reasons to assume that wasn't her?
Oh, I know. No, we know. No, not as of today. I had reasons this morning. I have a surety now that it wasn't her. The person who did it was actually in my live feed, and there are multiple accounts. And every time they get blocked, they would create another one. and so we kind of left it. But they were on Godless Kafir and they were on Mark Thomas, and yeah, there's definitely a person impersonating her and myself and Fiona, and this person who was impersonating them, for some reason, the only two people that they have subscribed to are me and Fiona.
Mm.
Yeah, we know that we've been impersonated. We have a screenshot of both Fiona and myself being in a hangout that we were never in. So
Right.
yeah, it wasn't her. That was obviously she did yours, obviously, but and she's very remorseful of it, and she feels really bad, and I know she really wants to apologize profusely. She says you've kind of forgiven her a little bit, but we want to block her, and she understands that, and she's not asking for anything more than that. But
Yeah, I heard that in at the debate coliseum.
yeah.
I mean, it's not like I hold any animosity to her or any ill will. It was honestly on a pragmatic basis. You know, it didn't matter whether or not this was a theist or an atheist that was doing this. I mean, when I first discovered that Joshua McClain did it in order to talk about his religious faith, I felt that pretty much showed that he wasn't a mature person enough to even engage in these discussions. You know, I felt like we should just go with the traditional terms of service for people who are 18 and block them permanently just for the sake of pragmatics and move on. That same rationale was applied to Godless Girl when she deliberately canceled my hangout. Because the thing is, even if it was almost winding down because it was with Mac Thomas, and you know he's not really all that interesting when he's hating on me taking pictures of being in pictures of topless women, but that's neither here nor there. I like hanging my material on my own at my own whim, on my own means, and I don't like it when people try to fuck with it for a laugh. So.
Right.
I mean, I forgave her, but you know she's a flight risk, so that's why I did. Because here's the thing. Before I finish, here's the thing. What's stopping her from doing it at a whim? You know, what's stopping her from fucking doing it if she gets pissed off or some other bullshit? You know, I think this app's going to be making it really more problematic, especially if people can impersonate.
I agree. I was just concerned. I was trying to get in touch with you because I didn't want you to think for a second that I didn't have empathy for what happened to your hangout. Obviously, it happened to mine too. But you know that I didn't show a solidarity with you because people are like, oh, you know, you're kind of not showing any respect to Wolf, and I'm like, no, don't be saying that because that's bullshit. Because you know, I love Wolf, and you know, you are my friend, and I have the utmost respect for you, and I love your channel, and you know, my forgiveness of Godless Girl, especially being demonstrated that I was right. That somebody was impersonating her. There's no question about it. I think we all know by now that that definitely is a fact. Doesn't in any way shape my solidarity for you, and I wanted you to know that. That was just something I for my own well-being that I thought it was the best thing we can do as a collective, as a community, and to be objective and judicial. Because even when Josiah did it in my hangout, I didn't go around saying to everybody, hey, you better block him. If you don't, I'm not talking to you. I just thought it would be prudent, right? And I still do on that particular reason, for the reasons you gave. But I didn't want you to be mad at me that I unblocked her and I put her back in the community. I was trying to get her back in the community. There was some kind of slight against you to minimize what she did to your hangout. So I hope you understand that, my friend.
Nah, dude, I have the utmost respect for you. You know, you're a very wise guy, and I understand that there's the working hypothesis that someone else. You know, I recognize that it was strictly for pragmatics. I mean, I recognize you had your own rationale for taking back Godless Girl as well as Nadia of Debate Coliseum because I mean, and she's way more dependent on having her hangouts frequent than not. So apparently there has to be something there. Mm-hmm. Then I also noticed that there was someone else under a different name despite having the same avatar as Godless Girl. So I mean, it can't be ruled out. So maybe I might consider unblocking her, maybe, but not right now.
I in your particular situation, just for your own edification and self-preservation, and just for your own mental security, wait till the patch is fixed for you.
Yeah, that's a big part of it.
Yeah, obviously. To get it fixed. I mean, and she knows that too, and I think she's not thrilled with it, obviously, because it could be for a long time. But she understands that's the rational thing for a lot of people to do. But again, I think that most people that know that she has been impersonated by now and that were not directly involved in this, right? Because Wolf, myself, Fiona, we were directly involved. But other people that weren't, you really shouldn't be too concerned. If I'm opening up my Hangout to her, and Nadia's opening up her Hangout to her, or DC column, DC, which is I guess like 3 people operate it now, or 4, which is Debate Coliseum, then I don't think you guys need to be concerned about it. That's my point.
Mm-hmm.
To the audience out there. So, well, thank you, Wolf. That makes me feel better, and I do appreciate it, because I've had a few people trolling, going, you're not respecting Wolf, and I'm like, well, I believe I am, because I've been trying to get a hold of him, and I want him to know that I was really pissed off at what she did to your Hangout, obviously, But I mean, I was the first person to get sniped in the community by Josiah, so I know, what it was like, and so I, of all people, empathize with you, especially because I had 50 people watching, people were engaged, and all of a sudden it went to shit, right? So.
Yeah, I did want to get in try with you too. I mean, unfortunately, the computer system at my apprenticeship won't allow me to see your videos for some ridiculous reason. But anyway, that's neither here nor there. Yeah, I recognize that it does make sense that Dallas Cadfair is obviously being impersonated. And, I have nothing. I mean, you're a smart guy. I mean, you obviously recognize that there is always that room for that possibility. But that's that's basically just going to be the case.
Well, they were in my side chat earlier today. There was 2 Godless Girls. There was the one that was in my Hangout, and then there was the troll that had 0 subscribers. And as soon as we could ban that one, they came back under another one, and then I think it was like 3. And then they came out under Mark Thomas too. All the while, she's in my account, in my Hangout here, going, that's not me. And I'm like, I know. I mean, all this person did was came in. They started quoting lines from the Joker, from Batman.
Yeah, just block any suspicious-looking characters and send the link privately, just as a precaution. Just
right.
Yeah,
that's what I'm doing.
Pretty much a rule of thumb.
Yeah, you're breaking up, Wolf. You're breaking up.
Can you hear me now?
Yes.
Okay, yeah, so send the link privately and block any suspicious characters. Yeah, that's the case now, yeah.
So, I mean, the way around this for right now, until everybody gets it, until they get it fixed, or excuse me, you have to invite them from the internal chat. I'm not giving out the link to anybody as far as like putting it in private messages even. Now, there is technically a way to find out what the actual link is if somebody was really wanted to get it, but I'm not going to make it like easy for some troll that may not know, right? You guys are all smart. You guys can figure it out.
I sent a report about it to Google Security through, I think, Jackie's boyfriend, I think. I forgot his name, but I'm a little loaded right now. But yeah, I basically reported, so they'll deal with that, and hopefully over time this will go away. But until then, we'll just.
Well, they're monitoring it.
We'll stick to this stuff. So what else is new? Ryan said something new in his speech, or just the same dumbass gibberish? Come on.
Same dumbass gibberish, but exponentially stupid.
Yeah, I actually saw that shit while I was doing my OPEC. So, okay, so every time he makes that intuitive argument that because he sees things he assumes are designed, he talks about the ontology of the designer, but then he like ducks and dodges it when Dr. Robinson was actually inquiring about it. I mean, it's ridiculous.
Because he doesn't want to get he doesn't want he doesn't want to get specified in it, right? He doesn't want to get the nuanced of what we're talking about as far as intelligence. I mean, he obviously knows he's talking about a deity. Trying to hide that is just disingenuous. He wants it to be God. He's thinking this is an abductive argument to help support and shore up his position that he's being a theist. And I think it's really dishonest to say, oh, well, it doesn't point to God, it just points to some intelligence, because that's one of the things that the intelligent design advocates are trying to get away from, is that they want to distance themselves from their history, which was very intertwined with creationism.
It's vague. Intelligence is a vague ass term. I mean, like, in what way, practically speaking, how do you describe this intelligence? Is it a god? Is it an alien? Is it freaking is it a time traveler? Like, what the hell is it? What the hell is it? And what's the way to falsify or measure this thing?
There isn't. There's no way to do either. You couldn't quantify what it is, and you couldn't falsify it. There's no possible way.
Hey, Steve.
Yeah.
I do believe that the movement itself is concerned with maintaining this false bifurcation. It says on the one hand you have evolution, and then on the other hand you have creation. They definitely, that's why they believe that in things you should teach the controversy. So
Well,
I don't think they've abandoned God as the creator.
Oh no, I don't think that's so either. I mean, I think they try to on paper do it, right? They want to distance themselves on paper, but we all know that the reality is they don't, and they don't accept creationism as far as young Earth, but they have to accept certain types of evolution, right? They have to accept that evolution occurs, and they have to accept that there's at least micro.
Yeah.
But
Ray Comfort accepts speciation.
Does he? Oh yeah, I remember that. He talked. Did he talk to
Thunderfoot School is asking?
Yeah.
Like he's a step up from Gman that he actually accepts evolution, adaptation, speciation, and all that.
Yeah.
Like yeah. So.
But we still have people in our community that don't. I mean, like Tommy Hall doesn't accept speciation.
Yeah, well,
he doesn't
Tommy
know what it
Hall,
is, but he doesn't accept
there's
it.
a lot about life Tommy Hall won't accept about himself, but that doesn't mean science ain't working good.
Anyways, what's your guys' thoughts? I'm trying to get more people in here, but nobody wants to join us. They just want to listen. Must be a Friday night or something.
We should see if we could get that Lou person in. They seem to have definite ideas about.
He won't come in.
He won't.
No, he just sits in the live feed and then just makes up all this weird shit.
Okay.
It's like God can make 2 = 1. No, your God can't, because then your God would be a logical impossibility.
Well, I mean, that just demonstrates that they don't understand that numbers are abstracts, and that like I said, once you establish a set of rules, you can't violate them.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we use Pino's axioms, and once you have those axioms that you lay down for mathematics, yeah, you don't break them. I mean, that's just how math works. That's how you develop a framework, and so you can have proofs.
Yeah, because if God said 2 + 2 = 5, any elementary school teacher would use the little red pen and mark an X on it.
Oops, that's wrong. God, you're wrong. I don't know why I looked up when I said that. Is that weird? I actually did.
Yeah. No, it's stupid.
According to the fund, you should be looking down. So according to the funders, you should be looking down when you said that.
God is everywhere.
Because your God is in the hothouse.
That's true. Yeah, I'm a paid disinformant agent for Satan.
That's right.
I've actually had a fundamentalist say that I'm a servant of Satan sent to deceive.
Richard Raspberry says that about me and Fiona.
Yeah, and Matt Slick thinks I'm a demonic influence.
You don't even believe in demons.
And as such, he demands a safe space for me every time I go to the Bible thumping wingnut.
Do they even let you on anymore? Really?
I mean, and anytime he says I don't want to talk to him, they'll remove me. I mean that's pretty much that's a cultural reflection of how secular America manifests itself. Same thing with that freaking satanic temple in the Pensacola city. While the guy was literally just trying to say a prayer that wasn't Christian or anything, he got actually yelled out. The cops had to come in just to shut him up, and they had to do a silent prayer while he talked. I mean, what the fuck?
You're talking like Bayomat people?
No, the Satanic Temple.
Oh, okay. I thought they were the one that did like Bayomat statues.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, they did one.
Baphomet.
Baphomet. I don't know the name of it. I'm not into Satan.
I will give
the goat demon with the big titties with the kids.
I will give the Church of Satan one point. They do bring no controversy to the forefront. They do make an issue that needs to be brought up, and they have a very outspoken way of doing it. Don't get me wrong. I will give them credit for doing that, though. I mean, they make a point, and they make a very valid point. Agree with them, disagree with them, hate them, love them, whatever, but they do make a valid point.
I mean, I agree with they're atheists that recognize that the spirit of knowledge comes through looking to the figure of Satan, the entity that challenged The God of the Old Testament actually was curious and delivered knowledge unto mankind. And we look for that stuff in science and reason and all that stuff, and it's not invoking some supernatural entity, whether it be some god or demon or whatever. That's all irrelevant to understand how this world works and how our nature works. So
Well,
yeah,
that organization's really helping to stress the need for secularism in a country where increasingly people are trying to make it the United States of Jesus.
yeah, exactly.
Well, and they still won't give up this whole notion that we're a Christian state, and I don't know why they keep. Even most Christians were like, no, we're a secular society. It's just we weren't founded on Christian beliefs. I mean, that's just a complete misnomer.
Well,
Right, and about 70 to 80%, I don't know the exact statistic these days because I haven't checked it for a while, of the secularists that are trying to maintain separation between church and state, there are other Christians. There's Catholics, there's people that don't want the fundamentalists dictating the particular brand of religion that everyone has to believe.
Then I think to a larger extent, like just the theocratic right has sort of lost on social issues. You know, things like abortion, things like gay marriage, things like science being taught in schools over this stuff. I mean, it's pretty much shown that with science alleviating things and reason and all that stuff, the religion as a cultural authority declines. So I mean, it's even more so than with the most of the millennial group being secular. These factors make religion sort of a declining influence in our society. I mean, that's the only reason why we're seeing this shit.
Yeah, the God of the Gaps is pretty much running out of hiding places.
He has got that one place right at the beginning of the Big Bang Theory.
Well, yeah. I mean, if that's where you're going to invoke God, I mean, I had that discussion with Christopher Mowdy when I first met him. And that was a very discussion we talked about. Is if you're going to put God somewhere in the scenario, where are you going to put him? And it's going to be right at the beginning of the Big Bang. And I have no problem with that. Actually, I don't take no issue with that whatsoever.
Well, the fact that we can't work it out and the likelihood of us getting that far is, pretty far-fetched. It's really the only place they can put him. It would be there. I mean, we're practically working out everything. It's not going to be long before we're obviously on other planets working out shit there.
Well, what does Neil deGrasse Tyson say? That, if your God is ever receiving pocket of ignorance, that kind of makes sense to me. I mean, as we learn more, we don't need to rely on a deity more. But that doesn't mean a deity doesn't exist. But as you said, when you get to parts of the Big Bang, oh wow, that is a good place to put a God if you're going to put somewhere. That's the best argument I would think of.
Yeah, and that means deists win.
Not necessarily. Yeah. Not necessarily. I do get what you're saying, but that doesn't mean that a deity couldn't start everything and still be interactive, right? You could still have a theist position.
No, it knows, yeah.
It's unlikely, but it's possible.
And quite a few Catholic philosophers have posited that God is the uncaused cause. Forget Fiona's not here, but I forget
Aquinas.
Aquinas. Yeah.
I mean, I don't know. I mean, it's sort of like
she's not the only smart one here, dude.
I mean, Stephen Hawking said that. I mean, it's kind of like circular. I mean, it's like asking what is north of the North Pole. Like, what the fuck does that even mean? I mean, energy. I mean, at least with the first law of thermodynamics, energy can't be created or destroyed. So, what the universe was prior to that singularity, I mean, we just don't know. To assume that it was some entity, I mean, that's just intuitive bullshit.
Well, no, I don't think it's an assumption. I think the argument is, if you're going to put somewhere where we just really don't have a knowledge of whatsoever, that would be the place to go, because we have knowledge now. We don't need to invoke God for a design, right? We know nature can design. We can have a teleonomic design.
Yep.
I think the argument is, back to t equals 0, we got nothing, man. We got nothing. We have no idea what's going on there, and that would be the ever receding pocket of ignorance that we're talking about. But again, I don't think it's a big deal.
Well, I take issue with Christians, like especially fundamentalists, that say God exists at t-1.
That's nonsensical.
Of course it is. If God exists between t0 and tn, then obviously God is not the spark.
See, I've heard. Okay, I think King Crocoduck had used something similar the other day about T minus 1. I'm not, don't quote me. I would have to. This was a hangout that I had with him a couple months ago, but I knew what he meant by it. I don't think he meant literally like what we're thinking of. He was talking about a scenario where there could have been, prior to the Big Bang, prior to the initial rapid inflation, prior to the singularity, a universe that had the opposite of heat decay, the opposite of entropic error that we know today, such as the error of time running backwards. And in that universe, then you would be able to say t equals -1.
Well,
it's a different universe.
I think let's say, for example, that in the beginning there was some very super dense material and it was highly stable, and then through, I don't know, through some kind of, there had to be some kind of a motion, some kind of motion to cause some kind of a chain, and the chain that occurred has resulted in everything that we have now in our universe.
Are you thinking there is a collision of membranes?
I mean, I'm not this is just an area that I like to hypothesize on. I just like to think it through, thought experiments. I have no expertise in the Big Bang. I just, when Christians ask that question, well, what, do you think something came from nothing?
Well, okay, yeah, when people pull that shit, okay, first of all, I have a thing like that about fluid on the ground, that when people make some kind of weird, stupid comments, I really judge them almost instantly, right? So when they start talking about, oh, you think something came from nothing, blah, 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 I'm automatically putting them on the level of somebody that does not really even have a high school education. It's the same thing. It's like you think you came from a rock, right? Because they're not understanding the actual science, right? Because we don't even know if nothing exists. We've never demonstrated nothing to exist. We have never experimented with nothing. We have no idea if nothing is even possible. We do know that the closest we can get to absolute nothing is a state of space which has quantum fluctuations, right?
But some basic stasis.
Yeah, and we call that nothing. That's state zero. That's ground zero. That's your lowest ubiquitous 0-point energy level. That's fine. But they're like, well, that's not really truly nothing. Well, it really is as far as we're concerned, right? If you want to take it to the really extreme ex nihilo type thing, then we have no way to know if that's even possible.
Yeah. Well, I mean, like I said, the best explanation I've seen says that there was some very dense material that was stable for, who knows how long, and then eventually it became unstable, and, there was the Big Bang. So when the reason I even bring up this hypothesis is because when people claim that God is right there at that beginning, that would seem to me to be an inanimate God. God is just some kind of a substance that created like an auger or something.
Well, I mean, like you said with the Thomas Aquinas, the prime mover, right? I mean, if God created the universe, obviously I believe he did it through naturalistic means. Obviously I believe that he did it through the big, I don't want to say through the Big Bang, because people will take me that to mean, oh, he created the universe via the Big Bang. No, the process of the Big Bang after the universe was created, that's what he used to shape everything. I don't know what he used to create the actual universe. Other than M theory, I have no idea how the universe got here, right? I mean, no clue whatsoever. And so it isn't God of the gap circling around to say, oh, well, God did it. But my argument is that because we know so little about that time period, if you want to even call it time, that by putting God there, I don't have an issue with that. If somebody says, I'm a really religious person, I think God existed prior to the t equals 0, and I know it sounds weird because it's outside time as we know it, but if God put this all in motion from that initial frame, then I'm okay with it. I'm not going to argue against it.
But what you've done, Steve, is you've reduced God to a catalyst.
Well, not necessarily. I mean, if God created something, he's not a catalyst, right? He is the prime mover. He's the thing that actually did it, right? He didn't what a catalyst would do is help the chain reaction, help something lower the activation energy to help something else occur, right? That's a catalyst. But I mean,
the reason I say that, I mean, if God is not static, if God is dynamic, then God is existing within time, and then the Big Bang is further towards n than towards 0. on the timeline.
And I do agree that if God exists, that He does exist in our time frame of reference. Okay, I don't know if it's coherent to say outside of time. Right?
Yeah, I would say that's a non sequitur.
Yeah, and I agree. Now there are diagrams out there that you can look at the diagram and say, okay, this would be what it would be outside time. But you know what we put there? We put question marks.
Well, you have to put something that's static, that doesn't move, because anything that moves has a sequence. In any kind of a sequence, you have a timeline from TX to TZ or something, whatever. Okay. So
yeah,
I mean,
right.
So my point is, the notion that an intelligent God could be at T-1 seems to me to be far-fetched.
Well, again, it's a matter of faith, right? I mean, that's
yeah.
I mean, even as Fiona being a scientist, I'm pretty sure she's probably agreeing somewhat what I'm saying. That's a matter of faith, right?
Either nothing is a miracle or everything's a miracle. Albert Einstein.
No, Fiona, I'm not letting that person in here.
Let's make one.
Yeah.
I think I remember hearing something that I think he tried to doctor off somebody.
I don't know. I don't know him, and I didn't want to say the name, but thank you, Wolf. I just don't know the person, and I've just heard many different things, and I don't want to want to add him right now. If that's okay.
All right, it's your hangout.
Yeah. But anyways, Fiona, I mean, do you think God could have been the prime mover that started things in motion and kind of watched over it as it happened and kind of molded it?
Well, yeah, but what I also say is that it's a faith-based position.
Well, of course. I mean, faith-wise. We're not talking science.
Yeah, it's a faith-based position. And
yeah,
I
want to be clear.
Hold to that, but the fact that I hold to that is not proof of it.
Right.
It's not even evidence for it.
And I might be one atheist that, I've been an atheist for like 35 years, but if there were suddenly some kind of indication that there was a God, I would be, I would accept it. I certainly really try to be open-minded, and I'm certainly respectful to people that can argue, can provide cogent arguments for why they believe.
Yeah, I mean, you're not going to fault somebody for having faith, right? I mean,
no, not at all. Not at all.
Yeah. And that's the biggest thing I see that I tell people that, if you want to fault somebody for having bad science, by all means, that's what I do all the time. I don't fault them for having faith unless I think that faith is really unjustified, right? I mean, if I have faith that, if I jump off this cliff and God's going to save me, I'm going to have an issue with that, right? I think your faith is misplaced in that particular case.
Yeah, and for example, in my family, it would be easier if I was a Christian because my mother, for example, is a fundamentalist. I just don't have that wiring.
Okay, see, Joey says, I'm going to fault people for faith. Believing without good reason isn't very good. Well, you don't know what the good reasons are. We might have good reasons. I mean, for example, I'm going to play the part of a theist just for a little while because everybody thinks I play the part of the atheist well. But I mean, if I play the part of a theist, there might be good reason. I have subjective reason that I have had in my life would indicate that there is a being out there that I has been made aware that something exists. May not know what it is, may not know the nuances of it, but I know that there's more than what we believe, what we can physically see here that exists, what we think in a reality. And so I have faith that I'm going to call what that is God.
I'm going to say the same thing I say in most of these hangouts when we're talking about strange, we're talking about God and trying to get a God to fit into the scenario that's been painted by the Bible. Right now, I'll take away Genesis for a start because I'm fairly certain that what scientists are putting forward is true. It's just a matter of putting all the pieces together. But as for like starting it, the Big Bang, and then guiding it from there and interacting with it, I always posit that there's an alien creature out there or aliens out there somewhere that are of the same character as Q from Star Trek.
Mm-hmm.
That they live non-functioning to time, so they could have existed before the Big Bang happened. And basically they had the power to change things, move things, create things just by the power of thought, by whim. So yes, it is possible to have a godlike creature in the universe, but we have yet to discover them. And if such a creature did exist, yes, the Big Bang could have been created by said creature. So in my mind, yes, it's feasible, but it's a reach.
Yeah, but I don't believe I don't believe God would be an alien like that. Yeah, it's possible, but no, I don't believe that. But by the way, Joey, no, if you have good reason, that's not necessarily faith. Faith is not good reason. Faith is that you don't have empirical evidence.
Yeah.
That's what it means. So if I have good reason subjectively to think something, right, but I don't have evidence, subjective evidence, I don't have empirical evidence, I have a instinctual evidence or gut feeling or whatever the hell you want to call it, then I believe that's good evidence to myself, or at least good reason to give me pause. Then that's not faith. I mean, that's just not simply. I mean, that's you still have faith. I'm sorry, you still have faith. I mean, even if you have good reason. You're saying that if you have good reason, you don't have faith. Well, that's not true. You know.
Yeah, I mean, you have trust.
If you say you have proof, then you don't have faith.
Correct. Yeah. If I say I have empirical evidence something being true, then I don't need faith. If I say I know God exists because God has shown Himself to me, I wouldn't have faith at that point. Now I can say I have faith that He's good. I have faith that He's not lying to me about everything about Him, but I wouldn't have faith that He exists. I would have knowledge that He exists, right?
And you have atheists like Aaron Ra. I mean, when he says that he doesn't have any beliefs that aren't justified, I just have to laugh because so much.
No. He doesn't say that. He says that faith is the most dishonest position, and so he rejects it outright.
Oh no. He makes a lot of gross generalizations. That's why I have problems with him.
Yeah, he's not good at philosophy.
Exactly, and that's all I was going to say.
Yeah, I think I've heard him say that where he doesn't have any beliefs that are unjustified because he had the same thing when Ozzy was trying to explain to him that he does have presuppositions that he doesn't justify.
Right.
Yeah.
Oh, what was that? What was that hangout that Ozzy used?
Fair enough. He's more better. He's more well applied with the science, but he did destroy Site 10. I mean, pretty much anyone without a brain could do that shit.
Yeah. I thought Matt Dillahunty did a better job with Site 10 than Aaron did. Aaron lost it on that podcast I watched with that gentleman that's a linguist. What's his name? With the beard.
I don't remember.
I'm not sure.
I mean, obviously Dillahunty, I think, did an exceptional job. But I see your point, Gods, that Aaron, I love Aaron. I mean, I do. I watch him all the time, and I have the utmost respect for him. I just think his philosophy is weak, and I think he looks weak for the people that maybe know a little more about the topics. Because to say that I mean, he could be an anti-foundationalist, right? I mean, maybe in that particular case that he wouldn't have think that he has any positions that are unjustifiable, but I don't think that's where he's coming from. Do you? I mean, because I'm a foundationalist, so.
Well, you get guys like Matt Slick. If you look at the conversation on the Bible thumping wingnut between Matt Slick and Aaron, it was clear that Matt was painting all atheists by Aaron's brush, and so I was bristling when he was making unsupported generalizations like I don't believe anything without good reason.
Do you guys care if I get Phantom in here to get off another side?
Sure. I mean, I shared the link with Chaz, but apparently he stepped away.
Tony's good night. Good night, Tony. Take care, my friend.
No night.
Night, Tony.
Good chatting, Tony.
Take care.
Just trying to get some more people in here. But yeah, no, I was saying before that, yeah, I mean, I don't have a problem with the faith-based positions. That's never been my thing. I understand it because if somebody had some kind of event that had happened to them that they do not describe to everybody else, just say like the Contact movie kind of thing, she would be well within her rights to believe what she believed, right? That she saw aliens and went to another planet. That would be knowledge to her, but it'd still be faith that it actually happened, right?
Yeah. What do you think of this? I have one of my best friends is a social worker. She's got a master's and she works in admitting in a hospital. And she's a Christian, and and I respect her for that. I mean, she's very knowledgeable. She actually practices what I think Jesus espoused. But she thinks occasionally that patients come in and that they're actually possessed by demons.
That's scary.
Isn't that? I find that scary as well.
Yeah. See, I don't think those are rational people. That's not a faith thing. I think those are mental things. I think more than anything else.
She says it's rare, but I mean, for me, if you're a professional, you have a master's degree in social work, you're getting your accreditation so that you can, do therapy and stuff. You should be grounded in, scientific reality.
Yeah, because when it comes to like the psychological things, we've known that every time people have been diagnosed with having demons, it's schizophrenia, it's paranoid delusions, it's something natural, right? We don't do trypanning anymore where we drill a hole in people's head to release the spirits, right? Now, if somebody was that religious where they think somebody is demonic, that person better have their head spinning around, spitting out peach soup, 50 feet across the room.
Yeah. You can't call someone demonic just because they piss you off and show that your opinion is.
Now, I tell you what, you have somebody, like I said, if somebody's whose head just all of a sudden spun around, and they started, like climbing on the ceiling, I would get paused. I would get paused to that, wouldn't you?
Yeah, I guess I would.
But that doesn't happen.
Evidence.
Hey, Chaz.
Hello.
Like I said, that doesn't happen though. You would require that kind of evidence. Now, that would be convincing to me.
As a cynic, I would say it's anecdotal.
Wow. That would be
terrible.
But you cannot. No, direct evidence cannot be called anecdotal. You can dismiss it, but it's not anecdotal. It's still direct evidence.
Well, but it's not like if it's not like a statistical syllogism or anything like that, it can't be. I mean, it can be rejected outright. If it goes against what we normally experience, then it's bullshit. I mean, that's just
the reason I say it's anecdotal is because we can't be certain it's a demonic. It could be some kind of a psychological or psychiatric condition we're not familiar with.
Then you're allowed to fly on the ceiling?
Oh, no. Well, I mean, if that type of thing happens...
And your head rotates around 360 degrees? No, I don't know anything in medicine that can cause that.
Okay, fair enough. No, Steve, I guess when you put those kinds of parameters on it, it would definitely go into the unexplainable column.
Right. Now, I agree with you that you cannot obviously say it's demons. How would you know, right? It would be unexplainable, and it would be definitely what I would consider to be supernatural, beyond natural. Now, you could make the abductive argument that it's demons, but you couldn't conclude anything because you would have no way of making a conclusion that way. We have no way of knowing.
I remember doing a video on this on some by Theodore Schubat where he said that people were demonically possessed and stuff like that, and there was this one experience I think in South America or someplace where they took a drug that would make them demon possessed. Well, it was really just a bad reaction to, and obviously effed up psychedelic mind trip that really doesn't. I mean, sure, it alters your mind state, but that's all down to brain chemistry. It's not something that the supernatural or anything like that. It's all in the mind, the physical mind, none more, none less. People get there are some people that do have biases against these sort of things, so they usually apply things like demons, unfalsifiable things to justify their superstition and their bigotry and whatever, and that's usually why we keep hearing this stuff.
Phantom, do you want to come in? I've extended you an invite, dude. I don't know if he's paying attention. Yeah, I mean, if you did have a diagnosis for demon possession, how would you go about, curing them of that from a doctor's point of view, right?
Yeah, there's no medication for expelling a demon. Yeah, I'm pretty sure our medical care, as adequate as it is going to cover anything under demonically possessed. Oh, hey, what do you got for me, Joe? Oh, Doc, let's see, what is it? Moloch is possessing me to sacrifice babies. What the fuck are you talking about?
Pazuzu in room 5. Pazuzu, room 5. That was the demon in The Exorcist. And by the way, no, Exorcist was not the devil.
No, wait a minute. Pazuzu.
That was the demon that possessed Linda Blair in the movie The Exorcist.
Sorry, I'm thinking about the ambiguous presumer.
And also the name of that gargoyle in Futurama.
Don't remember that either. Oh wait, I think I do. Was that an episode where they were on that planet?
Yeah, the episode when they were on that planet and they were super young and stuff like that, but then they got older to their original age, and then Zuzu saved them at the last minute. Yeah. I love that show. That was classic. They brought it back again, and then ended again. I love that shit.
Phantom says, "I'm okay with text chat, but I only get talked over then kicked from the chat, or talked over in 3 words." No, dude, I'm not going to talk over you. I'm not going to kick you.
Phantom, stop being a fucking keyboard warrior and come in there.
Is it Phantom Prophet?
Yeah, no, I mean, if he wants to chat, I mean, just in the live feed, that's cool. I understand some people just want to do that sometimes. But
Phantom, get your ass in here, you dirty little gay boy. Come on.
Phantom knows I'm not going to boot him.
Stop being a little bitch.
I like Phantom Prophet. I've always got along with him. You know, I've seen him get mistreated in other hangouts, but I would never mistreat Phantom. I mean, he's a cool guy.
Phantom, just come in, you cunt.
Yeah, listen to the Englishman. Get your bitch.
Even Chaz is telling you to come in, man. He just wants to touch you in naughty places.
Yeah,
I know, that's only for you, Steve.
You want to touch me in naughty places?
Yeah. I want to put my finger in the hole you talk out of the most.
Okay, I'll bend over.
I didn't say which hole that was. You're the one that put it in there.
That's what I talk out my ass the most,
Did
right?
the nun to the vicar?
I am the biggest liar on G+.
If you get I Love Jesus in here, he's a fan of me.
I've invited. I have really a standing thing. Whenever I start a hangout, I invite Fact Finder, I Am Jesus, Antonio, and now King Matthew, and I mean I invite all of them right off the bat. It's very seldom they actually take advantage of it, though.
How you doing, Fiona? You all right?
Yeah.
Oh, Mr. Group and Phantom just kiss and make up, you two. Good grief.
Who and Phantom?
Mr. Group 2010.
I don't know who that is.
He's one of the mods in the live feed. But no, I would love to get Thank You Jesus in here, because especially after the ordeal that they put Fiona through the other day. Oh God.
I think I held my own quite well.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Group said his name is Mr. GPT or GTP.
Yeah.
Yeah. Just
Mr. GPT. Yeah, whatever. I mean, I know it's.
Okay, I'm just telling.
Mr. GPT.
I think the best comment from that hangout has got to be when I said, I have been asking your question for an hour and you have not given me an answer. And he said, how do you know that?
Yeah, that was just epically stupid. Yes, Mr. GPT. I'm sorry. It's just easier to read as Mr. Grouped. But yeah, that was funny. I was like, how do you know that you were giving an answer to your question? How do you know you've been sitting here for the last 2 hours?
Steve, start calling him Mr. Jupiter.
Jupiter?
Yeah.
But yeah, I still think that they didn't take away from that discussion anything valid, because I know one of them was at least one of the people that talked to True Empiricism, telling him that, oh well, Fiona and other people are saying that intelligent design is a fallacy from design, and they just butchered that. I mean, that's not at all what you were saying. Who's got birds?
Oh, that's me. I've got the back door open at the moment.
Oh, it's like a bad Hitchcock movie.
Yeah, I live by the coast, so overrun with seagulls.
Yeah, kind of like my island.
We even had a seagull as a fucking mascot during the war. Sid the seagull, telling people to get down into their shelters.
And somehow they survived the walrus.
The walrus, okay.
What do you guys are? What is
I
Fiona,
thought true empiricism was supposed to have left
fucking
the internet for good.
What's that?
No,
I
my
thought true
mistake.
empiricism was supposed to have left the internet
Oh,
for
which
good.
time?
Numerous times,
Numerous times, probably, yeah.
He's got his knicker elastic caught in the door handle.
Yeah, and it was so funny because it was just like, oh yes, I'm just going to ignore Steven. His channel is going to become a thing of the past, and it's going to nobody's going to go to his channel because nobody goes in there and knows what they're talking about.
Remember when he said remember when he said he was going to get a lawyer to sue Pandemonium for what Kaiser said? Yeah, he's going to pay.
Yeah.
He's gonna pay $200 to $1,000 an hour just for some bullshit he underwent on the internet.
Yeah, Kaiser Crew didn't
nonsense.
Yeah, he didn't do anything. That's the funniest thing.
All he did was take that one bullshit thing out of context and used it to justify deleting his own shitty little hangout, even though people pointed out that by virtue of his design, it was shitty to begin with.
Well, you missed out. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
No, I was just gonna say he rage quit and he's ridiculous. I mean, we don't even have to engage him directly. We can just point out how shitty the argument is. I don't even know why we even bother talking to his dumb ass at this point.
I don't really engage with him that much anymore either. I just use him for the lulz. But you missed out because you've been gone for a few days. He found this guy named Sean, or this guy found him. Okay, to be honest, Sean discovered his hangout, and I did not even remotely suggest that True Empiricism was out scouting for this person, right?
I still watch your channel despite not being able to see the videos.
Okay.
I heard of him, but I tend not to watch Ronnie's hangouts because they're usually fuck awful.
Well, he comes into my live feed, and he's like, "Oh, Steve, I found an ex-naval nuclear engineer like yourself, and you should talk to him because he'll set you straight and prove you wrong, and blah blah blah, and he has the same accreditations as you, blah 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 blah." And I was like, okay, this guy's making some mistakes here. Let's see if we can correct him. And I invited him in to have a hangout. He was more than happy to, and we got along fantastic. We corrected the mistakes, and for 8-9 hours we ended up talking, whatever it was. It was good to reminisce with somebody who actually went through power school like myself, and we were able to talk about all kinds of stuff about reactor systems and our training, and that I never get a chance to talk to anybody about. And it made True Empiricism look like a fucking idiot. Because he was all bragging, oh, they have this good nuclear engineer over here. He'll put you to shame because he knows what he's talking about. And this guy was like, wow. He's like, yeah, for being out of nuke school this long, he's like, you really remember your shit. So.
He did have some funny ideas about radiometric dating.
Yeah, that was odd, and I called him out on that. Do you notice that though?
I did.
Fiona, yeah. I mean, we were like, that's just. Fiona was all over that shit.
That sounds pretty cool. I have to see that. And going back to the Aaron Roth thing, I mean, I heard he put out a video about him going to that museum, that Croatian museum.
I watched it.
To Eric Owen, I believe.
Yeah, I watched it.
Yeah.
Eric looked like an idiot. I love the part. My favorite part when Aaron looked at Eric looked at Aaron's ass and said something like, "Well, I don't see a tail." He's like, apes don't have fucking tails. Learn taxonomy.
Yeah.
I still like the idea of the wooden boat deciding to land on a volcano.
Yeah, because the whole thing is Matt Arafat being a volcano would have been erupting, and it's cataclysmic stuff, and they landed a wooden boat on it, nothing happened. And as Aaron was walking through the ship, he was like, oh yeah, look at the the metal struts here, and the floor joists here, and the ceiling joists, and whatever the hell he's pointing out. It's like there's all modern construction. And they had a couple little cages with some animals.
No, well, they had 40 stuffed animals. Can you believe that?
40 stuffed animals.
Have you seen
We're dumb.
Paul C. Hartley's video about the Ark Park?
I have not yet. You want to post it?
Oh, you've missed a treat.
He's an anti-creationist?
Sorry?
Is he an anti-creationist or a young earther?
Yeah, he's very anti-Ken Ham, I can tell you that much. You need to go and look at his video.
What's his name?
Paul Hartley. Hold on, I'll see if I can find the link.
Good. Yeah, 40 cages. So 40 cages of animals.
Stuffed animals.
Stuffed animals represent the diversity of all mankind.
Stuffed animals.
Yeah, of all the diversity of life.
And then they have a room where they talk about ventilation. And even with an air conditioner nearby, Aaron was saying that it was really super hot.
Yeah. The people that I can't believe people buy into this bullshit. It's just so fucking stupid. Oh my God, the stuffed animals. He's like, well, why don't you have live animals there of all different early types of species? Why don't you provide water for them for a single year? And he's like, well, there was a flood. There was water for flooding for, all over the place. And he's like, well, you need drinkable water. You're not going to drink the ocean; it'll kill you.
Right, and there's something in our skin essentially that causes us to age, and it cannot be reversed. And so the notion that a 750-year-old man built the barge is just ridiculous.
Yeah, well, I don't believe the ages of the Bible either.
I think there's the case that there are some creationists that believe that before the flood, no boat was actually created, like Mac Thomas.
There was no boats prior to the ark?
Yeah, no boats or rain or anything.
What? I've never heard of that one before.
Yeah.
Yeah, they had were they schooners or these small boats on the Red Sea that they would use, but I don't know what they're called.
Yeah, what is it within our cell that causes us to age?
It's called the Hayflick limit.
Yeah, the Hayflick limit could not would have prevented Noah and his incestuous family from repopulating the earth.
Yeah, cells can only divide so many times, and then they die.
Yeah, also the fact that not talk over you, Steve, but we have an unbroken history of ancient civilizations that existed prior to that supposed flood occurring. So,
yeah, China, for example,
and the only experiences they actually had of floods were local. So, if you want to say, a farmer one day had his village flooded, and he took his family and his animals on a boat, and then settled in another part of the land. I mean, you can say that, but yeah, a global flood wiping out all of life and somehow miraculously repopulating it back again, yeah, that's bullshit.
Yeah, and of course the only
we're just doing some Hume shit right here.
The only geological evidence is the Grand Canyon.
I will look at that video later. I have it queued up. And wow, I'm telling you, Mr. GPT and Phantom out there are just going to town. I don't know why. Like I said, I like Phantom.
Dude, he's just trolling. I mean, it's sad as fuck.
Phantom's not trolling.
Yeah, okay, Dickie Boy, Ricky the Dick. I mean, what the fuck is this?
Well, I mean, he's being a little insultive, but he doesn't troll. He actually, that's what I'm saying.
12-year-old shit, man.
But getting back to the Ken's arc and stuff like that, yeah, I mean, doesn't anybody think themselves as they're walking through this? Okay, we've got some cages with some stuffed animals in it, and this is supposed to represent what happened? Really? Even when you talk to those people, they kept talking to these people, and even they didn't sound like they really believed this shit that much.
Well, I mean, if they actually had animals, the stench after the first day would be so horrid, nobody would actually be able to go in there.
Doesn't that present a problem for the real ark, too?
Oh, yeah, and the real ark supposedly only had one window, not even a door.
Yeah, I mean, if they want...
I mean, honestly, I remember watching Drunk History, right? That sort of talked about the Monkey Scopes trial, and this stuff was actually questioned in a court of law, right? He was Darrow's. I mean, I forgot the exact people, but the lawyer that was the creationist was basically being asked by the lawyer. Yeah, Darrow. He was being asked like where did Cain's wife come from? How did Adam and Eve populate the earth exactly? And he basically tried to put up that whole Christian persecution complex, and then he was asked why they were doing it, and he said basically, we had the purpose of preventing bigots and ignoramuses from running the education system. I mean, that's the whole reality.
They lost that
basically
case.
It's down to a culture war, you know.
Well,
they did lose that case. You do remember that, right?
Yeah, and they lost Dover, right? And that was
No. We went over. No, the Scopes Monkey trial. The teacher that was teaching it lost the case.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, we that was a hit against us. It was I believe it was later overturned, obviously, but the actual court case in Inherent the Wind, when it was Clarence Thomas and it was Dick Sargent playing BT Scopes, and he lost. Yeah, great movie, by the way. One of my all-time favorite movies, called Inherent the Wind.
Guys, I'm going to drop. I need some
all right,
sleep.
sweetie.
So.
Good night.
Good night,
Night.
Fiona.
Take care.
Yeah, but in Kitzmiller, Answers in Genesis had an opportunity to go up, present their evidence for creationism, and they refused.
There wasn't any.
Yeah, exactly. And I mean, you tell that to creationists. Look, there was a court case, and evolution was argued versus creationism, and Answers in Genesis, your hero organization, couldn't provide any evidence.
And in the side chat, yeah, I mean, Mr. GPT, I don't know if Phantom's using that exact argument that I believe in God because it hasn't been disproven. It wouldn't make much sense. That'd be an argument for ignorance. But I mean, I know Phantom pretty well, and Phantom goes from the position that he believes in God because of a faith-based thing. That there is no overwhelming evidence one way or another. There is no proof to demonstrate God exists or not. That is a faith-based position. That's what I remember last time I talked to Phantom. That's where he stood. I don't necessarily see a problem with that.
Phantom, you ought to join us. We're nice. We won't hurt you. We won't talk over you.
I won't touch you in places you shouldn't be touched. No, I like Phantom. I mean, I don't agree with Phantom obviously, on everything. But I think he can articulate his position, and he's not like some of the other whack jobs off there that just assert things for the sake of asserting them with nothing behind it whatsoever. Because you ever notice, to get on a topic with like True, they have these prefab things that they throw out there when they get caught in a lie or in a direction they don't want to go. They really try to bring it back to something they're familiar with, or to avoid having to answer altogether every fucking time.
Yeah, well, I was really upset because they brought me on, and I didn't even want to go on there. They said that I was a coward, so I said, okay, I'll do this. I knew I was going to be talked over, and they tried to argue with me for about a half hour that atheism is a religion. And then, he used the division fallacy argument.
Yeah, Phantom, a theory cannot be proven by definition. But as far as the atheism is religion, this is my argument against that. An atheism is a position to a single claim.
Yep, exactly.
Single claim. God exists. Whether you say, God, I believe God does not exist, I believe God does exist, or you be a non-theist and say you don't know, whatever. But it's a position in reference to a single claim. A religion is a multiple positions, and a religion is a coherent body of structural beliefs and regiments and what do they call them? My goodness.
Catholic Church doesn't mind it being called dogma, but when you use dogma around Protestants, they have umbrage.
I mean, it's really just down. It's really just like Steve said. I mean, it's really just down to belief, and in this case, it's just non-belief. I mean, atheism isn't a religion no more than theism is a religion. You could have religions that are atheistic in its practice.
Sure.
It doesn't mean that atheism is a religion. I mean, that doesn't make any damn sense.
No, I agree.
And you can have atheistic government, like the communists in Russia.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Yeah,
But that doesn't mean that the actual government employees, the people that actually, the cogs in the wheels, were actually atheists.
Yeah, and that's like like you said, theism is not a religion, non-theism is not a religion, agnosticism is not a religion, atheism is not a religion, agnosticism is not a religion.
And communism sucks. Sorry, Nadia, it's just a fact. Communism fucking sucks.
Yeah, I don't get involved in her discussions when she comes to talk about that. But these are not religions. A religion is under theism or deism, but it's definitely under theism, and I put theism ahead of deism, and is a subset of a theological position such that you have a coherent body of structured belief system. Now, there can be, that's not all religions, there can be atheistic religions as well, okay, that for the same thing, Buddhism, Hinduism, Taoism, Jainism.
Is Jainism godless?
I'm pretty sure they're not a monotheistic god. I think it would be anything.
They could be pantheon.
Pantheistic, if anything. So it doesn't matter whether you put it under atheism or excuse me, atheistic or theistic. It is not atheism and it's not theism. That's where they get confused. And you know why they say it? They say it because they want to get your goat. They know it pisses off atheists when you say atheism and religion. I don't think half of them actually believe that nonsense. If they do, then they're fucking stupid.
I mean, the thing is, I mean, at this point, it's a weak ass jab. I mean, like, did Bill Maher trip when that one philosophy major bitch said that atheism is a religion when he was making fun of Mitt Romney's faith and all that shit in general? I mean, it's nothing. Atheism is a religion like freaking abstinence is a sex position. It just isn't. All right, and if it is a religion, hey, we could do the crazy shit you can do. Okay, that means we can unbaptize your fucking dead relative and fucking put up a statue that you don't like, or have an avatar that offends you. Fuck off. Where's our argument? It just got deconstructed easily.
Yeah, and a matter of fact, it's funny you mention that, Wolf, because I think them trying to make atheism a religion actually hurts their whole entire position. Because when last time they tried doing something along these lines, do you remember the big fun coloring book of Satanism? Or the satanic big fun book for kids.
Yeah. I remember that.
That's what it's called. And that was a brilliant thing to show people. Look at it. As soon as you start allowing religion in, you have to allow Satanism because Satanism is a religion, but it's not atheism. It's an atheistic religion. So now they want to claim atheism as religion. That anybody who's atheist, right? Anybody who's atheist, not just Satan, could do the same thing. They're covered under those statutes. And I don't think that's the route they want to go.
That's why, for me, Satan is just he's just an awesome ass character. That doesn't mean there's no supernatural. I mean, supernatural hypotheses are just irrelevant bullshit. I mean, I just like the character and the message. Listen to the science and reason. That being said, yeah, you should have satanic literature in there. You should be able to do your own invocations that don't fucking establish some predominant belief. You can basically talk and express your free speech.
Right, but you're a Satanist or you follow Satanistic ways, not because you believe in Satan or God. You're a Satanist because you're using the satanic icon, that symbolism, to mock the theistic positions.
Yeah, that, and for the sake of focusing on science being the most reliable method to understand humanity's place in it, just getting far away from that supernatural bullshit as possible. The same thing that.
Are you a LaVey? Are you a LaVey Satanist?
I'm of the Satanic Temple school of thought. Anton LaVey was too Nietzschean for me.
Okay, well, I was just saying, LaVey Satanism is just atheism with drama.
Yeah. He had a hot daughter. He has a couple hot daughters, actually. He did. Yeah.
They're too creepy for me, I'll tell you.
One left the church. The other one's still in, I think.
I mean, they used to wear black lipstick. Oh my gosh.
Oh yeah.
No, thank you.
Yeah, I'm actually thinking of getting a necklace with an inverted cross on it.
But do you want to do that for the shock value, or do you want to do it because you're actually making a statement?
The reason I do these things is for the sake of letting other people know that I exist. My identity is made clear. I have no problem. See, the idea that you don't believe in God, it actually comes up a little more than what you'd expect, like almost like a third of the time. And I always tell them that I'm not concerned with whether or not a God exists. I am an atheist, and the thing with the upside down cross, it's how I express myself. It's how I think of these views. They're ridiculous, and they could be utilized to make a point about the culture that we live in. Actually applying that reason and rationale to these things, and actually recognizing that they're ultimately irrelevant. So trying to impose it in society, be it in the education or in politics, I mean, it's really wasting time to how we can actually focus on advancing our social issues with the best tools that we have in science and in reason. That's why I do this.
I get that. I get that. Yeah. But I don't think you want the entire world to start saying that they worship Satan, because you don't even worship Satan.
No, well, of course, it's not a belief in a literal Satan. It's a belief in the message behind it. You know, it's like Satan was a very was a very avid message of free thought. I mean, I actually think of him in the Paradise Lost let's see message of it as being an entity that actually challenges authority, that's actually skeptical and willing to enlighten humanity. You know, giving them the apple, recognizing the nature of themselves, and rejecting
Well,
fate.
I don't think you can really argue that the apple in the garden was given by Satan. It says a serpent. It doesn't. It doesn't. I mean, I've heard Christians argue it, but I don't think it's compelling.
In the original rabbinical thing, that serpent wasn't Satan, if I remember correctly.
Right. It's just a snake.
Satan, serpent, Samuel, the eternal rebel, whatever the hell you want to call it. I mean,
no, because in the Old Testament, this is an inconsistency in Christianity, but in the Old Testament, the Satan was the accuser, and essentially it worked for God. You know, God wrote the checks.
Yeah, but I mean, but then again, I mean, this is their own ass backwards theology about it. Because here's the thing: you want to say he rebelled, and he was banished from heaven after the whole war thing, but then he's basically still the same. He's still basically like a heavenly prosecutor. Like he accuses you of sin, and he's following the word. I mean, they have to decide on this, and it comes down to that whole free will thing and all that other bullshit. But yeah, that's their own inconsistent like view of it. I mean I just infer from those legends the actual moral intellectual lessons you could actually get from it. You know.
Real quick, Phantom. I think you are a little drunk at the moment, and I think you probably do need to go to bed, Phantom Prophet.
Yeah, I told you he was tripping.
Yeah, well, he wasn't as much, but he is tripping now. I mean, some of the comments he's making, like the theory of we are the living proof of creation. That sounds meant to you. That's not a theory. That's called an assertion or at best conjecture. That is not a theory. That is not remotely a scientific theory. That's not what it means in science.
Precisely, and that which can be asserted without evidence could be dismissed without evidence. Carl Sagan, love that quote.
Yeah, and
yep.
You know, people do make all these assertions. Here's the difference, though. It's funny when I got these nimrods like you know, Ronnie and Nephi or something like that. Well, you made a positive claim. You made an assertion. You know, can you back up that positive claim? Well, you know, all I really need to do to back up my positive claim is give them evidence from a scientific source, saying this is what the science is. Okay, that's all I really believe that I really even have to do to demonstrate that they're wrong. That the experts have come to the conclusion that this is how it's taught, this is the way it is. Okay, if they want to go beyond that and say, well, you know, you made a claim that that's actually true, that's dealing to an expertise level that, one, I'm not going to have in specific things, neither are they. They're not going to be able to evaluate the evidence. But if we did delve into it, they're never going to look at it. I've done that before. Okay, let's look more into the claim. Let's look at the papers and blah, blah, blah. The same thing with the HT2, right? We've looked in depth with the HT2, why we have a conclusion that we do, that we have you know, a fused chromosome. They don't get it. They cannot look at the evidence and actually realize why they're wrong. So what's the point of giving them evidence for this stuff anymore? My evidential justification is met. My burden is met when I say, hey, look, I found this textbook. It's taught at this particular college, and it says A, B equals C. Therefore, A, B equals C. And I'm done at that point anymore.
That's all I do with them. If they're not willing to look at a college textbook and go through it page by page and refute it for me, I don't want to speak to them.
Well, then again, it's not our responsibility to justify science or explain that to them. I mean, science on its own is perfectly capable of defending its own theories. It's really just a matter of getting them to establish the rationale behind what they actually believe and why. I mean, that's the thing.
I agree with you. That's, you know, all of that.
Well, if it could very well be established on an empirical scientific basis, there'd be no issue. But unfortunately, it just comes in the realm of anecdote and personal faith and stuff like that, and that's just inconsistent with how we test and measure and understand everything else.
I'm gonna be right back, guys, in a second. I'm trying to get more people in here, and Mr. GPT, I don't necessarily think Phantom's not trolling, no, but he is wrong. There's no question about that. Phantom Tom is completely and unequivocally wrong. He usually is, but I don't consider that to be trolling per se, right? I mean, we know that he's a very poor person to have arguments. His argumentation.
He has been on the rant like a fuckwit. I mean, I'm just saying.
Yeah, his arguments are shit, right? We all know this, but at least he'll come in and he'll talk about it. And
he's not right now. Shit.
No, he's too drunk to come in.
Probably might make it interesting.
No, he's too drunk.
I'm not sure it's link around.
All right, see if we can get. Yeah, you guys can open it up now. Just don't give it to anybody like in the live feed. Obviously, don't, and just make sure you trust the people.
I won't give it to anybody because I don't know the crowd.
But yeah, I mean, sorry, Phantom, but yeah, your arguments are really, 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 really bad. I mean, you just
like,
don't know how.
Right up there with Lou's arguments.
Yeah, I agree. All right, I'll be back.
Like Steve or Steve. No, not you, Steve. The other one.
I didn't hear you. I'm maybe going. I'll be back in a minute.
Hurry back.
No, fuck that. That was someone else. Fuck, what's his name? No, I'm just talking out loud.
Okay. A theory is a lie from the pits of hell. A theory is something that is our best explanation of the facts. And it can be reproduced, and it can make predictions.
Dude, flat Earth. That was a thing this year, or maybe last year, but yeah, whatever.
Gosh, I mean, I cannot believe anyone could believe in a flat Earth in the year 2016. I mean, but there are some people that really do believe it.
Yeah, you know you're fucked when you have to be heard that when you have to hear that from an astrophysicist, like in the media. Yeah, the Earth is shaped like a sphere.
It's a sphere, yeah. There's Isaiah Sloan. We were discussing. We've had a round table tonight. We've talked about a bunch of subjects.
What are you talking about?
Away. Well, the conversation began with putting Godless Girl on trial. I wasn't here for that part, but Steve definitely said that he has good reason to believe it wasn't her that was sniping. And then, basically he went around and said, whatever anybody wanted to do, they could do it. And so I think a majority of people are going to wait until the bug is fixed before they let her into their hangouts. But Steve is going to allow her into his, and I think that's the consensus. Who'd have joined? Oh.
Okay, I'm back.
Welcome back.
Oh my God! What is 42 people watching us right now? What is so exciting with us at the moment? I don't understand this. Really?
I know I should have been probing for authorization bugs like that in the Google Plus API. I'm pretty sure they're still there.
What?
Oh, I mean, that's probably what they're doing. Is there's a Google Plus API, specifically for Google Hangouts, and
sniping?
I haven't played with it.
That's not how they snipe.
That's not? Oh, what is it?
It's so goddamn simple, but I can't tell you.
Uh-huh.
Any idiot can do it. No, I'm not going to tell people how to do it. We don't want to. I mean, the less people know, the better. But no, it's nothing complicated. I assure you.
Is it like URL manipulation or something? Or?
No.
No. Okay.
No, it's when I say it's
yeah. Well, you're live, simple. So I wouldn't ask you to say it live either.
Yeah. So what am I missing in the side chat? I didn't take a dump, by the way, Joe. No, I got some milk. That's okay. Well, my bad, Steve. I was going to leave a link, but now I don't know. Richard McDaniel. Oh, no, you got to like my videos. Yeah, come on, people. What do I got? I only got 15 likes on this and 6 dislikes. We had a good talk with Godless this morning. or this afternoon. I don't know why people dislike this video. Even if they disagree with my judgment, there's no way to dislike the video. But anyways, we got 41 people watching, so I better see at least 30 likes on here. Fuckers. God, what do I keep you around for? Because you know True Pearson will come around and go, oh, look, he only has 15 likes. Steve's shit.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, and you know, it's the biggest bitch I get is I just got another bitch like this. It says, 8 hours long. Who has time to spend listening to this? Perhaps condense it a bit? So, just filter through it. Nobody expects everybody to listen to an 8-hour hangout that's already been done. You just kind of go through it. Now, eventually, when I get a better system, I will probably make a highlight reel from hangouts, right? But that takes time and effort that you know, I don't really have, to be honest with you. What I might do is this. I'm going to say this up front. I might start another channel, whereas it'll just be the highlights, right? It'll just be videos with the highlights from these videos. Now, if I do that, I might make it into a Patreon or make it into a monetized one, because I can't do it now because various reasons. I've got videos that have like Creative Commons and other things. I couldn't do it on this channel if I wanted to, but I mean, I don't know. Would that be a bad idea?
I don't know.
What do you guys think?
You'd have to do a market analysis.
Well, it would just be a nominal amount. I mean, if I made $20 a month just to cover my own time for going through the highlight reels, 8-hour hangs and making a highlight reel, that's time, right? I'm not doing this for money by any means.
No, but you'd have to have a super powerful computer to really go through 8 hours of video feed.
No, I know. I couldn't do it on this little laptop. I would be there forever. Yeah, I'm waiting for a computer to be shipped to me. So once that happens,
nice.
So I have considered giving. I got to come up with, if I do that, I just have the highlights, make videos just of the good portions of these hangouts, because there are some. Then I'll monetize it. So I have two channels. This one that I don't give a shit about as far as monetization, it's just education, and the other one that would be the highlight reel that I just ask everybody to sign up for that one too. So anyways, I mean, do you guys think that's a bad idea?
No.
I mean, do your thing, man. If you think you're up to it, yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to give it a shot. I mean, like I said, I don't want to spend 2 hours making a video, 3 hours making a video from a highlight reel, if there's not going to be some kind of a compensation of some kind, because I know a lot of people listen to this stuff, and I've been so supportive, and True's like, oh, still be begging for money. No, I mean, you're never going to get rich off this shit, right? I mean, we're not in the league of the people making $12 million a year, or even remotely, more than 1,000 would be the maximum that I think. I did an analysis already with SourceBlade, and the most I would make for my videos would be about 1,000 a year, which is pretty much nothing, right? I mean, that's a drop in the bucket. And that's what the videos I have now if they were monetized. So it's not like people are making money off of it to do this, but. And Fiction Fighter says, why don't you cut down your hangouts to avoid 2 hours long and stick to topics? I don't like doing that because I think things flow better when they could go from things, subject to subject, and then I would go through and then I would actually just highlight our timestamp where something interesting took place, and then just make a highlight reel, because we flow in different subjects. Like the subject Godless Girl joins me to make her case in Steve's court, blah blah blah. We've already done that. We did that when we first started this, right? So we moved on since then.
Well, we haven't bored the hell out of everyone because there's still 40 people.
Yeah, and I don't understand. Oh, you know what? I gotta get. What am I doing? I'm a fucking idiot. Let me get Isaiah and these guys in here and shit. Isaiah, did you like the video yet? If you haven't liked it, you can't come in yet.
Shit, that's not what I wanted to put in there.
Jim, I'm gonna get you invite too. Jim hasn't come in my hangouts for a while. He used to come around quite a bit, but he doesn't come around that much anymore. Oh, Boolean stop video splitter can split videos into smaller pieces without re-encoding, so the only time required to make the rendering of the video. Yeah, that'd be cool. I mean, I'm used to actually having to go to Movie Maker and then having it, re-render it, and that's really kind of crappy. So I'll check into that BoilSoft video splitter. Oh, you want to see my boobs? You can see my boobs. Just waiting to see your tits. Yeah. You got a girlfriend. What do you need me for?
Don't you want to put that in the other stream, Wolf?
Sure, I could do this. Yeah, I could do that too.
Anybody else want in? Does fiction? Do you want in? You haven't been around forever, fiction.
Yeah, they won't accept any. Okay, remove any web addresses and try.
I'll give Fiction Fighter an invite anyway. She may not accept. Whatever. I said boobs.
She never comes in.
She used to.
Oh, Glenn liked my video.
Which one?
You don't watch my shit, do you, Steve?
No. I do at some point. I eventually go back and watch it, but I didn't see you put out anything. When was it?
Like a few days ago, I think.
What was the video on?
Basically, just similarity prove common descent. I love when smart people love my shit.
So Ruhif really thought it was good? I will definitely watch it.
He said he uses a similar argument.
Yeah. Well, it's kind of funny that in one breath Ronnie will say, well, similarities mean nothing for common descent. And in another breath, similarities mean everything because of intelligent design. They're similar. I'm like, do you not see a fucking problem here, Ronnie?
Yeah, there's no way to actually measure that on a practical basis. But more to the point, I think I want to step up from the Clown Car Posse. Probably talk to Eric Hovind or someone like that.
Eric,
contact him and have him on in like a month.
Well, if we get Eric, man, we need to really get on a good hangout. I mean, that was just crap last time, especially when JD came in and took it over for Precept.
Yeah, and then you let, oh my fucking god, and then Ronnie dumbass came in there and skull fucked it with that bullshit.
I actually still have no idea how Ronnie got in.
No, dude, it was Joe Richmond. His dumbass fucking leaked the link out, and then Ronald McDonald just fucked his way in there and started spouting his gibberish. Completely fucked it over. He was irrelevant.
He just left after Eric left, which is weird.
Yeah, well, like I said, I'm not going to be engaging with Ronnie that much anymore. I'm not going to engage with Gman at all. I just have no reason to. There's just nothing about them that's worth talking to. Now, I mean, I'm not telling everybody else not to, but I don't understand when Fiona and Hogtie, what they get out of this. I mean, it's just, I don't understand. But that's what makes them happy. But I think after the debacle that she had today, I don't think she's going to be too interested in talking to Ronnie.
I mean,
what happened with True today?
Oh God, you guys explain it to him.
More the same bullshit with the argument from design, but being a guy who actually have been looking at these guys and talking about their bullshit for a good number of years, they're carnival barkers, right? They're clowns. You fuck with them just to take the piss out of them. But honestly, at this point, we can correct their stuff, but talking to them isn't necessarily a prerequisite at this point. It's sort of a lost cause. I mean, fuck it. I mean, one of them tried to pretend to actually have like a science degree and credentials that would make him intimidating to talk to when that was discovered to be some bullshit. And the other one is basically a working class fuck who's he's basically a megalomaniac trying to act like he's some chosen fucking prophet when really just a retard from New Jersey. I mean, these guys, they're not worth actually wasting time on. Just, I mean, aside from correcting their bullshit, that's it. End of rant.
And yet, year after year after year, right? We do it.
Well, I mean,
hey,
they're all
stepping
cows,
up,
right?
I just said I wanted to correct Eric Hovind, dumbass. I mean, like he fucking sells cancer pills for fuck's sake. I mean, that offends me. That's offensive to me because that literally hurts people.
Well, I don't think he cares. I mean, he's a snack oil salesman, right? I mean, if you watch that video,
I wanted to do that shit to his face.
Well, if you watch the video with Aaron Ra, Aaron Ra, right in the beginning, he's like, "You're a charlatan. You're a con man." And you know that smug fucking look that Eric had, that smug smile. Did you even notice it? He's thinking. I mean, you could just tell. He's like, "Yeah, so what? These people believe me." It was smug.
Was it the Thinking Atheist podcast where somebody unloaded on Eric saying that he rides the coattails of any function that can have a crowd?
I think this was the recent Ark Encounter one.
Yeah, but was it? I've heard two of them. I heard. Somebody was really I think they nailed it. That's what he does. He's like an ambulance chaser, but he chases events where atheists are going to be there, or secularists. Anything where he can make a statement.
Okay, cool. I'd like to talk to him. I mean, he's an uneducated piece of shit and a huckster. I mean, he has that thing he inherited from his pops, but other than that, like, the things he says is harmful, and I feel like it's my duty to point out that he is a charlatan. Just for the sake of it, because I don't necessarily care for his antics or his bullshit.
Well, it's funny because people will be like on the Vigilant Christians channel and the debate that Hovind had with Wayne, and they'll be leaving messages like to me going, well, why don't you take on Hovind? Why don't you take on Eric? Blah, blah. And I'm like, we have. They're trivial. Now, if you think that you have an argument that you want to run past us, either a new one or one that they have that you think you could give better, then come in here and do it. None of them will. None of them ever will. It just never happens anymore.
Well, I liken it to Christian writers that write books that are supposed to be for atheists, when darn well that they're doing it just for Christians to feel better about their faith, because the arguments are so poor they're not going to convert anybody to anything with their stupid books.
I mean, we could talk like a bit about priests. I talked with Matt Slick on it, but before I could actually finish my point, he kept bitching about my inverted cross, and it's like, oh, I'm offended by that. Okay, where's your argument? And then he rage quit.
Speaking of being offended, fiction. You troll collector, you.
Well, Steve, you're one. I'm in your hangout, and I'm here now.
Yeah, because you're a lulz cow collector.
Yeah. Just remember, I'm not the lulz cow. I'm a lulz cow collector.
Yeah, you're aficionado of lulz.
Yeah.
No, I missed you. You never come around no more. It's been a long time since you've actually been in my hangout.
Yeah.
I miss that sweet, sexy, raspy voice of yours.
Yeah, but it's a non-smoking voice now.
Me too.
Yeah, I heard about that. That's good. Awesome. Congratulations.
Yeah, since December.
Since December, eh? Yeah, that's awesome. So, like, how did you go about doing that?
I got laid. No, I don't know.
That would help, wouldn't it?
No, I honestly, there was no trick except that I drink a lot of water, a lot. And I kept my mind preoccupied, and I just, after the third day, I didn't really intend to quit. It was kind of accidental. I had realized I'd already gone 3 days because I didn't want to go out and get a pack of smokes because I just was tired and I was busy, and I don't know. I just didn't really want. I was just like, I'm just going to go to bed. And then, I realized that I'd already gone 3 days. I was like, oh shit, I'm gonna just go a little bit longer, see what happens. And 6 days into it, I got that smoker's flu. It got me sick as shit for like 2 days, sick as shit. And then I was like, oh God, I am never going through this shit again. It was horrible, and I just after that didn't really have a desire to smoke.
Wow. So you didn't even use like electronic cigarette or anything like that?
Nope. Didn't vape, didn't nicotine, nothing.
That's awesome.
Sheer willpower, baby.
Yeah, I didn't have that much willpower.
And
I had to use
25 years.
25?
Yeah.
I smoked about, let's see, I guess about 30 years for me.
Jim, I sent you an invite a while back, so you got to find. Jim says, "Where's my hangout?"
So do you feel a difference now that you've quit smoking?
Yeah, I'm more stressed out and miserable. I want my cigarettes back. No, I don't. I'm not that much. I feel okay. I definitely can feel like I don't have that feeling like you smoke into the nicotine, you get that high, and then you get the low, and you get this really kind of icky, just all over mushy feeling. I don't get that anymore now, and so that I definitely do notice that I don't have that, but I don't get the rush either. So.
There was a recent study.
Real quick, that's that nicotine withdrawal. I mean, particularly, I just smoked a cigarette today, not the. I mean, it's just not my thing. I can't get into it, but that being said, I will never quit Dro. I will never quit marijuana.
And Wolf, hello
was,
there, man. I
Hello,
want to say
how you doing today?
how much
Hey.
clearer you sound since when I
You got a
used to
real
listen
mic.
to you. Your mic sounds awesome.
He wants to say if you're talking, and then you're like, okay, and you're shaking.
I was never that bad.
Oh,
And
yeah,
it
it was
was.
just like this. It was Satan. It's
And you know
yeah.
Someone left me because I criticized them for sounding the same fucking way.
Hey, I was never that bad, okay?
Oh, we can't hear Steve now. It was bad, Wolf. It was really bad. When it was loud and distorted and really hard to make out. Do you know? Oh, there's Steve back. Do you know what's his name? Shit, from England there, or not? Yeah, I guess he's from the UK anyway. The vaping guy. Anybody know who I mean? I don't remember his name. It's bad.
Danny Kane vapes, but he's not from the UK.
No, he's kind of like he's got like a round chubby face and he's really into the vaping thing. Tony knows.
Botten?
Tony was here earlier. Tony knows who I mean.
Alex Botten?
Botten?
No, not Botten.
He has a round face. Oh.
Yeah, but he looks a bit like Bot without the big.
Marcanoia?
No, I know Marcanoia. Nope, it's not him.
I'm just naming out random people that live over there that have round faces.
Only other guy I know with a round face is Chaz. I mean,
Trevor.
Okay, Trevor.
Oh,
Yeah,
Trevor.
I remember.
Yeah, he
I've
took
never
total offense
seen him,
to it,
so.
and he left my community and everything, like, because he felt like I treated him like a cunt, because it was all because I criticized. I said, like, we were all kind of making fun, and I didn't mean any harm by it, but hey, honestly,
I would have been offended too. I don't take criticism. I'm perfect.
Just ask him; he'll tell you.
You want some butt cream? I'll go in dry if you want.
Yeah, don't mess with fiction. She'll fuck you up, Isaiah. She'll do things to you that you that even a happy puppy wouldn't want on there.
She makes Milo Yiannopoulos look like a kid.
Happy puppy? Oh, Jesus.
Oh, speaking of happy puppies, here we go. There you go.
Hey, Jim, what's up, man?
Hey, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, what's up, buddy? How you been, my friend?
Pretty good. How about yourself, Steve?
Well, not too bad. Not too bad. Just, I don't know, chilling, I guess. I mean, my channel's grown a lot. I mean, Jim's back in the day when I had like 5 people listening.
Yeah, you have really grown, Steve. Yeah.
Yeah, you remember
You
too.
got more views than I got, man.
I mean, it's Friday night. I still have 32 people watching. That's not bad for a Friday night.
That's pretty good for a Friday night. Well, we're
it was
experiencing
40.
a severe heat wave over here in Ontario. Southern Ontario's getting hit hard with fucking almost 40 degrees here.
California's just as hot. I mean, that's
40 degrees? Yeah. I mean, the States is getting hit pretty hard with the heat, isn't it? Most of the states.
Well, I lived in a state where it hit 50 degrees Celsius.
50? Oh,
Yes.
fuck. I wouldn't go outside. That's it.
That day was 49.9, but for all practical purposes. That's
I would call
122
into
degrees
work.
Fahrenheit.
I would call into work and say, I ain't coming in.
It's fucking ridiculous. It was 101.9 degrees, so basically, excuse me,
Oh.
121.9 degrees, so basically 122 degrees. Just absurd.
It was 99 in Dayton.
Fuck off. 99 and put a sweater on.
Put a sweater on. Are you fucking kidding me?
I'm like, it's
What are you
chilly,
smoking,
man.
Steve?
Yeah,
Seriously,
single digits. Shit, please.
Hey, this climate change is happening. All right, it's getting hot. Hot ass fucking year.
Oh yeah.
If it doesn't start with a 100 or something like that, yeah, it's cold.
I read something yesterday. Every day this year has been higher. The temperature's been higher than the year before.
Yeah,
Well,
record highs. Yeah.
we definitely have an increase. There's no question about that. No, I don't think even.
But isn't it a natural phenomenon? Not phenomenon. No, whatever. I can't say the word.
Phenomenon.
Phenomenon. Yeah, that's it. Phenomenon.
There is a natural cycle.
Just slow it down.
Phenomenon.
Phenomenon. There, I said it. I said it.
Very good fiction. I'm so proud of you. Tomorrow we're working on a different polysyllabic word.
But I cracked my jaw when I said that. That hurt.
But there is natural phenomenon that will cause these cycles. Now, I do believe that anthropogenic gases contribute, and I do believe that they may be the primary
Wait, Steve, slow down. What the fuck did you just say?
Gases caused by man.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's.
I understand that language better. Okay. Carry
we
on.
need to break these words down for you.
Yes.
Anthropogenic. Anthro means man, genetic means
I don't
generation.
have 160 IQ, okay? So give me a break.
So Jack went up the hill to get a bucket of water.
Fuck off.
Yeah.
No,
That's what Jill said to him. I mean, his life was ruined forever.
No, Jill said, fuck me. Fuck on, you better
Jack
result.
and Joe went up the hill, each with a quarter. Jack came down with a buck and a half. Was that poem? But anyways, no, but I do think that man-made causes probably do cause the biggest.
It contributes.
factor.
I believe it contributes.
It definitely contributes, but there's no study to say whether it's the biggest factor or not. But I believe it's probably is.
If we weren't here, it would still happen. Is what my point is. What I'm trying to say.
But it would be a lot less.
Right.
Yeah, the rate is what's
we're doing. I mean,
discussed.
our resources is fucking it up.
Yeah, and the pollution, and we're fucking up. We're a bad virus to this earth. I tell
There's
ya.
two types.
Human virus.
Well, there's
You
two
look at where the seas are heating; they're actually rising, and they're going to be, eventually New York will be submerged.
True. Eventually we won't.
Something at that point.
We won't see it.
No, and I don't think it'll happen for thousands of years, but it will happen.
Oh
yes.
no! I mean, climatologists are saying that's going to happen within 25 to 50 at the outside.
I know, and that's bullshit.
I don't believe that.
They said that 40 years ago too. So
Mhm.
so no, I don't believe that. I think they're wrong on that. Will it happen next maybe 100 years, a couple hundred? It's possible. I mean, but again, we have to determine what the overall percentage and the increase of rate is what's critical of the climate change and how much is due to man-made gases. And that's where the problem comes in, because there's two groups of people that have climate deniers, right? There's the climate deniers that say there is no global change. They're just absolutely fucking wrong. They're a very small, ignorant group. Nobody claims that.
But they're attacking schools.
Yes. But no scientist in the world agrees with them. Okay, but then the climate deniers just say, okay, yes, there are changes, but we cannot say there is a direct correlation for causation of gases made from mankind rise natural cycles. They're a little bit more on target, only on the fact that we cannot demonstrate it yet, but we have very good indication that it is that way.
I mean,
Okay,
yeah.
well, I would say you made a false equivalent there, Steve.
Go ahead.
Hold on. What we're seeing as a side effect in this, I mean, we've experienced floods, we've experienced like bugs coming from the tropical region, actually spreading disease and stuff like that in places they shouldn't be. We've experiencing the the wildlife, the fish dying off rapidly because of the toxicity of the acidification and stuff like that affecting our food supply. I mean, it's an issue. I mean, we have to. It depends on what we actually do about it right now. Otherwise, it is going to be an issue for the future.
So what was my thing there? No gods.
Well, it's true that climate change has some non-human components, but essentially the villain is carbon dioxide, and so it's the rate at which carbon dioxide is collecting and warming the planet that is the issue.
It's not just carbon dioxide.
Whether it's but carbon is the main culprit, according to what I've read.
Carbon monoxide, carbon dioxide, carbon tetrafluoride, carbon tetrafluoroethane. These are all greenhouse gases.
Okay, so my point is this: that the increased diet of meat and things like that also causes the rate of carbon to accelerate. So we don't need to know what percentage humans are contributing. We just need to deal with the fact that the current levels of carbon are more than likely going to cause sea level changes that are going to negatively impact our entire world eventually.
Again, I don't see the studies that make a correlation to that. Of course, you're right that we do add to our carbon footprint, no question about it. How much these carbon gases add to the overall net rate of change, I don't know. I would really like to see more data on that, because that's the problem.
How about the ice cap melts?
They're not. Many of them are. Matter of fact, the ice cap actually is thicker than it ever has been. It's actually increasing right now. That's not a really great comparison, because the ice caps do have cycle things. The sea level has not risen that much. I mean, what is it? I think less than an inch or something.
Yeah.
It's really not that much.
It's insignificant, yeah.
Okay, and they were saying that there's going to be a 13-inch rise across the New York state line, back when I was a kid.
Hmm.
It didn't happen, and that would have basically eliminated Manhattan and Brooklyn. It would have been in Florida as well.
And again, they were probably just
Florida,
guesstimating it back at that time, right?
yeah, well, Florida's very flat. I mean, like literally, like almost Kansas flat. You hit a like 2-inch elevation, and your nose starts to bleed, right? I mean, it's basically if there was a rise in sea level, most of Florida would be underwater. And so we haven't seen that. We haven't remotely seen that, and we don't know for certain that what our footprint is adding to that. Now, is it? Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Well,
and I don't think
there are crises today that we can witness, Steve. For example, California wildfires used to be confined to about 3 months.
Sure.
Then they
Yeah.
Then it was like 5 months.
And look at them
And
now.
I'll tell you this.
Because they're dry. They're much drier.
I will tell you this. When I used to live in California, and I went to Davis. That's where I got my credentials. This was in like 1982. The wasps. The wasps were not dying, and so it became almost impossible to camp in Tahoe because the ice melt in Tahoe was just drying up, and that was in 1982.
Well,
I mean,
I
was
do agree with you, this
already seeing
changes.
the ecosystem. Well, I mean, the ecosystem was already being disrupted way back then.
Yeah, I'm not questioning that. I do agree.
Okay,
There's
fair
definitely
enough.
ecosystem changes. There's no
And
I
get this.
definitely agree that the wildfires, because it's much more drier than we had in the past.
Can
and
I tell you
wildfires
guys
across the
something?
border worse. Yeah, go ahead.
Right here in southern Ontario, the other day actually, one of my clients, she lives out in the country just outside the city, and one of the woodsy areas right across from where she lives off the country road there, it just spontaneously started combusted and started a wildfire right in the middle of the field. Yeah, right by their forest that was near by the field there across the road from her. And she thought, I thought that was wild because we don't get stuff like that here,
Andreas
Not
Wolf,
often.
that's what I was saying. Andreas Wolf is like, bullshit, Steve. Rising sea levels are not due to melting ice caps, but due to thermal expansion of water. I'm not the one that suggested that the melting ice caps were raising sea levels. In fact, I was saying that they don't right now.
I'm really not an expert on climate change, but what I do know is that the research that I've read, everyone's talking. The scientists are talking about tipping points, and so I would agree with you.
We have hit that, though. I believe that.
I know. I would agree with your general concern. We don't know when it's going to happen, but when it happens, my understanding is we're going to have tipping points that are going to be very difficult, if impossible, to reverse.
Yeah, we have hit one, from what I understand, and yeah, I mean, I know what I understand. The water, what happens when water heats up, it expands, okay, and so it's a thermal expansion of water. That's what's causing that's what's going to cause the increase in volume of water in the oceans. That's going to flood like Florida and New York. When you have a body that's sitting in the ocean, its displacement is equal to the amount of the amount of ice in the buoyancy, right? So you have a buoyant piece of ice sitting in the middle of the ocean, right? And it's going to start to melt. Well, it's already displacing a certain amount of water. Now, as that water heats up, though, because of solar activity or greenhouse gases, affecting how much rate we can lose heat to the space, right? It's going to trap that heat in here, which is kind of a misnomer. It doesn't actually trap heat, but it traps thermal energy. That causes that water to become larger in volume because it has a thermal expansion effect. That's what actually causes the sea level to raise. Would you agree with that, Andreas Rolf? That's what actually is water, because water is actually becoming, the distance between the water molecules becomes greater because of the more kinetic energy added to the water.
Like where I live in Ohio, really hot water, has resulted in algae blooms, which is making, keeping the water from reaching, becoming toxic is difficult. Even though Ohio uses, for example, scientific systems to do, to minimize phosphorus in the soil.
Mm-hmm.
So I mean, I find that to be a concern, don't you? That we could run out of potable drinking water if the if climate change is sufficient to spur enough algae bloom that the water becomes, toxic.
Yeah,
no
that's
question.
scary shit. That
No,
is really scary
no
shit.
question. It's not just the algae too. There's other microorganisms as well.
I'm just using algae blooms because that's a problem in Ohio today.
Yeah. Well, I mean, okay. I used to live by the Salton Sea, and you're from California, so you might know what a wreck that is, right? It's just
I'm from
high.
Northern California.
Salton Sea is just a wreck. It's just very high in salinity, very high acidity. It's got all kinds of algae and microorganisms growing in it. But there's
Not to mention what the nuclear disaster in Fukushima. Look what's happened there.
Yeah,
the
it's pretty detrimental. But
it's disastrous. There's
yeah.
fish. They're coming to the shores. Like there's sea life that's coming to the shores and tits up, right?
Well, yeah. I mean, it produced a lot of radioactivity damage, radiological damage. But I'm just saying that there's a lot of water supplies that have been utterly contaminated. The Salton Sea is a big lake that is one of them. Even in Australia, have you guys ever heard of a lake? It's called Pink Lake, but the actual name of it's called. Someone refresh my memory. It's big. It looks like a pink. It looks like Pepto-Bismol, and it's this lake. Yeah, it starts with an H. But it's this lake in Australia that is basically Lake Hiller, and it's got this microorganism that lives on it in it, and that it turns it completely pink. I mean, it looks like bubble gum. And so,
is it toxic though to us or what?
No, actually, believe it or not, you actually could swim in it, from what I understand.
If you'd want to. Ugh.
but there are other lakes that will have different kinds of algae that you can't swim in, right? And you can't make it potable water very easily. So that's what we need to worry about. Yeah, have you ever seen Lake Hiller? It looks like fucking Pepto-Bismol. It's really trippy.
I think I remember seeing pictures of it somebody posted, but that was a long time ago.
Well, it's a private lake. Well, not private, but it's bordered off. Basically, you can't go there. Let's walk up to it. It's used for testing purposes. Scientists actually use it for testing stuff.
The anti-climate science poster child in the United States is Texas, and remember Texas had those horrible. Yeah, do you remember Texas had those horrible droughts? Well, recently they've had floods, and I wish I had a nickel for every time I heard a Republican go, "Well, see, we had a flood, so climate change is bullshit." No, it's the severe weather conditions that are most likely the result of climate change. So like I said, there's the California wildfires are becoming. I forget how many months they are now. It could be 6 or 9. You have algae blooms in places like Ohio and other places. I forget how many places are facing water toxicity. So right now, I think we're starting to see low-level but yet alarming types of events. And so, like I said, if I had to state my concern, it would be that we are hitting tipping point after tipping point, and the question is, what can we do after that? The capitalist response that I've heard, basically looking at the market, is they're going to adapt. Companies will come into the market to, basically clean up whatever happens. But I wonder if that's really feasible.
Yeah, I just got a link from the IB Times on this. Yeah, basically it's, the extreme climate change effects. They're ravaging several places in Central America. The drought in Africa. It is having an impact. Absent of human intervention, and it happens gradually, but it's still problematic throughout the world. With the various tornadoes, wildfires, droughts, also floods and everything. It's crazy.
I just want to point out the outside chats were making a lot of decent points too. Just saying.
I'm watching it. What did we not address?
Well, just a lot of people, different people are saying here. Take your pick, or everybody who's commenting as we go along. You want me to read some off, or do you want to do it there, Steve, since you're the host?
Mark Harrison, let's see. We should definitely be doing more than we are. I feel like Steve's political leanings are influencing his interpretation of the data, but I'm probably talking out my hat. I think he means but I don't know. No, I don't. First of all, my political leanings, I'm pretty much a libertarian. I'm not thrilled with the Conservative Party anymore, and I'm definitely not a liberal. So it's not my political leanings. The data itself, if you really investigate climate research, which I did a few years back, there really is no bullet saying yes, this is definitely a one-to-one correspondence that we see that these greenhouse gases are the primary cause for increase in temperatures. We don't have that yet. Do I think they're getting close? Yes, and they probably will. But we can't say that until that data is completely in. And unfortunately, the people doing these studies, most of the people that are doing them are paid from either side. There really is no any neutrality in these studies that I'm finding. Have you guys noticed that? It's like, okay, what do you want the study to show? Okay, well.
But Steve, to be fair, I mean, are the people that do actually spend more in that side? I mean, and who exactly? Like ExxonMobil or someone of that nature?
British Petroleum, ExxonMobil, Shell.
Right. Is that Wolf talking? Who's that talking now?
Yeah, that's me talking.
Sound like a robot.
No, he's not finding me.
Steve, but the survey, have you seen that study that has like 99% of the climate scientists consider global warming to be a serious geological issue?
Yes, and I'm not
okay, so it's the 1%, and the 1% are a very potent percentage because they're basically, like you said, the fossil fuel companies, and they're doing the same thing that they did with smoking with climate science. They're trying to create doubt, and that doubt is really improportionate to what is really happening.
That's kind of what I was saying. Okay, there's two types of doubt, right? There's the doubt that there is no climate change going on. That's just absurd, right? We all know that that's not true. Right. The doubt is in the actual studies themselves that actually definitively show what is the prime cause for global change. Is it because of various solar cycles? There's like two major types of solar cycles: a short-term and long-term. Some of them are only like 11-year cycle, right? And the other ones are about 200 years. And there's even another one that goes back for hundreds of thousands of year cycles. So there are different types of sun cycles that can cause variations in the overall net temperature. We need to find out exactly what contributing factor are these greenhouse gases from mankind, the anthropogenic gases. We cannot say that with certainty yet. Do I believe that they are the prime? I'm 50-50 on it. It's hard to tell because the sun has such a big influence on it. Now, if somebody goes around saying that they don't have an influence on it, yeah, that's bullshit. Yeah, of course they do. It's the degree that they do, and it isn't greater than the sun. Now, the argument against that would be very simple. Even if it's not the prime, it's still large enough for us to take notice and try to alleviate and mitigate the damage being done to the ecology. Would you agree with that, No Gods?
I don't know. I mean, like, I guess we're just disputing the science, and I'm not a scientist. So, I mean, like I said, I've read selective articles. Frankly, I find them very depressing. But like I said, the articles that I've read are mostly on, this lake, it's got algae bloom. That lake has risen. This Gulf Stream has changed like this. I would call them, point articles, on problems, individual problems, rather than sort of overarching discussions of the whole problem. So I really don't know.
Yeah, like I said, it's just the actual science. It's just we need to figure out what the percentage is. That's it. We need to figure out how much this greenhouse gases is causing damage. But either way, it doesn't matter because we know that it actually is. We know that it does have an effect. Do I think we have an obligation to mitigate it? Yes. And Andreas wrote, no, I don't say the solar cycles are debunked. We do know there are solar cycles. We're supposed to be geologically into a cooling cycle, but again, they said 40 years ago we were supposed to be going into an ice age. We're still getting more data on this stuff, and I think the whole thing is we don't want to go in with scare tactics, as Mark said.
That ice age comment is not from an academic source. I think
it's from a report.
I think it's at Brit. that makes a career of lying about climate change.
Yeah, it was not from an. I know the source. It was not from a reputable scientist. It was from, I believe, he was a reporter or a blog or something like that.
No,
But
he's
it
some
was,
Sir somebody. I don't remember
no,
his
no,
name.
no. It was a guy that it was a quote from somebody, and maybe the reporter got it from him, possibly, right? I don't know. But
Yeah.
it was basically a secondhand of something that was not legitimized and not scientific. And I know this, but still, it did make it through popularity that we were spinning into spinning into an ice age. Even Time Magazine, I think, did an article on it. So we definitely have to go right to the source. We have to go right to the data. And if somebody can present me a paper that actually has a pretty well conclusive conclusion that it is the greenhouse gases on it, then I would definitely read it. That's not unbiased, of course, not one of the ones being paid from these people like Shell, because there's a lot of people. There's money. There's an incentive out there, obviously, to try to get the stuff to be just prove that these gases don't have that big of an effect, obviously, right? And what's the biggest state that's against that? Texas.
So, what are some of the things that we should be doing then, do you think?
Sex.
To solve the problem.
Why do you have to be so specific?
Besides emotional problems. Well, see, I was going to touch on something that I tried to get your attention in outside chat that I wanted to get into. No, long time ago, before I even come in. And Ergo actually saw it, and he addressed it as well, or he or she. So what do you guys think about this super meat that's going to hit our market soon? Meat that is actually created in labs without having to kill animals off.
Oh.
It would also bring down the production rate by about 90%, they're saying.
I mean, I don't know what's hitting the markets, but I would eat it.
You'd eat it?
Sure, why not?
Anyone else? There's a lot of people saying, yeah.
I'm pro GMO, so it doesn't matter. What's the difference? It's meat.
Are you?
I mean, if meat is synthesized in a lab or it's in a cow, it's still the same cells.
It's still same
same
DNA
thing.
and everything, right?
Yeah, exactly.
No different than what we're already eating, except the way it's produced and the lack of resources that we have to use to produce it, right?
Yeah.
I think it was a great environmental thing, actually.
If
right?
it tasted good, you bet your ass I'd eat it.
Yeah, as long as it tastes the same and made the same stuff. But,
I like you said how you said the resources to make this stuff. The cost of the reason one of the things the meat and all that stuff is so damn expensive is the cost of food for this stuff. I mean, these animals require a lot of investment.
Oh yeah, water, feed, electricity. What else?
What if the meat does taste good, but the best flavor is human?
Then I would ask what you're gonna do with your body after you die. I don't know.
No, human synthesized meat, human flavored.
That wouldn't go so well because it's been scientifically proven that cannibalism is not part of our diet. It's not a healthy part of our diet. I mean, it can actually cause you to go insane, really.
I want like a human flavored Go-Gurt.
But he said it tastes good.
Oh,
if it tastes good.
Flavor?
Yeah. Well, no, not just flavor, but I mean, think about it.
Actual human meat.
If it tastes good, right? I mean,
I don't care if it tastes good. No way. Sorry.
I wouldn't either.
Yeah.
But I mean, no, I just wouldn't either. But what's the moral implications of that?
Doctor, give me the news. Doctor.
Let's ask Cannibal Fresh.
Yeah. What do you think there, Doc? Give him a chance to settle in here.
About growing meat in a lab?
Well, that, and also, was it Tom that mentioned about this human
flavor?
Like
flavored
meat?
ice cream.
I want it like a Go-Gurt, like a pureed meat, like I can just in a tube, you know.
Liquefied meat?
Now, if it was Scarlett Johansson flavored, yeah. Yeah, I'd eat that.
Are you talking about pussy flavors here now, or what?
Did I get that technical? Did I get into detail? Why do you have to go there? You couldn't just let the joke ride for what it was?
I'm all about
really?
detail.
Damn.
That's what makes it funnier.
She likes sex in a car. I found that out recently. Her turn on is a sex in the backseat of a car, and I'm like, God bless you.
Who doesn't like that?
I don't know.
I'd rather have sex on the beach, in nature. Right out in the open field.
Let everybody watch. Just take me.
What?
No, I've tried on a beach and it's just sand now. It gets in a goody nisty.
Or out in the open field, Steve. There you
Yeah.
go.
I mean, it was fun. Don't get me
Fresh green
wrong.
grass.
It was like I was in high school.
That reminds me of the news headline I saw, which was couple run over by tractor while making love in a field.
Oh no.
And the thing that came to my mind was, what sounds are you making during sex that can drown out an oncoming tractor?
Must have been damn good.
At least they died happy, right?
No, they lived.
Oh, they lived through it. Okay, they lived to tell the tale.
How do you live through that?
Just ran over their legs.
Wow.
Wow, that would suck.
Yikes.
Let's see what the outside chat's saying here. Oh my God.
Yeah, but that was a buzzkill. Thank you, Doctor.
Yeah, Doctor.
Yeah,
Can
not
you
a
do
fuck
better
up the
than
hangout,
that?
don't you,
I
buddy?
do my best.
Somebody's got news for me. What do you got? What do you got there, Doc? What was the
I
news?
kept it there in the side chat.
What's that?
It's regarding Amos. It's in the side chat there.
What does that mean?
Oh, side chat. I'm trying to figure out which channels to look at.
What's that even
Amos
mean?
has been charged. He's been charged.
That's the rumor, apparently.
Oh, I think it's
Are you
changed.
talking about Amos Yee?
Yep.
Yes, he's been
Amos
charged.
Charged with what?
Good. That
Possession
fucking
of
little
child
ass.
pornography.
Wait,
He's the guy
He
that
had-
wrote
actually
Wait.
had child.
What happened?
That's the rumor that I just heard.
Wait, what happened? Amos
wait,
from like
is it a rumor?
Amos
I
from
don't believe in rumors. Hold on.
I'm
Amos,
skeptical about it. It's almost too good to be true.
Amos from Nadia's chat. That guy?
No, Amos Yee.
Who's that? I don't know if
He's a guy from, what country is it again? Singapore?
Singapore.
That he was thrown in jail because he was practicing his right of speech and he spoke against the ruler of the country when he died. He was celebrating that he died, so they threw him in jail for that, and then he got out temporarily until there's like another trial or whatever. And then since that, he's been very outspoken, and I think he's been pushing over the limits of freedom of speech and really been an arrogant little, I don't want to say it's. Anyway, he's been actually advocating for the right of pedophiles to fuck kids and fuck babies. He's been really over the edge about that. And
I don't know anything about this guy.
it's pretty
what the
sick.
fuck?
It's pretty sick.
How
And
do you,
if
how do you, how do you,
huh?
how do you advocate for that position? I mean,
Exactly.
I don't even know what the line of reasoning would be to even advocate for such a fucking position.
Because he's saying that kids shouldn't have the rights taken away to consent to sex. That's what his point was. That everybody should have the right to consent, and meanwhile, the majority of people, not everybody, but the majority of us have been saying a kid can't consent legally to anything like that.
Like
it's
saying,
not for a kid to consent to.
Yeah, that's like saying, oh, we should just lower the age of the drinking age to 2.
Yeah, or it's like saying, say someone's under the influence of drugs, being heavily drugged, or they have a disability that prevents them to give consent, but even though they do give consent, but they're not understanding what they're giving consent to, he's basically saying that those people should have the right to consent to whatever the perpetrator wants out of them.
That's fucking
See what
stupid.
I'm saying? Isn't that fucked up? Yeah. So, yeah. Whoa, don't get me started.
I mean, I understand, like 16-year-olds, in some states 16. I get that, right? But I mean, you're talking about, people like 10, 11, 12 years of age.
He literally said, Steve, he literally said kids and babies should be able to fuck.
Okay, let me ask you a quick question. Is this an Islamic country?
No.
Okay, because I know Islam in Egypt and stuff, for example, they're trying to lower the age.
Does he live in Singapore?
Yes, he's grown up in Singapore, and people are getting thrown in jail for all kinds of things. They're not allowed to express their freedom. They don't have a freedom.
Right, Singapore is very, very oppressive when it comes to this.
Right.
Yeah.
I mean, if he's guilty of something like this, I mean, that's like what, a life imprisonment?
They'll probably give him switches until he's dead.
I wouldn't doubt it. I mean,
it's pretty brutal there. Yeah, it's not like prison here. You don't get a TV. You don't get a nice padded bed.
I mean, I've been to Singapore, and they tell you, You obey laws. Matter
It's
of fact,
barbaric.
it's a 500. I don't know what it is in American money. It's 500 whatever over there. If you spit on the sidewalk, it's a fine.
Oh, wow.
There's a BART subway system, and you have these cards that you use to get around, right? And there's signs all over the place that have a little circle with a line through it on the corner, because I guess people would flick them, and you have to turn them back in, and they would flick the corners, and they would wear out the cars. So there's a sign on there, saying, don't flick the corners of the cars, and that's a fine if they get you doing it. It's like there's so many different things that you're not used to in America that if you spit chewing gum out, it's a fine. So yeah, I mean a lot of rules
crazy.
in Singapore.
I bet you it's worse
what,
if you hit somebody.
I tell you what, it's one of the cleanest cities I've ever lived. I mean, not lived in, but ever been to. It's amazingly clean. So somebody pointed out, Mr. GPT pointed out. So this guy was like a NAMLA type dude.
Basically, yeah.
He was
Fiction and I
advocating
were
for
arguing with him in the comment section of his video because he had a whole hangout dedicated to it that Fiction linked me to, and I just thought, what the fuck?
Yeah.
When I saw that.
Yeah. See, here's my take on that. I am all for speeding or all for freedom of speech, but when your freedom of speech affects the lives of other people and it can affect them, and you're telling people how to commit crime, your speech is done.
Well, it's one thing for freedom of speech, but also when your speech is like, okay, now you're talking as though you are a criminal and you're incredibly suspect. I'm going to report your ass.
Yeah. You're talking about the Amos Yee incident?
Yes.
Yeah. He's advocating for child porn. That's what he called it, right? Advocating for child porn. They said it's
he says,
okay.
he doesn't advocate for the production of it, but then he turns around and says, no, but people can still fuck children.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, Joey says he's going to jail for. He says he's going to jail for pointing out shit in the Bible and the Quran and making fun of it. That's it.
No, not the Quran. It's got to do with the Quran. It's got to do with celebrating the death of the country's leader.
His most recent charge was a blasphemy law. He has like 8 charges against him for insulting Christianity.
I've watched a video on this guy. There's a video on YouTube, not specifically on him, but there's people that have said things against their leader.
Yeah, Steve, I've posted it in church.
Yeah, dumb laws that people got arrested for, something like that. Yeah, you know what? Okay.
He's been on everywhere. He's been on CNN. He's been on sites and
It's all over
atheists.
now. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't put two and two together, but yeah, I have heard of this kid before.
Yeah,
I mean, you know what? I agreed with him when he first started, but now he's like, I totally turned off by him. I'm put off by him now.
I don't know if he's trolling or whatever, but yeah, like.
He's not trolling. He means it, Wolf. He means it.
I mean, dealing with the issue of his criticism of religion, I mean, he's got bigger balls than and bigger issues than what I faced in the first world. So I got none but the utmost respect for him. I mean, I don't know if that, like I said, I'm agnostic about the whole what he was recently advocating, whether it was satire or not. But
go look on. Did you go look on his channel? His last debate on his YouTube channel.
He got like really passionate about that.
Yeah, I listened to it
was really
several
disturbing.
times. I didn't just listen to it once.
I couldn't make it past 7 minutes.
Yeah, I know, and it's like I was just wrenching this. Like, it took me about 2 or 3 times to watch it because to get through it. Oh my God, like just fuck. Like I was really trying to see that he was trolling, but it wasn't trolling. He's genuinely stands behind. And he's also argued with me and Doctor in the comment thread, so go take a look at the comment thread too. It'll reveal. I mean, he uses other what do you call
Creation is my own is his sock account.
His sock account. Yep. Go check it out for yourself, Rolf.
What's the sock account name?
Sickening.
Creation is my
of my own. Creations of my own. That's it. Yeah. And he uses other sock accounts too. It's not just that one, but that was the main one he was using under that video of the debate, the child porn debate.
Well, I'm trying to look in the news. I don't find anything about him being arrested again for that, but I mean, there's definitely allegations. I mean, yeah, I mean, you guys are right. He definitely has made statements saying that it should be legal and that everything you said about consent, I definitely am reading right now, but I don't see where he's been arrested for it, though, again.
And that's why I said, it was just rumored, because that was just brought up in Rangers Hangout. Someone said, nope, he's been charged with this. I was like, that sounds too good to be true because it also happened too quickly, I think. But then again, I was like, well, it is Singapore, so maybe there's something to it. But
yeah, well, like I said, Singapore don't fuck around, right?
Oh no.
And he's arrogant enough to think that, you know, if they won't. Actually, some of his followers actually argued the fact that if he gets thrown in jail, that there'll be a public outcry and they won't get away with keeping him in jail or whatever. That his happy ass will be out again soon enough. What's that?
Apparently, he's gonna sue me. So.
Oh yeah.
Yep.
Wow.
Really?
Good fucking luck with that.
For what? For what? Voicing your opinion?
No, reporting him for violating terms of service on YouTube, apparently.
Oh, really? You can't get sued for that.
That's what I said.
He's gonna sue you.
Go ahead and try.
What is wrong with these people?
I don't know. Too much time on the internet, I suppose.
They take advantage of the anonymity of the internet, or the anonymity that they think they have on the internet.
Mm. Yeah, but he doesn't even have any anonymity. He uses his real name.
He's a child actor.
Yeah, and he didn't even finish high school, and he thinks his
16.
and his IQ is 135. I think he said it was.
I think he said
that's something to boast about, right? What?
He said 160, I think.
He's claiming it's 160.
Yeah.
He'd have to be one of the smartest people in the world. Well,
yeah, that's exceptional.
Yeah, really, that's a lie. That's a total
not
fucking.
the smartest, the highest.
I would say that in the great debate community, the intelligent people are between 140 and 155, give or take. That's pretty good. I mean, we do have people that are probably in the 160s, few, but
I don't know. It's pretty rare to be 160.
I don't know. I'm more concerned with measuring things in inches.
And we're talking circumference, right?
Girth.
Yeah, it's all about the girth.
If
they don't stretch them lips, yeah, forget it. You guys are killing my hangout. Oh my god. See, when Fiction Fire gets here, it's like it's a totally different direction.
I'm gonna go measure my lip stretch now. Okay, I'll be back.
Wow.
Wow.
She's gonna have to measure it in feet.
Oh.
In other words, she's been around some pretty big cock.
Actually, I have, but that's another time. I don't want to totally ruin your hangout.
You know, it could be worse. It could be worse, Steve. We could bring up gummy bears or something like that.
You know, I hate women like that when you're like, oh God, I know what you're referring to. I hate when you say to a woman, is it too big for you? They're like, oh no, this is nothing compared to what I had. It's like, oh, thank you, okay, good, just making sure.
Yeah, so anyway, I put this link in the hangout. It's basically losing my religion. Americans are losing faith in religion to help solve social problems, and it sort of reflects what we're talking about with this whole secularization process. Recently, in about 2014, it actually went up from in between 2007 to 2014. It went from 16.1 to 22.8 in atheist agnostics or nothing in particular, according to the Pew Research. And even more so in 2015 opinion piece, it's basically modern activism in many cases no longer needs or even desires the infrastructure of churches. I mean, it's not really necessary anymore, like organized religion.
Well, I think I read somewhere recently about 20 to 25% are nuns. Now, only a very small percentage of that are actually atheists. But if they were to unite, it would be probably one of the largest voting blocks out there.
They've tried that in the past. It doesn't work.
I know that you get the failures like atheism plus.
It's like herding cats. It's just not going to work.
Yeah, that was more.
I don't want to unite with anyone. I'm unique.
Yeah, you don't want to unite with a girl with a big ass, though.
See,
That's an exception.
here's the thing. That SJW shit tends to like get people's mind off the whole maintaining the secularism aspect of it. I mean, that's why I think the American Humanist Association and places like that have been all fucked over with that shit. But you know, that's why I'm down with the Satanic Temple, because they're actually focusing on the real issues right now.
Well, I almost am too embarrassed to call myself a secularist anymore because of all the social justice warriors that have crapped on that title.
Well, they've tried to take it over. It's like
They ruin everything.
They have taken it over. They're not trying.
Yeah, most of us are anti-social justice warrior. I mean, we have a few in our community.
Right.
I mean, G. Whistler's the SJW. Dionysus might be an SJ warrior. Other than that, they're just
Dionysus and SJW.
No, I'm sorry. Yeah, I didn't. Yeah, he's an anti.
Oh yeah, the guy who wants the black.
Yeah, he's anti.
Separate water fountain. Yeah, he's a social justice.
I don't know why I said Dionysus. He's actually an anti-SJW. No, there's G. Whistler. Who else is there? There's
fucking Simon McDuck.
I'll just tell you, there are lots and lots of funny, you know, social justice warrior logic videos out there. These people are crazy.
I watched a few of them. They're very funny. They're just so far extreme to me.
Well, you know who got lost to the social justice movement is Steve. Steve Curses.
Steve Shives.
Yeah, Steve Shives. Yeah, his channel used to be called Steve Curses. He's completely lost, and that's too bad because he was a pretty good atheist.
He's actually losing. He's actually losing subscribers.
I finally unsubscribed to him. I couldn't handle all of his social justice stuff.
Even the atheists are just kind of like running from him in droves anymore.
The Amazing Atheist is currently more popular than them just because of the whole like he's dropping subscribers in a sense because of that whole SJW influence. He's blocking people on the Twitter, even if he doesn't talk to you, he blocks you on the Twitter. I mean, he's got this notion of where he thinks his view reigns supreme, and he bans anyone who disagrees with him.
Exactly. I mean, that's the problem I have with him.
Yeah, he's losing a lot. He's losing a lot. I think even R. Raw kind of, even in that video, didn't notice he kind of kept his distance from him.
Yeah. Well, you know, there's a group of atheists called the Less Wrong Group, and mainly that group is a bunch of intellectuals that are working on AI. But they also talk about, you know, when you lose your faith, that's just the beginning. You also have to lose your religion. And I think Steve lost his faith, but he replaced his religion with social justice bullshit.
And if they want to make that's funny. If they want to make it a case where atheism and religion, that's where they would do it, right? I mean, seriously, like the atheism plus and the social justice crap, that almost is like a religion to these people.
It is. It's dogma. I mean, the notion of patriarchy.
Oh, check your privilege. Check your privilege, man.
Oh, I'm white, male, cis.
You're screwed. Yeah, you have privilege.
Anything.
You have
I shouldn't even be allowed on this hangout.
Cisgendered, white, heterophobe, Islamophobic.
Why are you my hangout? You have nothing to add, you cisgender white fuck.
Yeah, right.
Well, so that's what they think, though. I mean, it's not even an exaggeration. It really is that.
All you really have to say to that is, I may be white, I may be cisgendered, but I identify as black, transgender, I don't know, Islamic, holy man.
That's the quickest.
I self-identify as a skateboard.
Yeah. There you go. No, but as long as you self-identify for something, you're not actually the enemy anymore. That's how I was gonna say, that's just how bullshit that whole social justice thing is.
I think it's absurd.
It is.
I had a fun run-in with a social justice warrior a couple months back, where we were at the bowling alley just having some drinks, and I said that my friend's shirt made him look like a fag, and then somebody just turned and started like just grilling into me about using that term until my boyfriend came up and gave me my beer, and I gave him a kiss.
I'm telling you, I love stories like that because it's so funny with these people. Because here's the thing, I am a white heterosexual, cisgender male, right? I mean,
So you want to keep it on the
and
down low?
You are
what I do on my own,
Down low.
what I do offline in my own time is none of your business. But thanks for letting me.
I thought what we had was special.
It was at first 15 or 20 times, but then that
When
got
are you
overwhelming.
offline, Steve?
I don't know, never anymore.
It's like you're on here every time I fucking come on here.
I don't even know what my train of thought was anymore.
What?
I don't even know what the hell I was going with this now.
You're gonna
anymore.
say when you're not offline, when you're offline.
You were describing, Steve. You were describing your privilege for us.
Yeah, describing my privilege. But a lot of people I know are in the same boat. But the people that I see having the most vitriolic reaction to the SJ Warriors are some of my friends that are gay, transsexual, not transgender, whatever. They find these people to be annoying fucks.
It's almost like we don't like people white knighting for us.
I think it's more than just that. It's just like they're like, okay, you guys are not fighting for egalitarianism. You're not helping. Okay, let me put myself in a transgender position or a gay person position. You're not helping us. You're making the matters worse.
Well, that position would be face down. But,
the way I describe it, the anti-intellectualism, anti-knowledge stand of the social justice warriors, along with the need to establish safe spaces for, everything from rabbits to, I don't know,
trigger
women
warning,
that think they might be pregnant.
Triggering.
Yeah, triggering. Yeah, I mean, they're destroying colleges. They're destroying intellectual honesty. People can't even write papers that are controversial because it's like they'll get the dean will basically expel them.
I want controversial papers. I want people to be controversial. I think that's
of course you do. That's what college is all about.
I don't think they're to the point where they have too much power. I mean, like if I can still say that chick has a fat ass and not get too much criticism.
You'd be surprised. You won't go to Berkeley and say that. Go stand in the Berkeley on the grass areas and shout that out. Yo, bitch, you got a fat ass.
Tell you what, Isaiah, why don't you make a video and you going up to all these girls and telling them how much of a fat ass they got, and make a video. I'd love to see that.
I would, but too few women don't do their squats. Well, too few women do their squats.
You better check your black privilege.
Go to a gym. You'll find all kinds of women doing squats. Let's see how many slaps you'll get.
Well, anyways, guys, I am going to probably end this hangout. I know you guys are having fun, but I'm going to go finish a movie because I've been trying to finish it. It's very long.
No way, Steve.
Speaking of which, we still need to make that list for Isaiah to watch. So far, we had Abbott and Costello, Monty Python and the Holy Grail.
Oh, yeah.
MASH, Hogan's Heroes.
Patch of Blue with Sidney Poitier was on there. Forbidden Planet.
I finished Inherit the Wind.
Oh, you did watch it? Did you like
I watched it? Yeah.
Yeah, it's a good movie, huh?
Yeah, it was a good movie.
Yeah.
All right, Steve. Well, hey, thanks for having me. I had a good time.
No problem, man. I'm just going to wrap this up real quick. So, anyways, my hangout's going to end. We decided to talk about Godless Girl initially. We've all kind of, I think, got on the same page that we're not going to hold her accountable for. Fuck off. Hold her accountable for things she didn't do. Anyways, it's up to you guys whether you guys take her back to the community. I can only do so much, right?
Yeah, I might forgive her. I'm gonna need some ass pics first.
You know what? With her, you might get some. She'll get you some Kanko pictures for sure.
I didn't have her in my circle, so I don't care.
But I've been trying to watch Batman versus Superman, and that movie is long as fuck.
It's also shit.
I'm not impressed by it so far, but I watched Captain America: Civil War. It was good. I was actually impressed. It was much better than I thought it was going to be. So I liked it. It was better than Winter Soldier.
I just watched those two movies the other night.
What do you think?
Winter Soldier and Batman vs. Superman. I hated Batman vs. Superman.
It's not. I don't know. I'm not liking it so far, but I'm gonna give it a chance only because it's got Gal Gadot in it. So
you kind of have to watch it because of just it being a setup for Justice League.
Right, and I'm looking forward to that one too because Wonder Woman has a movie coming out too.
Yeah, but so is Cyborg, so it's a ways off yet.
Yeah.
Oh shit! Oh, they finally give us. No, I was gonna go there.
And Luke Cage, I just saw the trailer for that too.
That's a movie I'm looking forward to. Is the Cyborg movie.
I haven't seen the previous, but yeah.
They ain't gonna be banking a Teen Titans movie though.
Suicide Squad comes out soon, right?
Yep.
I think it's already out, isn't it?
Is it? I don't know. Anyways, guys. Make sure that you like this video, subscribe if you haven't already. I'm not going to be available tomorrow, and maybe not Sunday. So, anyways, I appreciate you guys' support. Love you all, and I'm going to go finish my movie.